Chapter 729. After being reminded by Tang Bin, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze also noticed that Yi Xing's cultivation was actually at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. This made the three feel relieved. No wonder he's so powerful. It turns out that he's a 9th star venerable lord. He deliberately hid his cultivation in the heavenly flame ancient land. Bastard. After leaving the heavenly flame ancient land, the three felt a lingering fear in their hearts. A 7th star venerable lord's strength had simply broken the record of the starry crescent continent. It was too heaven-defying and unbelievable. The three thought that Yi Xing had concealed his cultivation and deceived them. They were furious. However, they didn't think that even if Yi Xing was a 9th star venerable lord, would the three of them put Yi Xing in their eyes? Absolutely not. The three of them were at the peak of the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and their strength was at the peak of half-step king realm. Unless they were facing a king, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone below the king realm. Therefore, even if Yi Xing was a 9th star venerable lord, they would still arrogantly tell Yi Xing to scram and snatch the heart-burning fruit. The three of them had deeply experienced Yi Xing's strength in the heavenly flame ancient land. Xing Haidong had almost died in Yi Xing's hands, so he was very afraid of Yi Xing. Palace head Chen, quickly ask your sex-old ancestor to come out of seclusion. Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze simultaneously transmitted their voices to Chen Nan, the palace master of the Zhaixing Palace. The palace head's expression froze. Even if Yi Xing was a 9th star venerable lord, he didn't put him in his eyes. He hadn't expected that the three half-step kings, Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze, would transmit their voices at the same time, asking him to ask his sex-old ancestor, who was also the only king of the palace, star-plucking king. Three young masters, do you recognize this person? The palace head asked. Still asking. Ask my ass. The three cursed in their hearts. Xing Haidong roared, quickly ask star-plucking king, or we'll all be dead. On the other side, Yi Xing had already taken out the black bow. A terrifying aura erupted from his body as he said, it doesn't matter who you invite. Today, all three of you will die. Back in the heavenly flame ancient land, Yi Xing had only been a 7-star supremacy. If he encountered a king realm expert, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, when Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had fled, Yi Xing hadn't pursued them. After all, if he provoked a king realm expert, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. But now, the situation was different. Yi Xing was a 9th star exalt lord, so he didn't fear ordinary kings at all. Moreover, if he was determined to flee, then even a mid-rank king might not be able to kill him. What's more, Yi Xing would set out for the Big Dipper sword sect after leaving Star-Plucking Palace. At that time, how could Star Elephant Palace, Darkeen Palace, or Devil's Ceiling Valley do anything to him? Therefore, if he encountered Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze again, whether it was because of the enmity in the heavenly flame ancient land or because of Gu Qingchen's hatred, he would kill them. Pulling back the black bow, a starlight arrow instantly condensed and locked onto Xing Haidong. Xing Haidong's hair stood on end as his heart jumped. Although Yi Xing hadn't used his astrology, as a half-step king, his senses were extremely sharp. He immediately sensed that the danger he was facing now was more than 10 times greater than when he was in the heavenly flame ancient land. At that time, could he really be a 7-star supremacy? This thought flashed through Xing Haidong's mind. Die. As this thought flashed through Xing Haidong's mind, Yi Xing coldly shouted. Whoosh! The starlight arrow immediately left the bowstring, carrying a faint layer of flames. This was the great circle of fire aura. Although it didn't seem like much, its quality was extremely high, and its might was extremely terrifying. Save me! Xing Haidong screamed, his expression turning into one of fright as he rapidly retreated. At the same time, his astrology soared into the sky as he circulated his astral energy. Xing Haidong's strength erupted to the limit as he sent out 2 palms. The people of the Star-Plucking Palace couldn't react in time. Who would have thought that Yi Xing would dare to take the initiative in the face of so many experts? Only Xian Yi and Feng Qingze knew how terrifying Yi Xing was. Seeing Yi Xing draw his bow, they knew that Yi Xing was really going to make a move. The two of them simultaneously attacked Yi Xing. Xing Haidong defended with all his strength while Xian Yi and Feng Qingze attacked Yi Xing. The three of them attacked and defended. Logically speaking, Yi Xing was only a 9-star supremacy and shouldn't be a match for them. However, the result was, Xing Haidong's astral palm was instantly pierced through by the starlight arrow. Then, the starlight arrow's momentum didn't decrease as it flashed like a shooting star and shot into Xing Haidong's head. Peng Xing Haidong's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist. He died instantly. At this time, Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks had already reached Yi Xing. They saw Yi Xing use his bow as a weapon and sweep it out. The black bow carried with it a terrifying flame aura. The power of a sweep was like a landslide, instantly shattering Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks. This attack, which was enough to sweep away ordinary half-step kings, was easily destroyed by Yi Xing's attack. The hearts of the star-plucking palace martial artists fiercely skipped a beat. Especially the upper echelons of the star-plucking palace, their expressions changed greatly. Xing Haidong was a disciple of the Celestial Elephant Palace. Dying in the star-plucking palace was definitely a disaster. It's over, it's over. The star-plucking palace master's face was pale as if the sky had been trampled on. If the Celestial Elephant Palace blamed him, the star-plucking palace wouldn't be able to bear the wrath of the Celestial Elephant Palace. On the side, the 7-star supremacy Tang Bin was so frightened that his legs were trembling. He never imagined that he would provoke such a terrifying existence. Whoosh! At this time, Yi Xing drew his bow again and shot out a second arrow. This time, his target was the Dark Moon Palace disciple, Xian Yi. Only when Yi Xing easily dispelled Xian Yi and Feng Qingze's attacks did they realize that Yi Xing's strength was much stronger than when they had met him in the Sky Flame Ancient Land. Clearly, Yi Xing hadn't hidden his cultivation base in the Sky Flame Ancient Land. Back then, he was indeed a 7-star supremacy. Now, Yi Xing was already a 9-star supremacy. His strength was naturally more than 10 times stronger. By the time the two understood, it was already too late. Yi Xing's starlight arrow wasn't something they could block. Peng, Xian Ye's blocking and dodging were futile. Like Xing Haidong, his head was struck and exploded into a bloody mist. He died. You weren't hiding your cultivation base? Feng Qingze's expression was horrified as he flew toward the entrance of the star-plucking palace. Whoosh! Yi Xing shot out another arrow. Before Feng Qingze could reach the entrance, his head was blown apart. He followed Xing Haidong and Xian Ye's footsteps to the Yellow Springs Road. In just 3 breaths of time, 3 half-step kings from the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon's Ceiling Valley were all killed by Yi Xing's arrows. The warriors of the Star-Plucking Palace looked at Yi Xing with fear and trepidation. The Star-Plucking Palace master glanced at Tang Bin, wishing he could strangle him to death. What kind of disaster had he brought to the Star-Plucking Palace? Chapter 730. The palace master's heart was bleeding. The disciples of the 3 superpowers had died in the Zhaixing Palace. If the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Darkeen Palace, and the Demon's Ceiling Valley wanted to punish him, he would die 10,000 times. At this moment, the only hope the palace master of the Star-Plucking Palace had was the old ancestor of the Star-Plucking Palace, the Star-Plucking King. If the Star-Plucking King was able to capture Yi Xing, he would be able to answer to the 3 great sections. Otherwise, even if Yi Xing did not destroy the Zhaixing Palace, the Zhaixing Palace would still face a great disaster. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from a mountain peak in the distance. The might of a king swept over in a mighty manner. The Zhaixing King finally received the palace master's message and came out of closed-door cultivation. An old man in green immediately flew into the sky. He stepped in the air and covered 10 miles with each step. In just a breath, he appeared above the Zhaixing Palace. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Zhaixing Palace? The Zhaixing King roared furiously, his voice rippling like waves. Although Xing Haidong and the other 2 had asked the palace master to ask the Zhaixing King to come out of closed-door cultivation, the palace master was confused at that time. He did not know how terrifying Yi Xing was. Later, Yi Xing shot Xing Haidong's head with an arrow. Only then did the Zhaixing Palace realize how terrifying an enemy Yi Xing was. They quickly asked the Zhaixing king for help through the speed communication pearl. The Zhaixing king saw the message and came out of closed-door cultivation in just 2 breaths. However, in just 2 breaths, Xian Yi and Feng Qingze were killed by Yi Xing's arrow. The Zhaixing king only received the palace master's message for help. He did not know that Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had all died. Therefore, he was still calm. Ancestor, we're in big trouble, big trouble. Young Master Xing, Young Master Xian, and Young Master Feng were all killed by Yi Yangsheng. The Zhaixing Palace is in big trouble. The Zhaixing Palace master immediately came to the Zhaixing king's side and wailed. The Zhaixing king's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, "What?" Even though he was a king, he still felt like the world was spinning around him. In the star-plucking palace, he was the supreme ancestor, the only king. However, in front of the 3 behemoths of the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Devil's Ceiling Valley, he, as a 1-star king, was nothing but a fart. Even Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze were already half-step kings at such a young age. In the future, they would most likely become kings, and their status would be above his. Now, all 3 of them had died in the star-plucking palace. The star-plucking palace master was right. The star-plucking palace was in deep trouble. King Zhaixing was so angry that his body was trembling. His gaze landed on Yi Xing, and it was as sharp as a knife. You actually dared to kill them?" Yi Xing held the dark crow bow in his hand. Facing the star-plucking monarch's king's pressure, Yi Xing felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. Yi Xing said coldly, "So what if I killed them? If they don't hand her over, I'll continue to kill them until they hand her over." "You're courting death." King Zhaixing was furious. With a roar, his figure flashed and arrived in front of Yi Xing. His palms blossomed with resplendent radiance as he slapped towards Yi Xing King Zhaixing's famous martial skill, star-plucking hand. Once used, his 2 hands would be as tough as Xian weapons, containing terrifying might. It could even break Xian weapons easily. Yi Xing clenched his right hand into a fist in the face of star-plucking king's attack. A faint layer of flames enveloped his fist as he punched out. King Zhaixing snorted coldly in his heart. A 9th-star venerable lord dared to face him head-on. He was truly courting death. Boom! The fist and palm collided, and a loud explosion resounded. Terrifying chi waves spread out in all directions, instantly spreading out to 1,000 meters away. In King Zhaixing's eyes, a mere 9th-star venerable lord would be able to shatter his fist and send him flying with a single palm. However, Yi Xing did not even take half a step back in the midst of the terrifying chi waves. His small body was like a mountain, and he did not budge in the slightest. As for King Zhaixing, he felt pain in his palm, and a scorching sensation spread out, as if he was being burned by fire. King Zhaixing was shocked. How powerful was the astral defense of a king? How could ordinary flames hurt it? Not to mention, it was even harder to injure him when he used star-plucking hand. Yet, he actually felt scorching pain. How terrifying was the flame in Yi Xing's hand. Whoosh! King Zhaixing's figure retreated rapidly, and he instantly appeared 1,000 meters away. "You're just a mere 9th-star venerable lord, yet you've comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection? How is this possible?" King Zhaixing looked at Yi Xing with disbelief in his eyes. Even among mid-step kings, there weren't many who could comprehend the grand momentum of heaven and earth to perfection. King Zhaixing was a 1-star king, but his comprehension of the grand momentum of heaven and earth was only at the initial stage king level, which was still far from perfection. However, Yi Xing was only a 9th-star venerable lord, yet he had comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection. This truly shocked King Zhaixing. Yi Xing wasn't in a hurry to attack, and he said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. If you don't hand over the people, I'll turn the Zhaixing palace into a river of blood." Gu Qingqian's incident happened a month ago, and King Zhaixing knew about it. He knew who Yixing was here for. Yixing was so powerful. If he didn't kill Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze, King Zhaixing would definitely hand them over. However, Zhaixing Palace had to give Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Sealing Valley an explanation for their deaths. Therefore, King Zhaixing naturally wouldn't let Yixing go. You're just a 9th star venerable lord, yet you've comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection. This is indeed shocking and simply unheard of, but... King Zhaixing looked at Yixing, and his tone suddenly changed. The strength of a king is more terrifying than you think. Do you really think I can't kill you? Whoosh. As he spoke, a beam of starlight shot out from between his eyebrows. He had used the star image. A yellow star floated in the sky. It was an extreme earth element star image. Surging star power poured down, and frightening earth element chi converged. King Zhaixing's strength rose sharply. King Zhaixing could not only draw in the heaven and earth yuan chi, but more importantly, he could draw it into his body to strengthen it. His control over the heaven and earth yuan chi was far from what venerables could compare to. King Zhaixing's palms blossomed with light once again. He had used the star-picking hand, and its might had risen several times compared to before. He was full of confidence. Even if Yixing had comprehended the grand momentum of fire to perfection, he was only at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. King Zhaixing had enough power to resist. You're really courting death. Yixing roared. Whoosh. A beam of starlight soared into the sky. He had also used the star image. A flaming star floated in the sky. Surging star power poured down, causing Yixing's might to rise sharply. The fire element chi between heaven and earth converged. Yixing's body burned with visible ethereal fire. He was like a fire god, emitting a frightening aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Yixing's star image and his comprehension of the grand momentum of fire complemented each other. Their might had multiplied, and their strength had also risen sharply. Brothers, please don't waste your monthly tickets. There are only a few hours left. Chapter 731. Double monthly votes from the 1st to the 7th. 1 vote counts as 2 votes. Requesting monthly votes. In terms of aura alone, Yixing, a 9th star venerable, was even more frightening than a 1st star king. A trace of danger flashed through star-plucking king's eyes. There was a rational voice in his heart that told him to stop. However, as soon as he thought of Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Sealing Valley, if he didn't capture Yixing and hand him over to them, Star-plucking king really couldn't think of any way to explain himself to them. A king is still a king after all. Even if he has the ability to challenge those with higher realms, he's still only an astral-reaching venerable. I don't have to kill him. As long as I can delay him until the experts of Star Elephant Palace arrive, I'll be done. A thought flashed through Star-plucking king's mind as he suppressed that feeling of danger. Looking at Yixing, his gaze instantly turned sharp. Star-plucking king roared, "Die for me." Star-plucking hand was operated to the limit. That resplendent light made people unable to look at it directly. As his palms slapped down, the air was compressed to the point of rolling waves. Layers of frightening power attacked Yixing. At the same time, Star-plucking king transmitted a message to Star-plucking palace master, "Quickly send a distress signal to Star Elephant Palace." Facing Star-plucking king's frightening attack, Yixing's expression remained the same. In an instant, his flame aura surged, and the dark crow bow was also covered in a layer of void fire. The might of fire star form and fire aura completely erupted. Boundless fire yuan chi between heaven and earth rolled over. Bang! The dark crow bow swept out. With a loud explosion, the void collapsed, and the frightening raging flames rushed forward like a sea of fire. Pung! The dark crow bow, covered in flames, collided with the star-plucking hand, producing a loud explosion. The two figures didn't retreat half a step. Peng 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 peng. In a blink of an eye, Yixing and Star-Plucking King had each launched over 10 moves. Every move was head-on, and the frightening power collided, creating countless ravines in the surrounding ground. A layer of the ground was shaved off. The warriors of the Zhaixing Palace, even if they were venerables, retreated 1,000 meters away. Even the venerables would not be able to withstand the shockwaves that spread in all directions. The successive collisions caused the Star-Plucking King to become more and more alarmed. Yixing's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. Yixing wielded a longbow and was clearly proficient in archery. However, Yixing was able to fight evenly with him with a bow as his weapon. If Yixing used his archery skills, how could he resist? I must not let him widen the distance between us. As long as I can drag it out until the experts from the Astral Elephant Palace arrive, victory will be ours. Star-Plucking King thought to himself. Since the Star-Plucking Palace had asked for help from the Star Elephant Palace, it meant that they had encountered a problem that one Star King couldn't solve. Therefore, the reinforcements sent by the Star Elephant Palace would be at least 3 Star Kings, or even mid-step kings. The Star-Plucking Monarch didn't believe that Yixing would be able to escape from a 3-star king. The two exchanged moves extremely quickly. In merely a few breaths' time, they had already exchanged dozens of moves. After 50 moves, the balance between the two started to shift. Under Yixing's attacks, the Star-Plucking King started to retreat. This caused him to be extremely shocked. Yixing's fire aura was too terrifying. Combined with the fire aura, it grew stronger and stronger. Even without using his archery skills, the Star-Plucking King had a feeling that it would be hard to resist. At this moment, the Star-Plucking Palace Master had already received a reply from the Star Elephant Palace through the transmission array. They were unable to lock onto the teleportation array of the Star-Plucking Palace and had already sent a mid-step king to the nearby area to provide assistance. The Star-Plucking Palace Master immediately transmitted a message to the Star-Plucking King, who was greatly shocked. If the experts from the Star Elephant Palace came through the teleportation array, they would only need a few breaths' time to reach the Star-Plucking Palace. However, how long would it take for them to teleport to the nearby area? If they were lucky, they would only need a few hundred breaths' time to arrive from tens of thousands of miles away. If they were unlucky, they would need a few hundred breaths' time to arrive from tens of thousands of miles away. However, in less than 10 breaths' time, the Star-Plucking King had already been forced to retreat. How could he possibly hold on for a few hundred breaths' time? The Star-Plucking King was startled. His actions slowed down by half a beat. He who was already at a disadvantage was flustered by Yixing's attacks. King Realm is only so-so. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Suddenly, Yixing let out a cold snort. With a twang of the bowstring, a starlight ripple shot out. This starlight ripple appeared too suddenly. Even as a King Realm expert, the Star-Plucking King was greatly shocked. He retreated with all his might. At the same time, he executed the Star-Plucking Palm and slapped at the starlight ripple. Only after using all his strength did he manage to block the starlight ripple. However, in the next moment, the Star-Plucking King's face turned pale. His eyes were filled with fear. In order to avoid the starlight ripple, the Star-Plucking King retreated a few miles away in the blink of an eye. The distance between him and Yixing was greatly increased. At this moment, Yixing had already drawn the dark crow bow. A resplendent starlight arrow locked onto the Star-Plucking King. Whoosh! The starlight arrow left the bowstring and shot toward the Star-Plucking King like a shooting star. A thumb-sized hole that was a few miles long appeared in the void. It was pierced by the starlight arrow in an instant. Its speed was so fast that even the air could not fill it. It formed a void hole that was visible to the naked eye. When the martial artists of the Star-Plucking Palace saw the void hole formed by the starlight arrow, they could only be shocked. They did not have time to react. The Star-Plucking King immediately felt a life-and-death crisis. He executed the Star-Plucking Palm to the limit. His two hands shone brightly as he grabbed at the starlight arrow. Swoosh! 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 Just as the starlight arrow was about to be blocked by the Star-Plucking King, the starlight arrow suddenly changed its direction in the void. It changed 9 times in a row. Following the Heart 9 transformations, Man and Bao Union, the second level of archery attainment. The arrows shot out were not only powerful but also impossible to guard against. In an instant, the star-plucking king's hands changed 8 times. When the starlight arrow changed its direction for the 9th time, the arrow's shadow was reflected in the star-plucking king's eyes. The life and death crisis instantly rose to the limit. He shouted in fright, "Stop, I..." Boom, just as the star-plucking king's voice echoed, the starlight arrow shot into his glabella. A terrifying power exploded and let out a loud explosion. The blood, flesh, tendons, and bones of a king were much stronger than a venerable. The star-plucking king's head did not turn into a bloody mist. However, there was a fist-sized hole in his glabella. The star-plucking king's body instantly fell to the ground. For a king, the glabella was still a vital point. Of course, a fist-sized hole in his glabella was instantaneous. Yixing strode in the void and appeared above the star-plucking king's corpse in the blink of an eye. He said coldly, "It's too late to say it now." The martial artists of the star-plucking palace, regardless of whether they were disciples or seniors, witnessed the fall of the star-plucking king with their own eyes. Looking at Yixing, who was standing in the void, their legs went soft and their eyes were filled with fear. Even the star-plucking king was killed. This meant that as long as Yixing wanted to, he could easily slaughter the entire star-plucking palace. How could the martial artists of the star-plucking palace not be afraid? Yixing cast his gaze toward the star-plucking palace's palace master and said coldly, "If you don't hand him over, you'll be next." Chapter 732. The star-plucking palace master's legs went soft, and he slumped to the ground. Even the star-plucking monarch had died in Yixing's hands. This was something that the star-plucking palace master had never expected. However, the star-plucking monarch was unwilling, extremely unwilling. If he couldn't capture Yixing, he wouldn't be able to answer to the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley. At that time, the 3 factions would definitely annihilate the star-plucking palace to vent their anger. Although they wouldn't slaughter all the martial artists in the star-plucking palace, the star-plucking palace master would definitely die. Delay. I just need to delay him for a bit. As long as I can delay until the mid-step kings from the Star Elephant Palace arrive and capture Yi Yangsheng, I'll have some hope of surviving. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. The star-plucking palace master thought to himself. He was already at the end of the road. Even though he was terrified of Yixing, he still decided to stall for time. The star-plucking palace master said, I'll hand him over immediately. I've already given the order to release Gu Qingchen. He's locked in a prison deep within the mountain, and he'll need some time to come out." Yixing naturally knew that the kings from the Star Elephant Palace would definitely be teleported to a nearby location if they couldn't reach the star-plucking palace. At the very least, they would be able to arrive within 100 breaths of time. He naturally knew what the star-plucking palace master was planning. Yixing said coldly, "I'll only give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't see him after 10 breaths of time, you can go to hell." The star-plucking palace master's face changed, and he said with a trembling voice, 10 breaths of time? How can 10 breaths of time be enough to walk out of the mountain? Young hero, 60 breaths of time. At the very least, he'll need 60 breaths of time to come out. Yixing glanced at the star-plucking palace master indifferently before shifting his gaze away, not saying a word. The star-plucking palace master let out a sigh of relief. He thought that Yixing would really listen to him and wait here for 60 breaths of time. At that time, he would find some excuse to stall for time. When the mid-step kings from the Star Elephant Palace arrived, everything would be over. 10 breaths of time passed quickly, and Gu Qingchen naturally didn't appear. Xiao, Yixing pulled the black profound bow in his hand, and immediately shot out a starlight ripple. The starlight ripple spread out in a fan shape, like a sharp blade, cutting the void in half. In an instant, it was right in front of Zhaixing Palace Master. The Zhaixing Palace Master was horrified. He never thought that Yi Xing would silently sentence him to death in his heart. Yi Xing was not far away from him. He suddenly launched an attack, and the Starlight Ripple's attack was so fast that even if the palace master wanted to dodge, he could not. He wanted to resist, but just as he raised his arm, the Starlight Ripples had already cut across his neck. Zhai Xing Palace Master's head immediately flew backwards. He saw a headless body appear in front of him. In the next instant, his consciousness vanished without a trace. Yi Xing raised his hand to kill the Zhai Xing Palace Master instantly. He raised his hand and put away the Palace Master's storage ring. Then, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Tang Bin. Tang Bin's legs trembled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. He kowtowed to Yi Xing. "Young hero, please spare my life. Young hero, please spare my life. I have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. I have sinned deeply. Please have mercy on me. I will release Gu Qingshan immediately." Yi Xing used the eye of clear cloud and said coldly, "I can release him myself. I don't want to trouble you. You can die peacefully." At this moment, Tang Bin's heart was filled with fear, and his mind was relaxed. Yi Xing's mental energy source suddenly surged out a powerful mental energy and rushed into the space between Tang Bin's eyebrows, causing Tang Bin to lose his guard. In an instant, two cloudy vortexes appeared in Tang Bin's eyes. Yi Xing asked, "Where is Gu Qingshan locked up?" Tang Bin's expression was blank as he pointed at a mountain peak several miles away. "In the prison on that mountain peak, cell number 10 at the foot of the mountain." As a 7-star venerable lord, Tang Bin's mental energy was extraordinary. After being stupefied for 3 breaths, Tang Bin's expression shook as he came to his senses. At this moment, a cold light flashed. It was the Starlight Ripple that Yi Xing shot out with the dark crow bow. It passed through Tang Bin's neck, separating his head from his body. After killing Tang Bin, Yi Xing's figure streaked across the sky like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the mountain peak that Tang Bin had pointed out. He activated his super brain and quickly found cell number 10. He saw Gu Qingshan inside. Gu Qingshan was tied to a beam. His body was stained with blood, and his clothes were torn. Clearly, he had been severely abused and was currently unconscious. Yi Xing smashed the door of cell number 10 with a palm strike and entered. In a breath's time, Yi Xing rushed out with Gu Qingshan in his hand. Yi Xing held the dark crow bow and shot a starlight arrow into the sky. The light barrier that covered the entire star-plucking palace was instantly shattered. Yi Xing carried Gu Qingshan and flew into the sky. Soon, they disappeared from the vision of the star-plucking palace's cultivators. The star-plucking palace's cultivators were gloomy. The palace master and old ancestor were dead. Moreover, 3 super forces disciples had died in the star-plucking palace. It was obvious that the star-plucking palace had no future. Some of the Star-Plucking Palace's cultivators took advantage of the fact that the Star Elephant Palace's experts had yet to arrive to lead the Star-Plucking Palace. After more than 100 breaths of time, a 4-star king arrived at the Star-Plucking Palace. Seeing that the sect's formation had been broken and the sect was in a mess, he was shocked from afar. When he found out from the Star-Plucking Palace that the Star-Plucking Palace Master and Star-Plucking King were dead, and that the Star Elephant Palace Master, Xian Yi, and Feng Qingze had been killed by a young man called Yi Yangsheng, this 4-star king was both shocked and furious. Under the Star-Plucking Palace's instructions, this 4-star king chased in the direction that Yi Xing and Gu Qingshan had disappeared. As a mid-step king, he could clearly sense the aura in the void and knew Yi Xing's flight path. However, after chasing for more than 1,000 li, this mid-step king stopped and revealed a look of surprise. He had chased until here, but the aura he had been following had disappeared without a trace. He searched the surroundings for a while but couldn't find any clues. Thus, he could only give up in anger. In a mountain range tens of thousands of li away from the Star-Plucking Palace, Yi Xing and Gu Qingshan's figures appeared from the shadows and landed on the ground. Yi Xing's darkness force was only a step away from perfection. With his darkness force concealing his aura, unless it was a high-level astral sea realm emperor, no one would be able to discover his whereabouts. However, the star-plucking palace was only one of the weakest 3-star powers. Yixing believed that the Star Elephant Palace wouldn't send an emperor to help the star-plucking palace. Sending a mid-step king was already a sign of their importance. Therefore, Yixing wasn't worried at all. No one would be following them. His guess was right. That mid-step king indeed couldn't track him. By the time the Star Elephant Palace's emperor arrived, the aura in the void would have already dissipated. The world was so big. Who could predict where Yixing would go? At that time, even a demigod wouldn't be able to find him. Chapter 733. Yixing fed Gu Qingshan a healing elixir, and his astral energy entered Gu Qingshan's body. Soon, Gu Qingshan woke up. Big brother Yixing. Gu Qingshan opened his eyes, and his body trembled. When he saw Yixing, he was stunned and pleasantly surprised. In the past month, he had been imprisoned in the Zhaixing Palace and had been tortured. As long as he was awake, he would be tortured by the people of the Zhaixing Palace. Only when he was unconscious would he be spared. Every time he woke up, he would be tortured until he fainted. After he woke up, he would be tortured until he fainted again. This cycle repeated countless times. Every time he opened his eyes, he would be greeted with all kinds of torture. Today, when he opened his eyes, he saw Yixing. How could Gu Qingshan not be surprised? Yixing nodded at Gu Qingshan and said, "Don't be afraid. I've already saved you. You can focus on recuperating. When you've recovered, I'll bring you to a place." Although Gu Qingshan's injuries were not light, they were not fatal. Moreover, Yixing had fed him a top-grade healing elixir. It would not take too long to heal his injuries. Since things had escalated to this point, Gu Qingshan naturally could not return to the Gu clan. Yixing planned to bring Gu Qingshan to the Big Dipper sword sect. Gu Qingshan was still very young, and his aptitude was not low. If he could become a disciple of the Big Dipper sword sect, Yixing would not have to worry about his safety. Gu Qingshan looked at Yixing and nodded. He originally wanted to follow Yixing and roam the world. He did not want to stay in the Gu clan. Now that Yixing was bringing him away, it was exactly what he wanted. Moreover, Gu Jinyuan and Gu Jinyang had already died. He did not have the slightest bit of attachment to the Gu clan. A trace of sadness flashed in Gu Qingshan's eyes. Although Gu Jinyang was a servant, he had watched him grow up and had always taken care of him. Gu Jinyuan was also the only elder who had sincerely supported him to become the clan leader. Gu Qingshan was very pained by their deaths. Without strength, I can only be at the mercy of others, powerless to resist. I want to become strong. From now on, I want to be the master of my own life. I can't let the people who are important to me die for no reason. I want to become strong. Gu Qingshan shouted in his heart. The experience this time had made his heart extremely resolute. Gu Qingshan let out a long breath and calmed himself down. He closed his eyes and refined the healing spirit pill in his body, using its medicinal energy to heal himself. Yixing sat down at the side and took out all the storage rings he had obtained from the star-plucking palace to check the items inside. Xing Haidong, Xian Yi, Feng Qingze, Lord Zhaixing, the palace master of Zhaixing Palace, and Tang Bin were all killed by Yixing. Yixing took their storage rings and checked them all. As far as Yixing was concerned, middle-grade mystic-level weapons and materials could only be regarded as wealth and were not of much use to him. The only thing that was of direct use to him was that he had found a high-grade mystic-level metal mineral in the storage ring of the Star Plucker King, purple tier green gold. Once the azure cloud wings absorbed the high-grade mystic-grade green gold, it could be upgraded to the high-grade mystic grade. At that time, Yixing's speed would increase greatly. Yixing held the azure cloud wings in one hand and the purple tier green gold in the other. He used the star fire seed to refine the purple tier green gold and merge it with the azure cloud wings. The upper grade black level metal ores were very strong, but in front of the star fire seed, they were easily refined. In about an hour, the green cloud wings had devoured all the purple teardrop green gold. The aura it emitted had increased by a large level, reaching the upper grade black level. Flying wings were extremely precious, and their value was much higher than weapons of the same level. Starry Crescent Land was a mid-level land, and there were not many martial artists who had mystic-level upper-tier flying wings. Normally, only great emperors had them. Now that the Azure Cloud wings had reached the high-grade mystic grade, Yi Xing's speed was basically invincible among kings as long as he didn't encounter any emperors. After an hour of treatment, Gu Qingqian's injuries were almost healed, and the two continued on their journey. With the high-grade Azure Cloud wings, Yi Xing's speed had increased greatly. Yi Xing was very clear that if the Astral Elephant Palace's experts couldn't find him, they would most likely issue a bounty on him within the Astral Elephant dynasty. Yi Xing brought Gu Qingqian and avoided the cities, going to places with little people. The Yuezhou continent was considered a remote area in the Astral Elephant dynasty, only one continent away from the Big Dipper dynasty. 3 days later, Yi Xing and Gu Qingqian left the Astral Elephant dynasty and arrived at the Big Dipper dynasty. Although the Big Dipper Sword Sect and Astral Elephant Palace were already enemies, Yi Xing still didn't dare to let his guard down in the Big Dipper dynasty. As a 4-star power, even if the Big Dipper Sword Sect didn't have a grade 6 teleportation array, they still had a grade 5 teleportation array. An ordinary grade 5 teleportation array could send people tens of millions of miles away, and a grade 5 teleportation array could send people hundreds of millions of miles away. If the Astral Elephant Palace's experts got wind of the news, they could directly use the teleportation array to teleport to any part of the Starry Crescent continent. The Big Dipper dynasty was no exception. Yi Xing avoided the cities and towns along the way, taking many detours in the wilderness. After a month, Yi Xing and Gu Qingqian finally arrived at the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Outside the Big Dipper Sword Sect's mountain gate, Yi Xing cupped his fists towards the Big Dipper Sword Sect's mountain gate guards and said, "I'll have to trouble you to inform Feng Xiaoxiao that my old friend, Yi Xing, has come to look for her." The Big Dipper Sword Sect was worthy of being a 4-star power. Not only did the sect occupy a beautiful land full of spirit chi, even the guards were all astral-reaching realm experts. The leader of the guards was even a 7-star venerable lord. Although Yi Xing was a 9-star venerable lord, he wasn't worth mentioning in front of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Therefore, the guards didn't give him a second glance. However, when they heard Yi Xing mention Feng Xiaoxiao's name, their expressions changed. The 7-star venerable lord guard said, "You know our sect's young master?" Yi Xing was surprised. Only now did he know that Feng Xiaoxiao was actually the Big Dipper Sword Sect's young master. However, he didn't show it on his face as he nodded and said, "Yes." The guard leader's expression immediately became a lot more respectful and said, "Young master, please wait for a moment. I'll immediately send someone to inform her." Big Dipper Sword Sect, Dubhe Peak, sect leader's mansion. Feng Xiaoxiao was meditating in the backyard. At this moment, a 3rd-level astral-reaching realm servant walked in. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxiao was meditating, he didn't dare to disturb her and stopped 10 meters away from her. After a few breaths, Feng Xiaoxiao opened her eyes and said, "What's the matter?" Although Feng Xiaoxiao didn't explicitly say that she wasn't to be disturbed while cultivating, if there wasn't anything important, the servant definitely wouldn't disturb her. That 3-star venerable said, "Young master, there's a young master at the mountain gate. He says that he's your old friend, Yi Xing, and he's here to look for you." Yi Xing. Feng Xiaoxiao's face was filled with astonishment as she said, "Are you sure? He's really called Yi Xing?" 3rd watch, please double the monthly votes. Chapter 734. Yi Xing was a name that shocked Feng Xiaoxiao. In the Starry Crescent land, Feng Xiaoxiao was known as the most demonic genius of her generation. She was also a rare demonic genius in the Starry Crescent land. However, ever since she met Yi Xing in the extraterritorial Starland, Feng Xiaoxiao realized that Yi Xing was even more heaven-defying than she was. Feng Xiaoxiao believed that with Yi Xing's demonic level, he would definitely ascend to the top of the Starry Crescent land and then come to the Starry Crescent land. However, that would be 10 or even 20 years later. Now, less than 3 years had passed, and Feng Xiaoxiao heard the news about Yi Xing. Of course, she was dumbfounded. As far as she knew, to travel from the Starry Crescent Land to the Starry Crescent Land through the Void Tunnel required the strength of a 5-star king. When she and Yi Xing left the extraterritorial Starland, both she and Yi Xing were 1-star venerables. Now, only 3 years had passed, and Yi Xing already had the strength of a 5-star king? How was this possible? Wasn't his strength rising a little too fast? Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed. She stood up and said, "I'll go and take a look." Like a gust of wind, Feng Xiaoxiao rushed out of the sect leader's mansion and rushed down Dubhe Peak. Soon, she arrived at the Big Dipper Sword Sect. From afar, Yi Xing sensed Feng Xiaoxiao's arrival and waved at her. A phantom shot from afar and stopped in front of Yi Xing. Feng Xiaoxiao's figure appeared and said in surprise, "Yi Xing, is it really you?" Yi Xing smiled and said, "You said that if I came to the Starry Crescent Land, I would look for you. Now, I'm here. You don't welcome me." "Welcome, of course you do." Feng Xiaoxiao opened her arms and gave Yi Xing a big hug. Then, she looked at Yi Xing strangely and said, "I thought you would need at least 8 to 10 years to come to the Starry Crescent Land. You are too fast. It hasn't even been 3 years." The guards looked at Yi Xing in surprise. Yi Xing came from another Starry Crescent Land. This was the first time they had seen someone from another Starry Crescent Land, and they realized that Yi Xing was no different from them. As for Gu Qingchen, Yi Xing had told him where he came from on the way to the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Feng Xiaoxiao sized up Yi Xing and asked curiously, "You're a 9th-star venerable lord now. That's only 1 realm higher than me. How did you pass through the void passage that connects to the Starry Sky continent?" Yi Xing said, "It's a long story. I came to find you because I have a favor to ask of you." Feng Xiaoxiao patted her chest and said, "If there's anything, leave it to me." "Yi Xing, now that you've arrived at the Big Dipper Sword Sect, you're an honored guest of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. If there's anything, we can talk about it inside. Come, follow me up the mountain. I'll show you around the Big Dipper Sword Sect." Yi Xing patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder and followed Feng Xiaoxiao into the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Gu Qingchen and said, "Is this a friend you made in the Starry Crescent Land?" Yi Xing nodded and said, "His name is Gu Qingchen. When I arrived at the Starry Crescent Land, I was severely injured. He saved me. If not for him, I would have been dead." Gu Qingchen was only a star marquis at the 3rd level of the Celestial Vortex realm. Feng Xiaoxiao did not think much of him. Now that she knew that Gu Qingchen had saved Yi Xing's life, she looked at Gu Qingchen with much more respect. Feng Xiaoxiao cupped her fists at Gu Qingchen and said, "I am Feng Xiaoxiao. Welcome to the Big Dipper Sword Sect." To the Gu clan, the Star-Plucking Palace was an unreachable existence, let alone the Big Dipper Sword Sect, which was one of the 7 strongest forces in the Starry Crescent Land. If it was in the past, he would have jumped up and down in excitement if the young master of the Big Dipper Sword Sect spoke to him so courteously. However, after experiencing some things, Gu Qingchen had become much more mature. He no longer looked like a 16-year-old youth. Although he was a little excited, Gu Qingchen remained calm. He smiled and cupped his fists. "It is my honor to meet young Master Feng. Big brother Yi Xing is also my savior. Young Master Feng, you don't have to be so courteous with me." Gu Qingchen's performance made Feng Xiaoxiao think even more highly of him. Moreover, Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Xing had saved each other's lives. Therefore, Feng Xiaoxiao's impression of Gu Qingchen had improved greatly. Feng Xiaoxiao patted Gu Qingchen's shoulder and said, "All right, you don't have to be so courteous. You call him Big Brother Yi Xing, but you call me Young Master Feng. You are too courteous. You can call me Big Brother Feng as well. I am a few years older than you. How about I call you Qingchen?" Gu Qingchen smiled and nodded. Big Brother Feng. When Yi Xing saw that the two of them were getting along, he was delighted. He said, "Feng Xiaoxiao, I came to the Big Dipper Sword Sect to ask you for a favor. It has something to do with Qingchen. Can you see if Qingchen can become a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword Sect?" "No problem." Feng Xiaoxiao agreed immediately. With me around, you don't have to worry about him being bullied in the Big Dipper Sword sect. Gu Qingshan did not know that Yi Xing had brought him to the Big Dipper Sword sect to become a disciple of the Big Dipper Sword sect. He immediately looked at Yi Xing and said, "Big brother Yi Xing, what about you? If you don't have the protection of the Big Dipper Sword sect, the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon's Ceiling Valley will not let you off." Feng Xiaoxiao's expression changed as she said, "Yi Xing, how did you offend the three great sects the moment you arrived in the Starry Crescent Land? Could it be that they recognized you? F***CK. It must have been the disciples of the Great Spirit sect, the Golden Lion sect, or the Moon Severing sect who betrayed you. Otherwise, the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, and the Demon's Ceiling Valley have all died in the extraterritorial Starlands. How would the three great sects know your name and appearance?" Feng Xiaoxiao's words were related to the seven great forces. Gu Qingshan was completely confused. Yi Xing smiled bitterly and said, "They did not recognize me. After I arrived in the Starry Crescent Land, I killed the disciples of the three great sections. At that time, I used the alias of Yi Xing, so... if the three great sects knew my name and appearance, they would probably know that Yi Yangxing is Yi Xing." Feng Xiaoxiao suddenly laughed and said, "Yi Xing, I say, are you destined to have enmity with the three great sects? The moment you arrived in the Starry Crescent Land, the disciples of the three great sects actually offended you." "Ha!" Feng Xiaoxiao laughed and patted her chest. She continued, "It doesn't matter if they recognize you or not. Anyway, when you arrive at the Big Dipper Sword sect, they can only stare at you helplessly. Also..." As Feng Xiaoxiao spoke, she revealed a mysterious smile. Yi Xing asked, "Also what?" Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Also, you have the opportunity to completely get rid of the three great sections." "Yi Xing, I have to say that the timing of your arrival is too good. In 3 months, the Dark Star Holy Palace, a 5-star sect from a high-class continent, will come to the Starry Crescent Land to recruit disciples. If you are selected, you will be able to leave the Starry Crescent Land and head to a high-class continent. This is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Now that you have encountered it, don't you think the timing is good?" Chapter 735. Yi Xing was stunned. The words "Dark Star Temple" rang in Yi Xing's ears like thunder. Yi Xing looked straight at Feng Xiaoxiao and said, "Are you talking about the Dark Star Temple? The Dark Star Temple from the Dark Star Continent?" Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "That's right. Yi Xing, you even know about the Dark Star Temple?" Yi Xing's heart pounded. The Dark Star Temple. The founder of the Dark Star sect, Zhuangyuan, was originally a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. Later on, he accidentally passed through a crack in space and arrived at the Star Continent. When Yi Xing was in the Dark Star sect, he had read all the books in the Dark Star sect's library, including the notes left behind by Zhuangyuan. One of the notes recorded how he came to the Star Continent. Yi Xing had the super brain. Everything he read was scanned into the super brain, never to be forgotten. Now, the contents of the notes appeared in Yi Xing's mind. Yi Xing was very clear about the route Zhuangyuan took to reach the Star Continent. Didn't this mean that as long as Yi Xing reached the Dark Star Continent, he would be able to return to the Star Continent by following Zhuangyuan's route? Yi Xing still had too many things to do in the Star Continent. If he had the chance to go back, he would do his best to do so. Now, he finally saw the hope of returning to the Star Continent. Yi Xing was, of course, extremely excited. Yi Xing said excitedly, "I want to become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. I must become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple." Feng Xiaoxiao continued, "Every 100 years, the Dark Star Temple will come to the Starry Crescent Land to recruit disciples. Each time, they will only recruit 10 people. Any cultivator below the age of 30 or 50 can sign up. Each of the 7 major forces will have 10 spots to sign up. After that, a competition will be held to select the strongest 10. Yi Xing, with your strength, you will definitely be accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Temple." Feng Xiaoxiao had witnessed Yi Xing's strength before. He was even stronger than her, the #1 monstrous genius of the Star Moon continent in the past 10,000 years. Feng Xiaoxiao was now an 8-star High Lord. She was strong enough to fight against a 1-star king. As for Yixing, he was a 9-star High Lord. His strength was naturally even more terrifying. Yixing nodded and asked, "What about you? You should join as well." Feng Xiaoxiao nodded and said, "There aren't many kings below the age of 35 in the Starry Crescent land. As long as you have the strength of a king, you will definitely be able to enter the top 10 and be accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. At that time, we will head to the high-ranked continents together." Ha! Gu Qingchen looked at Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao with envy. Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao were going to explore the high-ranked continents in the future. As for him, he was just a small character in the Starry Crescent land. The envy in his heart made Gu Qingchen even more determined to become stronger. He decided that he would follow in Yixing's footsteps for the rest of his life. If there was a day when he could head to the high-ranked continents, he would definitely go there to take a look. With Feng Xiaoxiao's arrangements, Gu Qingchen soon settled down in the Big Dipper Sword sect and became an outer disciple. In the Big Dipper Sword sect, disciples below the astral reaching realm were all outer disciples. However, they were divided into Astral Star Realm and Astral Vortex Realm. They cultivated in different mountains. Feng Xiaoxiao was the son of the sect leader of the Big Dipper Sword sect. She had a very high status in the sect. With her recommendation, Gu Qingchen would definitely be greatly nurtured. After settling down Gu Qingchen, Yixing followed Feng Xiaoxiao to the sect leader's mansion on Dubhe Peak. The sect leader of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Quangtian, received Yixing. "Father, this is the Yixing that I mentioned to you before. He saved my life in the extraterritorial Starland." In the main hall of the sect leader's mansion, Feng Xiaoxiao introduced him to Feng Quangtian. Yixing stepped forward and cupped his fists. Junior Yixing greets Senior Feng. Feng Quangtian was at the 9th level of the Astral Sea Realm. His title was Emperor Quangtian. He was one of the strongest experts in the Starry Crescent land apart from a few quasi-gods. Feng Quangtian looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a square face and a heroic aura. At this moment, Feng Quangtian's face revealed a gentle smile. He said, "No need to be so polite. Xiao has talked to me about you before. Thank you for saving her life in the extraterritorial Starland." Yixing said, "In the extraterritorial Starland, it was Brother Feng who saved me first. Otherwise, I would have lost my life long ago. Speaking of which, I should be the one thanking Brother Feng for saving my life." "Senior Feng, you don't have to be so polite." Feng Quangtian chuckled and said, "I won't beat around the bush. I'm very happy that you've come to the Starry Crescent land and become a guest of my Big Dipper Sword sect. Your grudges with the Astral Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley are closely related to my Xiao. My Big Dipper Sword sect will not sit idly by." Yixing said, "Thank you." Feng Xiaoxiao said, "Father, when Yixing was at the same level as me, his strength was already higher than mine. Now that he's one level higher than me, his strength will definitely surpass mine. If he participates in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Divine Palace, he will definitely be in the top 10. I've already told Yixing to give him a place to register." Feng Quangtian nodded and said, "Our sect has 10 places to register, but only 1 or 2 can truly become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Most of them are just there to join in the fun. Giving a place to little friend Yixing is a small matter. Little friend Yixing, if you can become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, our sect will be able to receive rewards from the Dark Star Divine Palace. At that time, we will have to thank you." Feng Xiaoxiao had already discussed the rules of the Dark Star Divine Palace's disciple recruitment with Yixing. Those who ranked in the top 10 and were officially accepted as disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace would receive rewards from the Dark Star Divine Palace. Moreover, the higher the ranking, the greater the rewards. Yixing said, "The Big Dipper Sword sect has given me a chance. I will definitely do my best to fight for the glory of the Big Dipper Sword sect." Feng Quangtian had a satisfied expression. He admired Yixing very much and said, "Good. This emperor looks forward to your performance in 3 months. During these 3 months, you can stay in the sect leader's residence. I will let Xiao make the arrangements. This Big Dipper token is for you. With it, you can cultivate in any cultivation area of the sect. As he spoke, Feng Quangtian took out a token and tossed it to Yi Xing. Yi Xing caught the Big Dipper token and cupped his fists. Thank you, Senior Feng. The Big Dipper Sword sect was a 4-star force. Every cultivation area was a treasure trove. Yi Xing could cultivate in any cultivation area. This was a huge benefit and Yi Xing was sincerely grateful. Feng Quangtian waved his hand and said, Xiao, arrange for little friend Yi Xing to stay. Feng Xiao nodded at Feng Quangtian and then beckoned to Yi Xing. Yi Xing, come with me. Soon, Feng Xiao brought Yi Xing to a courtyard and said, you will stay here in the future. The courtyard next door is mine. If you have any questions, you can come to me at any time. There are many cultivation areas in the sect that are very useful. You have the Big Dipper token, you can try them out. Second update. Brothers, if you give me your support, I will give you my support. No matter how late I work tonight, I will give you my support. Please give me the double monthly votes in your hands. Chapter 736. A few days passed. On this day, a few guests came to the Big Dipper Sword sect. The leaders of the Astral Elephant Palace, the Mystic Moon Palace, and the Demon's Ceiling Valley came together. Due to what happened in the extraterritorial Starland, the relationship between the Big Dipper Sword sect and the other 3 sects had dropped to the freezing point. However, the Big Dipper Sword sect couldn't fall out with the other 3 sects just because of this. Even though their relationship wasn't good, the Big Dipper Sword sect still received the 3 leaders politely. Dubhe Peak, Big Dipper Hall. Vast Sky Great Emperor personally received the 3 sect masters, Star Aspect Palace's master, Darkeen Palace's master, 9 Candle Great Emperor, and Demon's Ceiling Valley's master, Sealed Extinction Great Emperor. As leaders of the 7 strongest forces, they were naturally emperors, experts below the quasi-god realm. Emperor Vast Sky, let's not beat around the bush. The 3 of us are here for one thing, and that is for the Big Dipper Sword sect to hand over Yi Xing, in the Big Dipper Hall. The Palace Master of Stellar Aspect, the 10,000 Elephant Emperor, went straight to the point as soon as they met. Yi Xing has killed many of our disciples, so he must die. If the Big Dipper Sword sect wants compensation, we can discuss it, but you must hand over Yi Xing, the Mystic Moon Palace's 9 Candles Emperor said coldly. The Demon's Ceiling Valley's Emperor Feng Ju didn't say anything, but his gaze was cold as he stared at Emperor Vast Sky. Emperor Vast Sky's expression was completely different from when he met Yi Xing. His face was as cold as ice as he said, many of our sect's genius disciples have perished in the Outerium star continent. My son, Feng Xiao, almost perished in the hands of the disciples of your 3 great sections. I haven't even settled the score with all of you, yet you dare to come to my Big Dipper Sword sect and ask for him? Emperor Myriad Elephant's face stiffened as he said, it's normal for the younger generation to fight. Since ancient times, the disciples of our 7 sects have always had grudges against each other. It's normal for them to fight to the death. What's the problem? 9 Candle Great Emperor said, that's right. Haven't my Darkeen Palace's disciples died at the hands of your Big Dipper Sword sect's disciples? When the younger generation fights, it's fate if they die, but it's luck if they don't die. What's there to talk about? Great Emperor Vast Heaven chuckled. That's right. It's fate to die in a fight between juniors, but it's a blessing to survive. Yi Xing is only a young man in his early 20s, and the grudge between him and the disciples of the 3 sects is purely a fight between juniors. Yet the 3 of you have come to the Big Dipper Sword sect to demand him. Huh, are you juniors? If you think of yourselves as juniors, then you have to act like one in front of me. Come. First, pay your respects to your seniors. You. The 3 martial monarchs were furious. Even Martial Monarch Feng Ju, who had remained silent, was furious. Martial Monarch Wan Xiang said angrily, Feng Quangtian, Yi Xing isn't a member of your Big Dipper Sword sect. Are you going to go against the 3 sects for an outsider? Great Emperor Vast Heaven laughed. Xing Wanxiang, do you think we're still friends? Martial Monarch 9 Candle shouted, Feng Quangtian, don't make a mistake. If the three sects go to war with the Big Dipper Sword sect, you'll have to bear the consequences. Do you think it's worth it to let the Big Dipper Sword sect suffer because of an outsider? Great Emperor Vast Heaven sneered. Xian Jiuzhu, my Big Dipper Sword sect has been around for tens of thousands of years. Do you think we'll be scared until we grow up? If it weren't for the fact that I cherish the lives of my disciples, I would have already declared war with the three sects when my son, Feng Xiaoxiao, returned from the extraterritorial Star Land. If you don't cherish the lives of your disciples and insist on declaring war, then fine. I'd like to see if anyone from your three sects will die after the war. Great Emperor Vast Heaven's stubbornness angered Martial Monarch Wanxiang and 9 Candle Monarch 9 Candle. Great Emperor Feng Ju snorted and spoke for the first time. Feng Quangtian, the Dark Star Divine Palace has been recruiting disciples recently. Our sect and the Star Elephant Palace's disciples have always taken first place and had the most spots. Especially 100 years ago, our sect even had a 1-star Blue Life Peerless Genius enter the Dark Star Divine Palace. Hee hee. It's almost time for the Dark Star Divine Palace to recruit disciples again. When the time comes, many experts from our three sects will follow the team from the Dark Star Divine Palace back to the Starry Crescent Land. It's very likely that the balance of the Starry Crescent Land will be broken. Humph. You're very stubborn now. When the balance is broken, I'll tell you clearly that the Big Dipper Sword sect will be the first to suffer. You'd better think about the Big Dipper Sword sect. Isn't it wise to offend us because of an outsider? Great Emperor Vast Heaven's eyes narrowed and revealed a cold light. Great Emperor Feng Ju was right. The Dark Star Divine Palace's recruitment was indeed led by the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon's Sealing Valley. It was because of this that the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon's Sealing Valley stood out among the 7 major forces and became stronger than the other 5 sections. The other 5 sects only had 1 quasi-god each, while the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon's Sealing Valley each had 2. Although 1 more quasi-god wouldn't be enough to break the overall balance, it would still have a huge impact. If the Star Elephant Palace and the Demon's Sealing Valley had 1 or 2 more quasi-gods, the balance of the Starry Crescent Land might really be broken. Once the balance was broken, the strong would inevitably swallow the weak. At that time, the top forces in the Starry Crescent Land would no longer be 7, but 5, or even 3. The Big Dipper Sword sect hadn't produced a quasi-god for more than 1,000 years. The current quasi-god was already 1,500 years old and wouldn't live for more than a few hundred years. If there was no new quasi-god, the Big Dipper Sword sect would completely decline. They would either be destroyed by other forces or become a vassal force. Great Emperor Vast Heaven's eyes were filled with hope. With a genius like Feng Xiaoxiao and the new generation of the Big Dipper Sword sect, she would definitely become a 2-star quasi-god in the future. As long as the Big Dipper Sword sect could hold on for a while longer, when Feng Xiaoxiao matured and became a 2-star quasi-god, they would become the strongest force in the Starry Crescent Land. 1 more quasi-god wouldn't break the balance, but a 2-star quasi-god in the Starry Crescent Land would definitely break the balance. Great Emperor Vast Heaven still believed that the Big Dipper Sword sect would be the one to rule the Starry Crescent Land in the future. Great Emperor Vast Heaven said, the matters of the younger generation should be settled by the younger generation. Yi Xing will represent our sect in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Temple. If you want to deal with Yi Xing, feel free to let the younger generation deal with Yi Xing in the disciple recruitment competition. If Yi Xing loses, he can only blame himself for being inferior. However, if you want to take him away from the Big Dipper Sword sect, don't even think about it. This is all I have to say. Please leave, I won't see you out. The 3rd update is here. Double monthly votes, anyone else? Chapter 738. Yi Xing spent 3 days consolidating the cultivation he had gained over the past month. 3 days later, Yi Xing arrived at the Illusory Profound Formation. Like Whirlwind Valley, the Illusory Profound Formation was divided into 6 levels. However, Yi Xing didn't choose the number 5 Illusory Profound Formation. Instead, he chose number 4. In the number 5 illusory profound formation, the attacks inside were all at the level of a mid-level king. These were real attacks, not natural ones. Yi Xing couldn't block them at all. The attacks inside the number 4 illusory profound formation were at the level of a low-level king. Yi Xing could still break through. Yi Xing was only a 9th star sovereign lord, but he had received the number 4 illusory profound array token. This caused the deacon in charge of the illusory profound array to be incomparably shocked. It was rare to see a sovereign lord who could fight against a sovereign lord. Among the disciples of the Big Dipper sword sect, only the young master, Feng Xiaoxiao, had such heaven-defying strength. However, when Yi Xing took out the Big Dipper token, the deacon didn't say anything and gave the number 4 illusory profound formation plate to Yi Xing. The illusory profound formation was different from Whirlwind Valley. Many people could cultivate in Whirlwind Valley at the same time, but only one person could enter the illusory profound formation at a time. The disciples of the Big Dipper sword sect had to spend contribution points to cultivate in the illusory profound formation. Moreover, the Big Dipper sword sect didn't have many Star Sea Realm disciples. Soon, it was Yi Xing's turn. He's only a 9th star venerable lord, but he dares to enter the number 4 illusory profound formation. Heavens, which genius disciple is this 9th star venerable lord? Why haven't I heard of him before? It should be Yi Xing, who recently came to our sect. I heard that he's young master's friend. Yi Xing? The Yi Xing that the 3 great emperors came to our sect to ask the great emperor for? Yes, who else could it be? As expected of young master's friend. His strength is so heaven-defying. He dares to enter the number 4 illusory profound formation. He definitely has the strength to fight against kings. How long do you think he can last? How difficult is it for a venerable to fight against a king? I think he'll be blasted out in 20 breaths at most. 20 breaths? I don't think so. I think he can last 50 breaths. Maybe I can hold on for 100 breaths. Huh. You guys are looking down on him too much. I heard from Deacon Su Feng that Yi Xing stayed in Whirlwind Valley number 5 for a total of 38 days. Think about it, to what extent did he comprehend the power of wind to be able to persist for such a short period of time? Are you kidding me? 38 days? Absolutely. With such a high comprehension of the grand momentum of wind, even if he dodges with all his strength, he should be able to last for half an hour. Inside the illusory profound formation, as time passes, more and more attacks will appear. I think he can last for half an hour. Huh. Maybe it will last for more than an hour. Impossible. To last for an hour, his strength has to surpass a late-stage 1-star king. It's already amazing to be able to fight against a late-stage 1-star king. Surpassing a late-stage 1-star king, even the young master would find it difficult to do so, right? After Yi Xing entered the number 4 illusory profound formation, a large number of Big Dipper sword sect disciples and deacons gathered outside the formation, discussing spiritedly. Time passed by amidst the discussions of the martial artists. Half an hour later, Yi Xing still hadn't come out. Half an hour later, Yi Xing still hadn't come out. An hour later, the illusory profound formation was very calm, but Yi Xing still hadn't come out. Even a late-stage 1-star king would find it difficult to last for an hour in the number 4 illusory profound formation. Yi Xing was only a 9th star sovereign lord, but he had lasted for so long. This caused an uproar among the disciples and deacons waiting outside the formation. The news that Yi Xing had lasted for an hour in the number 4 illusory profound formation spread quickly in the Big Dipper sword sect. More and more disciples gathered outside the formation to wait. Finally, the news reached the ears of the sect master, Vast Heaven Emperor. Soon, Vast Heaven Emperor arrived outside the number 4 illusory profound formation with a few emperor elders. The number 4 illusory profound formation is temporarily listed as a forbidden area. Without this emperor's permission, no one is allowed to enter. Everyone, back off. Vast Heaven Emperor's majestic voice resounded. The martial artists of the Big Dipper sword sect looked over and saw Vast Heaven Emperor standing in the sky, looking down at them. No one dared to disobey the sect master's orders. Although they were reluctant to leave, they had no choice. Under Vast Heaven Emperor's command, the Emperor Elders began to set up restrictions to block off this space and prevent others from spying on them. Yixing's strength would be exposed if he entered the illusory profound formation. Not all the disciples of the Big Dipper Sword sect were loyal. There might be spies from other sections. Even if there weren't any spies, the news of Yixing entering the illusory profound formation would spread. The martial artists of Star Elephant Palace, Dark Een Palace, and Demon's Ceiling Valley would also receive the news and know Yixing's strength. This was obviously very disadvantageous for Yixing. Therefore, when Vast Heaven Emperor learned that Yixing had entered the illusory profound formation for more than an hour, he decisively sealed off the area of the number 4 illusory profound formation, not allowing anyone to know the exact time Yixing had entered. As for how the others guessed, it was up to them to guess. To be able to last for more than an hour in the illusory profound formation number 4, Yixing's strength is indeed higher than Xiao Er's. He might even be on par with Xiao Yanling. I wonder what rank he will get in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Divine Palace. My Big Dipper Sword sect has really picked up a treasure by using our sect's quota. Vast Heaven Emperor thought to himself, feeling very happy. The Big Dipper Sword sect was the weakest 4-star sect, while the Dark Star Divine Palace was one of the top 5-star sections. The rewards from the Dark Star Divine Palace were extremely valuable to any sect in the Starry Crescent Land. If Yixing could get a good name in the disciple recruitment competition, the Big Dipper Sword sect would receive a great reward. Vast Heaven Emperor waited quietly. Another half an hour passed, but the illusory profound formation number 4 was still calm. He won't be able to last for 2 hours, right? Vast Heaven Emperor thought to himself, feeling very excited. Lasting for 2 hours meant that one had the strength to surpass all 1-star kings. Such strength could easily rank in the top 3 among the 35-year-old juniors of the Star Moon continent. The 10 disciples recruited by the Dark Star Divine Palace would receive different rewards depending on their ranking. The 7th to 10th place was one level, the 4th to 6th place was another level, the 2nd to 3rd place was another level, and the 1st place had the highest reward. However, if one could get into the top 3, the reward would be generous enough. Inside the illusory profound formation, Yixing held the dark profound bow in his hand, his figure changing position like lightning, shooting out starlight arrows one after another. Every time a puppet martial artist appeared, Yixing would immediately kill it. As for the attacks of mechanical or hidden weapons, Yixing would always dodge them or use his archery skills to destroy them. As time passed, more and more puppet martial artists and hidden weapons appeared, but Yixing's movements also became faster and faster. In the intense battle, Yixing's potential was greatly stimulated. When he used his archery skills, the fusion of man and bow increased rapidly. Chapter 740. In the following days, Yixing used the number 4 illusion profound formation exclusively. Yixing could cultivate whenever he wanted to, and for as long as he wanted to. Ever since Yixing came out of the number 4 illusion profound formation and met Vast Heaven Great Emperor, Vast Heaven Great Emperor also left. Thus, the number 4 illusion profound formation became Yixing's private territory. Yixing was very grateful for this. Even if Vast Heaven Great Emperor treated him like this because he wanted him to fight for benefits for the Big Dipper Sword sect in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Divine Palace, Yixing was still grateful. Every day, Yixing cultivated in the number 4 illusion profound formation. Every time, Yixing only used the flame star and wholeheartedly relied on his archery skills to fight. After being blasted out of the illusion profound formation, Yixing recovered his energy and recuperated from his injuries. Then, he continued to cultivate in the illusion profound formation every day. Time passed day by day. Yixing stayed in the number 4 illusion profound formation for longer and longer periods of time. This meant that Yixing's combat skills with the bow were gradually improving. His fusion with the bow was also increasing day by day. After spending a total of 42 days, Yixing's attainments in archery finally made a qualitative breakthrough. His fusion with the bow had reached the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the fusion with the bow, the 9th transformation of the heart's desire. Yixing's attainments in archery had finally reached the prerequisite to comprehend the arrow intent. Next, comprehending the arrow intent would be his goal. Once he comprehended the arrow intent, it would be a great breakthrough in archery. The increase in his strength would be much higher than the increase in the fusion with the bow and the heart's desire. Moreover, once he comprehended the arrow intent, whether he used his fists, feet, palms, sabers, spears, or rods, he would be able to integrate the arrow intent into it. It would make all kinds of attacks contain terrifying power. Every move he made would be incomparably powerful. Whether it was the arrow intent, sword intent, saber intent, or fist intent, as long as he comprehended any kind of martial intent, he would open up a whole new world in the martial Tao. Arrow intent. I will definitely be able to break through, Yixing secretly said, very confident. Yixing left illusory profound formation number 4 and handed the formation plate to the deacon guarding the illusory profound formation. Then, he returned to Dubhe Peak to pay a visit to Great Emperor Vast Heaven. In the main hall of the Patriarch's residence, Vast Heaven Emperor looked at Yixing with admiration and said, "You've cultivated continuously in the number 4 illusory formation for more than 40 days. You should have gained something." Yixing nodded, and said, "I have reached the 3rd level of 1 with the bow. My goal has been accomplished. I will no longer cultivate in the illusory profound formation number 4 in the future. Senior Feng, please remove the restriction." Martial Monarch Vast Heaven was overjoyed. He said, "Great, your archery skills have reached such a level. You should be able to secure a spot in the top 3, or even, fight for first place." Yixing said, "Who are the strong opponents this time?" Martial Monarch Vast Heaven said, "With your strength, only 2-star King Realm martial artists can be considered your opponents. They are Celestial Palace's Flowing Star Sword and Demon Sealing Valley's Feng Tsangtian. Feng Tsangtian is a 2-star King Realm martial artist, but Flowing Star Sword is even more terrifying. This person is younger than Feng Tsangtian, and his cultivation is even lower. He is only a 1-star King Realm martial artist, but he can challenge those of a higher level than him." Yixing asked, "They are all 2-star kings? Not 3-star kings?" Martial Monarch Vast Heaven nodded. Yixing immediately understood. After reaching the 3rd level of 1 with the bow, he had already passed the 2nd stage of the illusory profound formation number 4. As long as his opponents were only 2-star kings, he was confident that he could take first place without using the Sagittarius constellation. Yixing said, "I have received a lot of benefits from your sect these days. I will fight for first place for your sect." Martial Monarch Vast Heaven's eyes brightened as he laughed, "Haha. Then I really hope that day will come soon." Yixing said, "That day should come soon. How much longer?" Martial Monarch Vast Heaven said, 5 more days. 5 days later, the Dark Star Godly Palace team will arrive at the Starry Crescent Land. Then, they will start recruiting disciples. All the competitions will be finished on the same day, and the team will leave on the same day. Yixing's eyes faintly shone with excitement. 5 days, he would arrive at the Dark Star Land in 5 more days, and then head to the Dark Star Godly Palace. As long as he could reach the Dark Star Godly Palace, there would be hope for him to return to the Starry Crescent Land. Yixing asked about Feng Xiaoxiao and learned that she was in seclusion training, trying to break through to the 9th level of Astral Reaching Realm. Feng Xiaoxiao's attainments in Sword Dao were extremely profound. She had already reached the 3rd level of 1 with the sword. However, her comprehension of the worldly momentum was still inferior to Yixing's. If she could reach the 9th level of Astral Reaching Realm, she would also have the strength to fight for the top 3. In the next few days, Yixing consolidated his recent gains. Soon, it was the day before the Dark Star Godly Palace team arrived at the Dark Star Land. On this day, Feng Xiaoxiao ended her seclusion. It wasn't easy for an 8-star Reverend Lord to reach the 9th-star Reverend Lord level. She still hadn't succeeded, and still needed some time to accumulate. However, after reaching the 3rd level of 1 with the sword, her strength had also increased greatly. She would be hard-pressed to find a match among the 1-star kings. Apart from Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao, who were almost guaranteed to enter the top 10, the Big Dipper Sword sect also had a king disciple named Zhao Yanling, who was also guaranteed to enter the top 10. The Big Dipper Sword Sect's results had always been poor in the Dark Star Divine Palace's recruitment. Only one disciple had made it in, sometimes not even one. This time, they could finally make a comeback, so Great Emperor Vast Sky was in a good mood these days. On this day, in the Star Elephant Palace, Myriad Elephant Emperor instructed his disciple, Starry Sword, if you meet Yi Xing in the competition, kill him if you have the chance. Don't worry about anything. Starry Sword had become a one-star king at the age of 28. Although he was only 30 this year, he looked as young as a teenager. He carried a sword on his back. Clearly, he was an expert in the way of the sword. Palace Master, Starry Sword will kill Yi Xing to restore the name of the Star Elephant Palace. Starry Sword's eyes were filled with determination and confidence. Although Starry Sword wasn't the most talented of the younger generation in the Starry Crescent Land, he was the strongest. He believed that no one under the age of 35 could match him. Although the Big Dipper Sword Sect had a peerless genius like Feng Xiaoxiao, she hadn't become a king yet. Currently, the first place among the younger generation was still occupied by Starry Sword. Yi Xing was only a 9-star Reverend Lord. Although he had killed the 1-star King Zhai Xing, Starry Sword didn't think much of him. After all, his strength wasn't something a 1-star king could compare to. Demon Ceiling Valley, Great Emperor Feng Zhu was also instructing his disciple, Feng Cangtian. Those who could enter the outer realm were all geniuses. For example, Xing Luyang of the Star Elephant Palace and Feng Xiong of the Demon Ceiling Valley were stronger than Starry Sword and Feng Cangtian. They just hadn't matured yet. Yi Xing had killed the most talented disciple of the Demon Ceiling Valley. Great Emperor Feng Zhu couldn't allow Yi Xing to live. Would he be able to enter the top 100 today? The monthly votes would be great, and the explosive power would be even greater. Please double the monthly votes. Chapter 741. The day for the Dark Star God Palace to come to the Starry Crescent Land to recruit disciples had finally arrived. Early in the morning, Feng Xiaoxiao found Yi Xing and the two of them went to the Big Dipper Palace together. Including Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Xing, there were a total of 10 young geniuses gathered in the Big Dipper Palace. Only one of them was a Star Sea Realm monarch. The King Realm disciple was called Zhao Yanling. She was the only King Realm disciple under the age of 35 in the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Yi Xing had heard Feng Xiaoxiao talk about her before. Of the other 9 people, 4 were 9-star Supremes and 5 were 8-star Supremes. They all knew that Yi Xing was Feng Xiaoxiao's friend and that Yi Xing had stayed in the number 4 illusory mystic formation for more than an hour. His strength was at least at the level of a late-stage 1-star king. Therefore, they were all very respectful and friendly to Yi Xing. Today, the person sitting in the sect master's seat wasn't Vast Sky Emperor, but a white-haired old man. This white-haired old man looked like he was over 70 years old. He didn't have the slightest fluctuation of astral energy. He gave off the feeling of an ordinary old man. However, Yi Xing's pupils shrank when he saw this white-haired old man. Even Vast Sky Emperor was standing respectfully to the side. This white-haired old man was obviously not an ordinary old man. In the Big Dipper Sword Sect, only one person had such a status. That person was the Big Dipper Sword Sect's guardian expert, quasi-god Feng Hanxiu. This was the first time Yi Xing had seen a quasi-god. He couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't dare to look directly at Feng Hanxiu and immediately looked away. With Yi Xing's current cultivation, he was extremely sensitive to other cultivators. Even if a Star Sea Realm monarch or emperor were to hide their cultivation, Yi Xing would still be able to sense danger. However, Yi Xing couldn't sense any danger from Feng Hanxiu. The absence of danger was the true danger. This meant that Feng Hanxiu had reached a level where even Yi Xing couldn't sense him. This showed that the gap between Yi Xing and Feng Hanxiu was extremely wide. Feng Hanxiu's gaze swept across Yi Xing, Feng Xiaoxiao, Zhao Yanling, and the other young geniuses. His gaze lingered on Yi Xing. Obviously, he had heard of Yi Xing's name. Yi Xing's strength had surpassed that of a 1-star king, and he could compete with a 2-star king. Emperor Vast Heaven naturally reported this to Feng Hanxiu. The Dark Star Temple's recruitment was the biggest event in the Starry Crescent Land in the past 100 years. All 7 factions would send their quasi-gods to participate. Therefore, Feng Hanxiu personally led the Big Dipper Sword Clan's team to participate in the recruitment. Every martial artist who was accepted as a disciple by the Dark Star Temple would become the backbone of their respective forces in the future. More than 80% of the quasi-gods and great emperors of the 7 strongest forces were once disciples of the Dark Star Temple. They only returned to the Starry Crescent Land after further study in the Dark Star Temple. Yi Xing. Quasi-god Feng Hanxiu's gaze lingered on Yi Xing as he called out Yi Xing's name. Junior is here. Yi Xing took a step forward and nodded slightly. Feng Hanxiu said slowly, I heard from vast heaven that you have the confidence to compete for first place? Yi Xing nodded and said, yes. Compete for first place? Apart from Feng Xiaoxiao, the other Big Dipper Sword Clan disciples were all shocked. Whether it was Feng Sangtian or Flowing Star Sword, their strength was not ordinary among the 2 Star Kings. To compete for first place, one would need to be a first-rate 2-star king. Feng Xiaoxiao was very clear that with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to find a worthy opponent among the 1-star kings. Yi Xing was stronger than him when they were at the same cultivation level. Now that he was 1 cultivation level higher than him, his strength would definitely surpass him. To Feng Xiaoxiao, it was normal for Feng Xiaoxiao to have the strength to compete for first place. Feng Hanxiu's calm eyes flashed with joy as he said, very good. If you have the chance to win, then do it. If you don't, then don't force it. The competition does not prohibit life and death. You have to be careful of the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley targeting you during the competition. Yi Xing said, I will bear that in mind. Feng Hanxiu said, the Dark Star Temple comes to the Starry Crescent Land every 100 years to recruit disciples. Some of our 7 forces have yet to return from the Dark Star Temple. If they can't kill you in the competition, they'll definitely find another opportunity to do so once they reach Dark Star Divine Palace. If any of the martial practitioners from Star Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, or Darkeen Palace try to make things difficult for you, feel free to inform the martial practitioners of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. I'll have Feng Xiaoxiao pass on my message and they'll help you. Yi Xing cupped his fists and said, yes. Feng Hanxiu stood up and looked away from Yi Xing. He said, let's go. Led by the quasi-god Feng Hanxiu, the sect master Vast Sky Emperor, and 3 peerless emperors, a total of 5 seniors led Yi Xing, Feng Xiaoxiao, and 10 others to the Big Dipper Sword Clan's teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, the Big Dipper Sword Clan team appeared in a desert at the extreme south of the Starry Crescent Land. This place was called the Chaos Desert. The deeper one went, the more chaotic the space became. There were many layers of space and cracks in space. The passage between the Starry Crescent Land and the Dark Star Continent was located in the deepest part of the Chaos Desert. Only quasi-gods had the strength to pass through the passage and reach the Dark Star Continent. One needed to be at least a second Nirvana quasi-god. In the middle of the Chaos Desert, there was a huge battle stage that spanned several dozen miles. It was covered by an array that prevented the wind and sand from blowing in. This battle stage and the array were set up by the Dark Star Temple's experts in the ancient era as a place to recruit disciples. Although the Dark Star Temple only accepted 10 disciples every 100 years, after 100,000 years, the number of disciples they had recruited had reached tens of thousands. The Big Dipper Sword Clan team arrived at the battle stage early in the morning, but some other sects arrived even earlier. Feng Hanxiu, Emperor Guangtian, and the other quasi-gods greeted each other. Only then did Yi Xing realize that the first to arrive were the captains of the Golden Lion sect and the Moon Severing sect. The Golden Lion sect and the Moon Severing sect's captains were both 9th stage Astral Sea Realm Great Emperors. As for the quasi-gods, the Golden Lion sect's captain was a middle-aged man named Jin Hongcheng. The Moon Severing sect's captain was a beautiful middle-aged woman named Qiu Minjun. She seemed to be much younger than Feng Hanxiu. They were both first Nirvana quasi-gods with a lifespan of 2,000 years. Naturally, they were of the same generation. However, from Jin Hongcheng and Qiu Minjun's expressions, it could be seen that they respected Feng Hanxiu, who was almost twice their age. Not long after, the Great Spirit Sect's team arrived. The quasi-god of the giant spirit sect was a tall man without a single strand of hair on his head. He was bald and shiny, but he was not young. He looked to be in his 60s, much older than Jin Hongqiu and Qiu Minjun. Old Ghost Hanxiu, I haven't seen you for 100 years. You're still the same. You're full of energy. Lu Jinghong, your face has grown many wrinkles in the past 100 years. Ha! The Great Spirit Sect's quasi-god started chatting with Feng Hanxiu. Only 10 names away from the top 100. Begging for votes. Charge into the top 100. I'll continue to write my story. Today, I'll explode at 6. Chapter 742. Lu Jinghong was only 200 years younger than Feng Hanxiu. The two had known each other for a long time and were obviously more familiar with each other than Jin Hongqiu and Qiu Minjun. Lu Jinghong glanced at the Big Dipper Sword Sect disciples and said, "Old geezer, this time, your Big Dipper Sword Sect can't compare to my Great Spirit Sect, hee." While speaking, Lu Jinghong glanced at a King Realm disciple of the Great Spirit Sect and continued, "Feng Xiaoxiao hasn't become a king yet. Your Big Dipper Sword Sect's King Realm disciple is only at the late stage of Astral Sea Realm, hee. Our sect's Pengju has a cultivation at the peak of the first level of the Astral Sea Realm. His strength is unrivaled among one-star kings. Apart from Astral Elephant Palace's Meteor Sword and Devil Sealing Valley's Feng Cangtian, Pengju can easily take third place." Feng Hanxiu followed Lu Jinghong's gaze and glanced at the King Realm disciple of the Great Spirit Sect, Pengju. He chuckled and said, "It's hard to say, hard to say." Lu Jinghong rubbed his bald head and said, "Old geezer, you're looking down on my sect's disciples. How about we make a bet? If Pengju takes third place, it's my win. If not, it's your win." Feng Hanxiu looked at Lu Jinghong with a faint smile and said, "What bet?" Lu Jinghong thought for a moment and said, "Let's make a small bet. A top-grade profound weapon, how about it?" Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched. A top-grade profound weapon, and this was only a small bet? The Big Dipper Sword Sect's martial artists tried hard to hold back their laughter. Yi Xing wanted to fight for first place. Whether he could take first place or not was another matter, but if he could, he would at least be in the top 3. This bet was obviously Lu Jinghong's loss. A top-grade profound weapon wasn't an ordinary item. Even many kings didn't have a top-grade profound weapon. This bet was obviously Feng Hanxiu's win. Naturally, the Big Dipper Sword Sect's martial artists wouldn't cause trouble and forcefully held back their laughter. Feng Hanxiu was victory in his grasp. He smiled and said, "Baldy Lu, since you want to give me a gift, how can I not accept it? Let's bet." Looking at Feng's appearance, Lu Jinghong had a bad feeling. However, Lu Jinghong thought for a moment. Other than Flowing Star Sword and Feng Cangtian, there was no other junior martial artist who could be a match for Pengju. The only person Lu Jinghong was worried about was Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao's talent was too high. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was the #1 genius in the Star Moon continent in the past 10,000 years. If Feng Xiaoxiao was a 9-star supremacy, Lu Jinghong would be worried whether Pengju would be a match for her. Lu Jinghong carefully sized up Feng Xiaoxiao. When he discovered that Feng Xiaoxiao was indeed an 8-star supremacy, he immediately relaxed. Lu Jinghong chuckled and said, "Old man, don't try to be mysterious. I won't fall for it. Let's bet. Just wait for my disciple to take third place, haha." While Lu Jinghong was laughing, another martial artist arrived at the arena. The number of martial artists that came this time was a bit too many. They were the teams of Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Dark Moon Palace. Astral Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace had always been close. Recently, Demon Sealing Valley seemed to have joined this small group. The 3 major sects were on the verge of joining together. Astral Elephant Palace and Demon Sealing Valley each had 2 quasi-gods. Their strength was stronger than the other 5 major forces. If they joined forces, it would definitely be a terrifying force. With the addition of Dark Moon Palace, it would be even more terrifying. The other 4 major sects only had 4 quasi-gods. However, these 3 major sects had 5 quasi-gods. In the Star Moon continent, quasi-gods were the high-end combat power that stood at the peak. The difference of 1 quasi-god was huge. When the teams of Astral Elephant Palace and the other 2 major sects arrived, the martial artists of Big Dipper Sword Sect, Giant Spirit Sect, Golden Lion Sect, and Moon Severing Sect all looked over with vigilance. When Myriad Elephant Emperor, 9 Candle Emperor, Sealed Extinction Emperor, and the 3 quasi-gods arrived at the arena, their gazes swept over the Big Dipper Sword Sect's team. Soon, their gazes locked onto Yixing. 3 emperors and 3 quasi-gods all stared at Yixing with extremely strong spiritual pressure. Yixing immediately felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. That invisible pressure almost pressed him to the ground. Yixing circulated his astral energy and spread his legs apart like a mountain. He used all his strength to resist this invisible pressure. In the blink of an eye, his forehead was covered in sweat. When Feng Hanqiu saw this, he moved his feet and stood in front of Yixing, blocking the formless oppressive might. Xing Qingji, Feng Xiaoyuan, Xian Yuan. Feng Hanqiu's gaze swept over the 3 quasi-gods. He shouted, "You're all living like dogs. As quasi-gods, you're bullying a junior. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Feng Hanqiu only spoke to the 3 quasi-gods. As for the 3 emperors, they were ignored by him. They were not qualified to speak to him on equal terms. The 3 quasi-gods withdrew their spiritual pressure. Xing Qingji snorted and said, "Feng Hanqiu, your Big Dipper Sword Sect really likes to poke your nose into other people's business." Feng Hanqiu smiled faintly and said, "At least we don't bully others. We're much better than your Xingxiang Palace." Xing Qingji sneered and said, "Do you really think your Big Dipper Sword Sect can handle this? The Big Dipper Sword Sect can protect him for now, but can they protect him forever?" Feng Xiaoyuan said, "If the Big Dipper Sword Sect hides him in the sect, it's not impossible for them to protect him forever. However, they actually dared to let him participate in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Temple. This is courting death. Old Ghost Hanqiu, open your eyes and watch. Yixing will die at the hands of my sect's disciple, Feng Tsangtian." Behind Feng Xiaoyuan, among the disciples of the Demon Sealing Valley, a young 2-star king raised his head with a proud expression. "Hee hee." Xing Qingji smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xiaoyuan, that's not necessarily the case. If Yixing is in the same team as my sect's disciple, Flowing Star Sword, the one who kills Yixing will be Flowing Star Sword." Dark Moon Palace's quasi-god Feng Yuan said, "No matter who he meets, Yixing will undoubtedly die." The martial artists of the various sects all looked at Yixing. The Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Sealing Valley had once issued a bounty on Yixing. This matter was known to all the martial artists of the 7 major forces. Now, the quasi-gods of the 3 sects had clearly stated that their disciples would kill Yixing in the competition. All the martial artists wanted to know if Yixing still dared to participate in this competition. Of course, Yixing would not back down. Feng Hanqiu was also very confident in Yixing. Since Yixing dared to fight for first place, his strength must be at a very high level among the 2-star kings. Even if Yixing was not a match for them, he would at least have no problem keeping himself alive. Although there was no rule against life and death in the competition, if the opponent admitted defeat, then they would have to stop. Feng Hanqiu did not believe that Yixing would be killed by Flowing Star Sword or Feng Tsangtian before he could even admit defeat. Feng Hanqiu sneered in his heart and thought to himself, "I'll let you guys have fun in your fantasies for now. When you see Yixing's strength, let's see if you can still laugh." If Yixing can defeat Feng Tsangtian and Flowing Star Sword and take first place in the competition, at that time, their expressions will definitely be very interesting. Chapter 743. In the arena, the 7 factions were divided into 3 groups, each of them spread out in different directions. The teams of Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Dark Een Palace were gathered together. The teams of the Big Dipper Sword Sect and Great Spirit Sect were gathered together. The teams of the Golden Lion Sect and Moon Severing Sect were gathered together. Jin Hongsheng and Xiao Minjun exchanged a glance, then led their teams toward the teams of the Big Dipper Sword Sect and Great Spirit Sect. The other party's 3 major forces were too strong. The other 4 major sects could only fight against them if they worked together. Not long after the teams of Astral Elephant Palace and the other 2 sects arrived, the quasi-gods all looked toward the depths of the desert. They had already sensed that the team of the Dark Star Temple was heading toward the arena. After a dozen breaths of time, the great emperors also sensed it. After a few more breaths, the emperors also sensed it. By the time Yi Xing sensed a powerful fluctuation coming from the depths of the desert, the space in front of him split apart in the blink of an eye. A black spaceship about 30 meters long emerged from the void. This black flying ship exuded a terrifying aura that made one feel an urge to kneel before it. A supreme-grade profound artifact would never have such a powerful aura. It was clear that this was a divine artifact, and not even an ordinary one. The black flying ship passed through the array formation and stopped in the air above the arena. Every martial artist present, including the quasi-gods and great emperors, focused their attention on the black flying ship. The next moment, the cabin door opened, and a line of martial artists filed out. The first to walk out were 3 quasi-gods, 1 at the front and 2 at the back, none of them concealing their cultivation. The one at the front was a second Nirvana quasi-god, and the 2 at the back were both first Nirvana quasi-gods. Greetings, divine emissary. Below, the quasi-gods cupped their fists and called out in unison. The other martial artists hurriedly followed suit and bowed slightly. The second Nirvana quasi-god stood at the bow of the ship and waved his hand. No need for formalities. This quasi-god is Zhong Litao, and beside me are my junior brothers Fan Wengang and Sita Hai. We are in charge of recruiting disciples from the Starry Crescent continent. On Starry Crescent land, the maximum number of martial artists it could accommodate was a second Nirvana quasi-god. Therefore, the highest cultivation level of the deity's Templar martial artists who had come to recruit disciples was a second Nirvana quasi-god. If one's cultivation level exceeded that of a second Nirvana quasi-god, they would be rejected by the laws of the world. As for true gods, they weren't rejected. However, the Dark Star Divine Palace recruited disciples from many mid-sized continents, but there were very few true gods. It was impossible for every continent to send a true god. Yes, Sir Divine Envoy, the quasi-gods replied in unison. At this time, Zhong Litao, who was standing at the bow of the ship, waved his hand and opened a layer of seal. He said, "Brothers of Starry Crescent Land, come out." The martial artists of the 7 superpowers were shocked. Every 100 years, 10 geniuses from the Starry Crescent land would enter the Dark Star Temple. However, there would also be disciples who returned to the Starry Crescent land to cultivate in the Dark Star Temple. With their individual strength, only true gods could travel from a high-grade continent to a low-grade continent. Those below true gods could only rely on tools. If the martial artists of the Starry Crescent land wanted to return, they could only do so once every 100 years when the Dark Star Temple recruited disciples from the Starry Crescent land. The Dark Star continent was a high-class continent, and the Dark Star Divine Palace was a top-notch 5-star sect. In the Dark Star Divine Palace, there was a chance to raise one's cultivation to a higher realm. Not every martial artist who went to the Dark Star Divine Palace was willing to return. However, there were always some martial artists who missed their hometown. When they found it difficult to improve their cultivation level, they would return to the Dark Star continent. Moreover, for example, a 9-star king was only an elite disciple in the Dark Star Temple. However, in the Starry Crescent land, he was a great emperor. His status was completely different. This was one of the main reasons why martial artists who went to the Dark Star Temple to cultivate returned to the Starry Crescent land. Every time, there would be 7 or 8 martial artists who would follow the Dark Star Temple team back to the Starry Crescent land. Sometimes, there would only be 2 or 3 martial artists. The martial artists who returned to the Starry Crescent land had cultivated in the Dark Star Temple for at least 100 years. Some had even cultivated for hundreds of years. The weakest of them was an emperor, a 9-star great emperor, or even a quasi-god. As soon as they returned to the Starry Crescent Land, they would become the pillars of their sections. Of course, the martial artists of the 7 major sects were looking forward to the return of their own martial artists from the Dark Star Temple. Every martial artist who returned would be a powerful force that would greatly improve the strength of their sections. As soon as Zhong Litao finished speaking, 4 martial artists walked out of the cabin. The 4 of them exuded a faint fluctuation of astral energy. They did not hide their cultivation level. One of them was a second Nirvana quasi-god, 2 were first Nirvana quasi-gods, and 1 was a 9-star king. When the martial artists of the 7 major sects saw this, they all had different expressions. The martial artists of the Dark Moon Palace, the Golden Lion sect, and the Great Spirit sect were obviously disappointed. None of the 4 martial artists were from these 3 sections. As for the other 4 sects, the martial artists of the Celestial Elephant Palace were the most surprised. The second Nirvana quasi-god with the highest cultivation level was Starsilver Death, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Dark Star Temple 200 years ago. Starsilver Death was a 1-star blue fate. He was the most talented genius of the Celestial Elephant Palace in the past 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, after 200 years, he was already a second Nirvana quasi-god. His cultivation level was 1 level higher than his heaven's fate. Clearly, he had encountered a great opportunity in the Dark Star Temple. The martial artists of the Demon Sealing Valley were also surprised. Beside Starsilver Death stood a sexy and enchanting beauty. She was also a quasi-god, a 1 Nirvana quasi-god. She was Feng Nomiang, who had entered the Dark Star Temple 100 years ago. The Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Sealing Valley strength were already at the top of the Starry Crescent Land. They each had 2 quasi-gods. Now that they had another quasi-god, how could they not be surprised? This was especially true for the Celestial Elephant Palace. The return of a second Nirvana quasi-god was something that had never happened in the Starry Crescent Land in the past 10,000 years. A second Nirvana quasi-god was enough to break the balance of power in the Starry Crescent Land. As for the martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect, they were both surprised and worried. The other quasi-god was Feng Junhua, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Dark Star Temple 300 years ago. His fate was a 9-star blue fate. To be able to become a quasi-god, he must have encountered a great opportunity. Feng Hanxiu was already old. The Big Dipper Sword sect finally had a successor. This was something to be happy about. Moreover, in the next few hundred years, the Big Dipper Sword sect would have at least 2 quasi-gods. This would greatly increase their strength. This was something to be happy about. However, the martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect were not happy. The Big Dipper Sword sect was strong, but the Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Sealing Valley were even stronger. The balance of power in the Starry Crescent Land had been broken. In the next 100 years, the Starry Crescent Land was destined to be turbulent. The ones who stood at the top of the Starry Crescent Land would not be the Big Dipper Sword sect, but the Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Sealing Valley. If these 2 sects joined forces, they would have the strength to destroy the other strongest forces. It's already the 5th update. It's almost midnight. By the time I finish writing the 6th update, it should be 1 in the morning. But I said I'll do it no matter how late I work. Brothers, I'm begging for another monthly vote. Thank you. Chapter 745. The aura of a second Nirvana quasi-god burst out. Other than the star Nirvana quasi-gods, everyone felt a terrifying pressure. It was very uncomfortable. Junior brother Silver Death. Just then, a voice sounded in the sky. Wherever the sound wave passed, Star Silver Death's aura disappeared without a trace. Zhong Litao stood at the tip of the black spaceship and looked down. Today is the recruitment day of the Dark Star Temple. Junior brother Xing, please don't cause trouble. Although his words were polite, his meaning was obvious. Star Silver Death didn't have the final say here. Star Silver Death's face froze. As a second Nirvana quasi-god, he was a famous figure among the disciples of the Dark Star Temple. His status was similar to Zhong Litao's. If he wanted to kill a 9th star supremacy, wouldn't it be as easy as killing an ant? However, things were different now. Now that Star Silver Death had returned to the Starry Crescent Land, his status in the Dark Star Temple was very different. He couldn't kill a disciple of the Dark Star Temple in front of Zhong Litao. Star Silver Death retracted his aura and said, "Senior brother Zhong, Yixing has a huge grudge against the Celestial Elephant Palace. Senior brother Zhong, please give me face and let me deal with him." As a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death was very confident. Although he lowered his status in front of Zhong Litao, he didn't lose out. Zhong Litao said indifferently, "Let him participate in the competition first. If he's ordinary and can't become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, you can deal with him however you want. However, if he becomes a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, I'll have to take him there." Star Silver Death's face darkened. If Yixing couldn't become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, he could deal with him however he wanted. What Star Silver Death meant was that if Yixing could become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, he could deal with him however he wanted. This meant that Zhong Litao didn't give him any face at all. Star Silver Death glanced at Flowing Star, who was among the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace, and gave him a murderous look. Then he smiled faintly. He won't become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. He'll be a dead man. Zhong Litao said, "As long as Astral Elephant Palace follows the rules, you can play however you like. But you can't break the rules." "Alright, that's all I have to say. Hand over the slots and the competition will begin immediately." The 7 quasi-gods, Feng Hanxiu, Lu Zhenghong, Jin Hongqing, Qiu Minjun, Feng Xiaoyuan, Xing Qingji and Xian Yuan, flew onto the black spaceship and handed the 10 quotas of their respective sects to Fan Wengang and Sita Hai. After the quasi-gods of the 7 major sects handed over their quotas, they disembarked from the black spaceship and went back to their respective places. Every time, there would be a quota of 70 people. However, only 10 people would be able to become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. There was already a set of rules for the competition. The first 3 rounds would be an elimination system. In the first round, 35 out of 70 people would be selected. In the second round, 18 out of 35 people would be selected. In the third round, 9 out of 18 people would be selected. After the 3 rounds, the top 9 would be divided into 3 groups. The 3 who won would be the top 3, and then the 3 would face off against each other to determine the final winner. In addition, the strongest person among the martial artists who were eliminated in the first 3 rounds would be selected to join the top 9 in the group to become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. The rules were fixed, but the order of appearance of each quota was arranged by the 3 divine messengers. In order to prevent the strongest from meeting each other at the beginning and being eliminated, each major sect would mark the strongest person among the 10 quotas. When the divine messengers made the arrangements, they would first separate the strongest person among the 10 quotas. Fan Wengang held the Big Dipper sword sect's name list in his hand. He smiled and handed it to Zhong Litao. "Senior brother Zhong, take a look." Zhong Litao took a look at the list and smiled. He saw that the most powerful person on the list was Yixing Zhao Yanling, and Feng Xiaoxiao had also been marked as powerful. Interesting. Zhong Litao smiled when he saw the cultivation bases of Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao. One was a 9th star supremacy, while the other was an 8th star supremacy. After a while, the 3 divine messengers decided on the first round's battle list. Zhong Litao said, "The competition will now begin. The first round, the first match, Yixian versus Yang Wenshuan." In the middle of the arena, there was an independent space. The 2 names that Zhong Litao called would enter this space to fight. No matter what method was used, as long as one could defeat the other, they would win. The battles continued one after another. Although it was not a matter of life and death, most of the battles were peaceful and no lives were lost. Until the 11th battle, when Flowing Star Sword of Celestial Elephant Palace fought against Feng Wanyan of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. Feng Wanyan was directly split into 2 halves. Only then did the battle become bloody and cruel. Feng Wanyan was a 9th star supremacy. His strength was worlds apart from Flowing Star Swords. When the battle began, he did not even have time to admit defeat before he was killed by Flowing Star Sword. This undoubtedly provoked the hatred between Celestial Elephant Palace and the Big Dipper Sword sect. The martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect were all furious. Even Yi Xing, an outsider, was furious when he saw this. He wanted to kill Flowing Star Sword. On the black flying ship, the three divine messengers saw this and immediately changed the battle list. They separated the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace and the Big Dipper Sword sect to prevent them from fighting each other. Yi Xing fought in the 27th battle. His opponent was an 8th-star supremacy of the Moon-Severing sect. Naturally, he was easily defeated. The number of battles in the first round was the most. It lasted for nearly 2 hours. 35 people were eliminated. The remaining 35 people continued to fight in the second round. 35 people would fight in pairs. One person would get a bye. This bye naturally fell on the 2-star king Feng Cangtian, who had the highest cultivation base. Yi Xing's opponent in the second round was a 9th-star supremacy of the Golden Lion sect. He also won easily. An hour later, the second round ended. In these 2 rounds, no 9th-star supremacy with extremely strong battle strength was eliminated. The 10 people who were accepted as disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were among the remaining 18 people. Of the remaining 18 people, 7 were kings, 10 were 9th-star supremacy, and 1 was an 8th-star supremacy. To be able to win 2 rounds in a row, the weakest of them was a peak half-step king. The third round was the most anticipated battle. The winner would definitely be accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. According to past practice, the 3 divine envoys would continue to avoid the strongest cultivators from the 7 sects and arrange them to fight in different stages of the competition. However, this time was an exception. Zhong Litao placed Yi Xing, who was the strongest of the Big Dipper Sword sect, and Jin Guangsheng, who was the strongest of the Golden Lion sect. Senior brother Zhong. Fan Wengang was surprised when he saw this. Zhong Litao raised his hand and stopped Fan Wengang. He said, "This is me giving face to Star Silver Death. Yi Xing lost, so he can deal with it. If Yi Xing's battle strength is really strong and can defeat kings, this god will naturally not let Star Silver Death touch him." Catch up on yesterday's first update. Something delayed me yesterday. Sorry. Chapter 746. First match of the third round, Jin Guangsheng vs Yi Xing. Zhong Litao's voice soon came from the black flying ship. Feng Hanxiu, Vast Sky Emperor, and the rest of the Big Dipper Sword sect's upper echelons were surprised. They had clearly marked Yi Xing as the strongest on the list. According to convention, he shouldn't meet a King Realm expert in this round. This was because every sect could only send 1 King Realm disciple. As a 1-star king, Jin Guangsheng was also the strongest on the Golden Lion sect's list. Feng Hanxiu glanced at the 3 divine envoys on the black flying ship and immediately understood that the divine envoys had given Star Silver Death, a second Nirvana quasi-god, face. In Xingxiang Palace, Xingyin Death smiled when he heard this. If he had a choice, killing Yi Xing in the competition was definitely not the best result. As a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death had many ways to deal with Yi Xing. He was very sure that Yi Xing would regret being born in this world if he fell into his hands. Xing Qingji, Wanxiang Emperor, and the rest of the upper echelons of the Star Elephant Palace were all smiling. They were in a good mood. Even though Yi Xing had killed the 1-star king, Yi Xing didn't think that he would be a match for Jin Guangsheng. Jin Guangsheng was at the late stage of the first level of the Astral Sea Realm, while the Star King was an ordinary 1-star king. The two weren't even on the same level. Although the Big Dipper Sword sect's martial artists were surprised, they weren't worried. Yi Xing was confident in getting first place, so he was at least a 2-star king. Jin Guangsheng wouldn't be able to stop him. Yi Xing walked out from the Big Dipper Sword sect's team and arrived at the independent space in the center of the stage. A tall man with a head full of golden hair quickly appeared in front of Yi Xing. It was the King Realm disciple of the Golden Lion sect, Jin Guangsheng. The news that the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon's Sealing Valley wanted Yixing was heard by the other strongest forces in the Starry Crescent Land. However, only a few people knew that Yixing had killed the Star King. The Star-Plucking King was only an ordinary one-star king. His death was a big deal in the Yuezhou, but compared to the entire Starry Crescent Land, it was not that big of a deal. Besides the Star Elephant Palace, the Darkeen Palace, and the Demon's Sealing Valley, even the Big Dipper Sword sect did not know that Yixing had killed the Star-Plucking King. Jin Guangxing obviously didn't know. Jin Guangxing looked arrogant as he looked down at Yixing and said, "Yixing, I've heard of your name. You're wanted by the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon's Sealing Valley. If you can't become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, your fate will be miserable. However, this doesn't mean that I will go easy on you. I also want to become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Therefore, you will be eliminated in this battle." Yixing looked at Jin Guangxing indifferently and said, "I don't need you to go easy on me." Jin Guangxing didn't understand the meaning behind Yixing's words. He nodded and said, "You have a backbone. It seems like you won't admit defeat directly. Very well. I'll beat you until you admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Guangxing's golden hair fluttered and a terrifying aura burst out. He looked like a ferocious lion going berserk. "You'll be defeated." Jin Guangxing shouted and punched at Yixing. Behind Jin Guangxing, a gigantic golden lion appeared. As the fist blasted out, the image of the golden lion instantly condensed into the fist aura. Bang! The golden fist was like an enraged lion, rushing towards Yixing wherever it passed. The void shattered and waves of energy rolled out. Facing Jin Guangxing's terrifying attack, Yixing's expression remained unchanged as he took out the profound crow bow. Darkness energy gushed out from the profound crow bow, forming a huge black vortex in the air. As soon as the black vortex appeared, it swallowed the golden lion fist aura. The golden lion fist aura was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Yixing's unity of man and bow had reached the 3rd level. His strength was much stronger than when he killed the Star-Plucking King. The power of the profound crow bow in his hand had multiplied. The spectating cultivators were shocked. They didn't expect Yixing to have such strength using a bow as a weapon. It was clear that his unity of man and weapon had reached a very high level. Moreover, the surging darkness energy proved that Yixing's comprehension of the darkness force was extremely high. Low-level kings could still see that the man-weapon unification was at the 3rd level. However, only emperors and above could sense the darkness aura's realm. Yixing was only a 9th star venerable lord, but his darkness force was only a step away from perfection. This shocked many emperors. Bang 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 bang, Jin Guangxing punched out again and again, each punch faster than the last, each punch stronger than the last. However, Yixing held the profound crow bow and didn't move half a step. With a light stroke, all of Jin Guangxing's golden lion fists were dissolved by the black vortex. How was this possible? Jin Guangxing was shocked. He couldn't believe that a 9th star venerable lord wielding a mid-grade profound bow could have such strength. In the blink of an eye, Jin Guangxing punched a dozen times. After being dissolved by Yixing, he decisively used his astrology. Whoosh! A ray of starlight soared into the sky, turning into a golden star. It was an extreme metal element astrology. Golden starlight fell, causing Jin Guangxing's strength to soar. His entire body was blooming with golden light, revealing a terrifying aura. Whoosh! Yixing also used his astrology. A fiery star floated in the sky. It was also an extreme astrology, but its power was even greater than Jin Guangxing's metal element astrology. Golden lion possession, fist shaking the 9 heavens. Jin Guangxing roared. The clothes on his upper body were torn to pieces, revealing his powerful body. He formed a hand seal and golden lion phantoms appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, these golden lion phantoms shrunk and imprinted themselves on Jin Guangxing's body. The small golden lion imprints were vivid and lifelike, containing a terrifying power. Lose for me. Jin Guangxing strode forward. Like a flash of golden light, he appeared in front of Yixing in an instant. His fist was blooming with golden light as it smashed towards Yixing. Wherever the fist passed, the void collapsed. Although there was no astral energy, the fist force was restrained. Once it landed on the target, it would explode with even more terrifying power. Yixing held the black crow bow in his hand. The darkness element energy had already dispersed, and in its place was surging fire element energy. The grand perfection of fire element energy circulated. Combined with the extreme fire star, the fire element energy was like a sea of fire, containing an earth-shattering power. Facing Jin Guangxing's fist, Yixing swung the black crow bow horizontally. The fire star energy exploded like a long whip. Boom! The fist collided with the fire star energy, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying aura rushed out in all directions in an instant. Yixing did not even take half a step back, but Jin Guangxing's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat again and again. Yixing took a step forward, and the black crow bow once again exploded with a terrifying fire aura, smashing towards Jin Guangxing. Boom boom boom! In the blink of an eye, Yixing attacked several times in succession. Jin Guangxing vomited blood and was sent flying. Make up for yesterday's second update. Continue to ask for votes. Chapter 747. Hiss! Some of the younger martial artists couldn't help but gasp. Jin Guangxing was tall and strong, and his aura was overwhelming. As a king, he was actually sent flying by a 9-star venerable lord. This scene was hard to believe. The formidable martial artists above the king-ranked martial artists were shocked as well. Yixing's powers were beyond their expectations. The elders of the Big Dipper sword sect also heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had guessed from Yixing's words that Yixing was a 2-star king, seeing was believing. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they felt more at ease. On the black spaceship, Zhong Litao, Fan Wengang, and Situ Hai looked at Yixing and nodded. Obviously, they were very satisfied with Yixing's strength. In the Astral Elephant Palace team, Starsilver Death's face was gloomy and unhappy. His plan to slowly torture Yixing had failed. Unless Starstream Sword killed Yixing in the competition, he wouldn't be able to stop Yixing from going to the Dark Star Divine Palace. Starsilver Death looked at Starstream Sword again, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. In the middle of the arena, in the independent space, Jin Guangxing flew a few miles before falling to the ground. Yixing didn't chase after him. If Jin Guangxing was smart enough, he would admit defeat. I admit defeat. Jin Guangxing stood up and immediately admitted defeat. Thank you for letting me win, Yixing said as he returned to the Big Dipper sword sect team. After winning this battle, at least he was confirmed to be a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. In a high-class continent, in a 5-star sect, Yixing was looking forward to the rest of his journey. What he was looking forward to even more was the hope of returning to the Star Continent when he reached the Dark Star Divine Palace. Meng Tai, you probably didn't expect that I would return one day. When I return to the Star Continent, the Great Yuan dynasty will be turned upside down, Yixing thought to himself. In the third round of battles, Jin Guangxing was the only king who was defeated. The other 6 kings' opponents were all 9-star venerable lords, and they all won, becoming one of the top 9. As for the other 2 in the top 9, one was Feng Xiaoxiao, who had defeated a 9-star Paragon Lord opponent. The other was Xing Liuyi, a disciple of Celestial Elephant Palace. Although he was a 9-star Paragon Lord, he had the strength to contend against a king. The Big Dipper sword sect's disciples' recruitment was the top 9 Golden Lions. Of course, the worst was the Golden Lion sect. None of the top 9 disciples were from the Golden Lion sect. However, among the eliminated cultivators, only Jin Guangxing was a King Realm cultivator. The last place in the top 10 was Jin Guangxing. On the black spaceship, Zhong Litao, Fan Wengang, and Situ Hai quickly confirmed the list of participants. Zhong Litao said, the top 9 have been decided. The next battles will be divided into 3 groups. The first in each group will fight for the top 3. Group 1, Feng Tsangtian, Zhao Yanling, Xing Liuyi. Group 2, Flowing Star Sword, Qiu Yan, Feng Xiaoxiao. Group 3, Peng Zhu, Xian Chuyue, Yi Xing, Zhong Litao first went through the names of the 3 groups of the top 9. This arrangement made Star Silver Death and the other experts of Celestial Elephant Palace unhappy. This was because Yi Xing, Flowing Star Sword, and Feng Tsangtian were not in the same group. Yi Xing was in the same group as Xian Chuyue, a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. However, Yi Xing had defeated Jin Guangsheng. Xian Chuyue was only a mid-stage first-level Astral Sea Realm martial artist. She couldn't fight above her level, so she wasn't a match for Yi Xing. However, Zhong Litao and the other 2 naturally had their reasons for making such arrangements. They were divided into 3 groups. The winners would be in the top 3. Of course, the strongest 3 would be divided into 3 different groups. Feng Tsangtian was a 2-star king and was undoubtedly one of the strongest 3. Flowing Star Sword had the ability to fight above his level, so he was also one of the strongest 3. The remaining top 3 would be between Yi Xing and Peng Zhu. Zhong Litao and the other 2 were quasi-gods. How could they not see that Peng Zhu's cultivation had reached the limit of the first-level Astral Sea Realm? He was only 1 step away from becoming a 2-star king. His strength was definitely at the top of the 1-star kings. Yi Xing's performance in defeating Jin Guangsheng was enough to compete with Peng Zhu. Therefore, Yi Xing and Peng Zhu were in the same group. Whoever won would be in the top 3. After Zhong Litao arranged the groups, he continued, Group 1, Feng Tsangtian vs Zhao Yanling. Little Tsang, kill her if you have the chance. Quasi-god Feng Shaoyuan transmitted a message to Feng Tsangtian. Originally, the relationship between Demon Sealing Valley and Big Dipper Sword Sect was already bad enough because of what happened in the extraterritorial Star Continent. Now, because of Yi Xing, the 2 sects were even more hostile. Now that Demon Sealing Valley's strength had increased greatly and Star Elephant Palace had a 2 Nirvana quasi-god, the 2 sects even had thoughts of annihilating Big Dipper Sword Sect. As for the Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples, they would naturally kill them if they had the chance. They did not care about Big Dipper Sword Sect's opinion at all. Yanling, admit defeat early. Don't force yourself. Emperor Vast Sky also transmitted a message to Zhao Yanling in the Big Dipper Sword Sect's group. This battle naturally ended with Zhao Yanling admitting defeat. Zhao Yanling's cultivation was 1 level lower than Feng Tsangtian's. Moreover, she was a woman. There was nothing embarrassing about admitting defeat. Since she had admitted defeat the moment she entered the arena, Feng Tsangtian had no chance to kill her. After the battle ended, Zhong Litao quickly announced the second battle, Group 1, Zhao Yanling vs Xing Liuyi. Yanling, kill him if you have the chance. Almost all of the Big Dipper Sword Sect's elders transmitted a message to Zhao Yanling. Star Elephant Palace's Flowing Star Sword had killed Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciple, Feng Wanyan. In the subsequent battles, the 3 divine envoys had deliberately avoided the battles between Star Elephant Palace and Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples. It was only now that they had the chance to take revenge. Unfortunately, Xing Liuyi was very slippery. He had also admitted defeat the moment he entered the arena, giving Zhao Yanling no chance to kill him. The third battle of the first group was naturally between Feng Tsangtian and Xing Liuyi. A 2-star king versus a 9-star reverend. There was no suspense in this battle. Soon, the first candidate of the first group was determined. Feng Tsangtian was the first to enter the top 3. Group 2, Star Elephant Sword vs Qiu Yan. Zhong Litao's voice rang out. The second battle of the second group immediately began. Both of them were 1-star kings. After entering the arena, neither of them admitted defeat immediately. Qiu Yan was a disciple of the Moon Severing Sect. She looked at Star Elephant Sword and said, Star Elephant Sword, I heard that you can fight beyond your level. It is hard to find a match among the 2-star kings. However, seeing is believing. I will not admit defeat directly. As she spoke, Qiu Yan took out a long whip. Whoosh, her astrology was activated. It was the extreme water astrology. Star Elephant Sword's face was arrogant. He said indifferently, if you don't admit defeat, I will defeat you with 1 strike. As soon as he finished speaking, Star Elephant's sword raised his hand. The sword on his back was instantly unsheathed and appeared in his hand. Meteor flash. Star Elephant's sword shouted coldly. In an instant, he became one with his sword and stabbed towards Qiu Yan. Like a meteor flashing across the sky, he stabbed towards Qiu Yan in an instant. Chapter 748. It was so fast. Qiu Yan's pupils constricted and her heart skipped a beat. The sword was so fast that it almost exceeded her reaction time. She wanted to dodge and block it, but it was too late. The great danger caused Qiu Yan to circulate her astral energy to the limit. She waved her hand and a ring on her wrist flew out and attacked the sword energy. At the same time, Qiu Yan retreated quickly and dodged to the side. Not only was Flowing Star sword fast, but it was also very agile. When the ring was thrown out, the sword energy shook and went around the ring in an instant. Puff! Qiu Yan's retreating body was unable to dodge the sword. Her outer clothes were torn and she was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood. I admit defeat. While Qiu Yan was flying backward, she saw another sword light coming at her from the front. She quickly shouted. Whoosh! The sword light disappeared instantly. Flowing Star sword stopped and stood in the void. The pride on his face was obvious. He indeed had the right to be proud. That sword made the hearts of most of the younger martial artists tremble. So powerful. Flowing Star sword had defeated Qiu Yan without using his astrology. If he had used his astrology, his strength would have been even more terrifying. Among the younger martial artists, even Feng Tsangtian, who was a 2-star king, was very wary of Flowing Star sword. The second group, Flowing Star sword versus Feng Xiaoxiao. Zhong Litao quickly announced the next battle. Qiu Yan left the independent space in the center of the arena. Flowing Star sword did not move. He looked at the Big Dipper sword sect and licked his lips. His eyes were bloodthirsty. The elders of the Big Dipper sword sect naturally told Feng Xiaoxiao to prioritize her safety. Feng Xiaoxiao entered the arena. Flowing Star sword was not in a hurry to attack. He said, Feng Xiaoxiao, everyone says that you are the most monstrous genius in the Star Moon continent in the past 10,000 years. I don't believe that. Do you have the guts to fight me to the death? Feng Xiaoxiao laughed and said, Flowing Star sword, is there something wrong with your head? I am only an 8-star Reverend Lord, but you are already a Star Sea Realm King. You have the nerve to say that you want to fight me to the death? Flowing Star sword sneered and said, aren't you the number 1 genius who can easily fight those who are a few levels higher? What are you afraid of now? I'm only going to ask you one question, do you dare or not? Feng Xiaoxiao was not stupid enough to be provoked by the Flowing Star sword. He replied bluntly, I wouldn't dare. I'll admit defeat right now. Stellar sword snorted coldly. He had wanted to trick Feng Xiaoxiao into fighting him to the death so that he could take the opportunity to kill Feng Xiaoxiao and eliminate a future threat. He never expected that Feng Xiaoxiao would not give him the chance to do so. In the second group, Qiu Yan and Feng Xiaoxiao had both lost to Flowing Star sword. Naturally, the first place in the group was confirmed. Flowing Star sword had entered the top 3. However, the battle between Qiu Yan and Feng Xiaoxiao still had to go on. Different rankings would give different rewards. 4th, 5th, and 6th place would receive different rewards from 7th to 10th place. The second place in the group would go to 4th, 5th, and 6th place. The third place in the group would go to 7th to 9th place. The specific rankings after the top 3 would not be decided through the competition, but the rankings of the different rewards would still be determined. Very soon, the third battle of the second group began. Feng Xiaoxiao fought against a 1-star king, Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan had only suffered some light injuries. She had already recovered after using a healing mystic pill. Her battle strength was not affected at all. However, even though Feng Xiaoxiao was only an 8-star supremacy, he was still very powerful. His sword techniques were not as fast as Flowing Star swords, but they had the advantage of being ever-changing. In less than 20 moves, Qiu Yan was defeated by Feng Xiaoxiao's sword. On the black flying ship, the eyes of Zhong Litao and the other two lit up. Feng Xiaoxiao was already so powerful when he was only an 8-star supremacy. This kind of battle strength was rare even among the genius disciples of the Dark Star Temple. Moreover, Feng Xiaoxiao's destiny was a 2-star blue destiny. He would definitely become someone great in the future. It was very difficult for a 9-star blue destiny to undergo the Nirvana tribulation to become a quasi-god. It required a lot of luck. On the other hand, it was much easier for a blue-star blue destiny to undergo the Nirvana tribulation. Therefore, it was rare for a 9-star blue destiny to become a quasi-god. However, it was more common for a blue-star blue destiny to be one level higher than the blue destiny. For example, there were many 2-star blue destiny quasi-gods, and many 3-star blue destiny quasi-gods were 2-star blue destiny quasi-gods. This meant that after 1 or 200 years, Feng Xiaoxiao would at least be able to grow to the same level as Zhong Litao. If she was lucky enough, she might even become a 3rd Nirvana quasi-god. If she was lucky enough, she might even become a 4th Nirvana quasi-god. Zhong Litao and the other two naturally had a whole new level of respect for Feng Xiaoxiao. As for Yixing, he was a 9-star blue destiny quasi-lord. It was not bad for a 9-star supremacy to defeat a 1-star king. However, Zhong Litao and the other two only paid a little attention to him. After the first and second group's battles were over, only the third group was left. The third group, Yixing versus Xian Chuyue, Zhong Litao quickly ordered. This was a battle without any suspense. Xian Chuyue's strength was inferior to Jin Guangxing's. Yixing defeated her without using his astrology. The third group, Yixing versus Peng Zhu. In the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Hanxiu looked at the quasi-god of the Giant Spirit sect, Lu Jinghong, and said proudly, "Big Baldy, you should take out your supreme-grade mystic weapon first and prepare early." Ha! Lu Jinghong's face was a little unhappy. He had calculated that none of the younger disciples in the Big Dipper Sword sect could compare to Peng Zhu. Who would have thought that Yixing would be so strong? Jin Guangxing's strength was one of the strongest among 1-star kings. For Yixing to be able to defeat Jin Guangxing, his strength was at least at the peak of 1-star kings. He wasn't any weaker than Peng Zhu. In this way, the situation became uncertain. Of course, Lu Jinghong wasn't happy. However, Lu Jinghong didn't agree with Feng Hanxiu's claim that Yixing would win. Although he felt that the situation had been broken, Peng Zhu wasn't bound to lose. In his opinion, Peng Zhu still had a 50% chance of winning. At this moment, Feng Hanxiu was feeling proud. Lu Jinghong naturally wouldn't let him down. He said, "Old ghost, I think you should take out your supreme-grade mystic weapon first. After all, Yixing is only a 9th-star venerable lord. Even if he can contend against Peng Zhu, he won't be able to last long. Therefore, you will lose." Feng Hanxiu was full of confidence. Just wait and see. While the two quasi-gods were talking, Yixing and Peng Zhu arrived at the center of the arena. Peng Zhu was 2 meters tall with inch-long hair. He was wearing a tight chainmail. His arms were bare, and his explosive muscles were fully displayed. The Giant Spirit sect was a sect that focused on cultivating the physical body. Peng Zhu clearly had a very high physique and talent, which was why he could stand out among the disciples of the Giant Spirit sect. Monthly votes, any more? Chapter 749. Peng Zhu stood there like an iron tower. His aura was vigorous, but there was a heavy feeling. It was as if there was an invisible pressure falling from the sky, making people feel depressed. Compared to Peng Zhu's figure, Yixing was much slimmer, but his aura was not inferior. His figure was like a sharp sword, revealing a terrifying sharpness and penetrating aura. Peng Zhu's thick and heavy invisible aura was not affected in the slightest in front of Yixing's sharp aura. That invisible pressure, as long as it was within 100 feet of Yixing, was shattered by the sharp aura without a trace. "You are indeed strong." Peng Zhu carefully looked at Yixing for a while, and slowly said, "But I'm not weak either. In this battle, I must defeat you and get into the top 3. Peng Zhu's tone changed, revealing confidence and determination. Yixing only smiled faintly. The dark crow bow appeared in his hand, and he said, "Make your move." Swoosh! As his voice fell, a starlight rushed out from between Yixing's eyebrows. Yixing used the fire star aspect. Although Peng Ju was confident, he did not dare to underestimate Yixing. He also immediately used his earth star aspect. Yellow star power fell, covering Peng Ju with a layer of light. His aura also rose, and his strength multiplied. Peng Ju clenched his fists, the muscles on his arms bulging like dragons, full of explosive power. Multiple mountain god fist. Peng Ju shouted, and with a step, the earth shook. Peng Ju's body rushed forward like a cannonball, and his fist blasted towards Yixing. Layers of air waves broke apart, and a huge fist, from several miles away, instantly arrived in front of Yixing. Before the fist arrived, the wind was already blowing. Just the strength of the fist made Yixing feel like a mountain was crashing towards him. 9 Heavens Astral Wander Technique. Yixing used the grand momentum of wind, and his body seemed to be roaming the 9 heavens. His speed was like light and shadow, and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. Boom! With a loud explosion, the earth shook. Peng Ju's fist missed, hitting empty air. Bang! Peng Ju stomped his feet on the ground, and a shockwave spread out from under his feet. His figure leaped up 10 miles, and immediately caught up with Yixing's figure. Then, he threw out another powerful punch. While Yixing was dodging, he had already pulled open the black profound bow. Suddenly, the bowstring shot out. Whoosh! A ripple of starlight burst out and spread forward in a fan shape. There was a faint layer of flame on the starlight ripple. Not only was it incomparably sharp, its power was also very terrifying. In less than half a blink of an eye, the starlight ripple and Peng Ju's fist fiercely collided. Peng Ju's body was protected by the earth star power. His fist was not only powerful in attack, but also in defense. He didn't pay much attention to the starlight ripples that Yixing suddenly shot out. He thought that his powerful fist was enough to shatter it. However, when the starlight ripples collided with the fist force, Peng Jusai was shocked. He saw that the fist force that was like a collapsing mountain was actually cut open by the starlight ripples. It was as if a divine weapon had cut open steel, and it made a sharp sound. The starlight ripples broke through the fist force and rushed to the front of Peng Ju. It directly collided with Peng Ju's fist before it was blocked by Peng Ju. Peng Ju was wearing a black level upper grade glove. Although the starlight ripples were sharp, they couldn't cut open a black level upper grade weapon. However, while a black level upper grade weapon could block the sharpness of the starlight ripples, it couldn't be dissolved by the terrifying power. It could only rely on one's own strength to withstand it. The power contained in the starlight ripples rushed up one after another. Peng Ju's fist broke through more than 10 layers of power. Then, the momentum stopped. The power of the starlight ripples lasted for a long time. The terrifying power continued to rush forward, and Peng Ju's body was pushed back instead of moving forward. When the power of the starlight ripples was exhausted, Peng Ju's body was pushed back by more than 1,000 meters. Although he wasn't injured, Peng Ju was shocked. The power of Yixing's archery was far beyond his expectations. Just a starlight ripple that was shot out in a hurry was already so powerful. If a complete arrow was shot out, how powerful would it be? Before Peng Ju could figure it out, he immediately faced Yixing's complete arrow attack. When Peng Ju was pushed back by the starlight ripples, Yixing drew his bow again. At the same time, his body flashed to the back. In the blink of an eye, he appeared more than 10 miles away. When Peng Ju completely blocked the starlight ripples, in the distance, Yixing had already drawn the black profound bow into a full moon. A burning starlight arrow was condensed and formed. Peng Ju could feel the terrifying power in the starlight arrow. He knew that if he waited for the arrow to be shot over, he wouldn't be able to block it and would lose this battle. "I can't let him shoot this arrow," Peng Ju shouted in his heart. The astral energy in his body was circulated to the limit, and his aura surged. Whoosh! Peng Ju's feet touched the ground. His body was like an arrow that left the bow, rushing towards Yixing. He wanted to shatter this arrow in Yixing's hands. His figure moved and his fist punched out. The terrifying fist force caused the void in front of him to cave in, forming a fist shadow that was visible to the naked eye. It was like a small mountain that instantly arrived in front of Yixing facing this terrifying fist. Yixing's lips curled up. The starlight arrow on the black profound bow had already left the bowstring. The arrow carried with it a terrifying flame and revealed an extremely hot aura. Because of the heat, even the air was exploding. Compared to the starlight ripples, the power of this arrow was more than 10 times greater. As the starlight arrow left the bowstring, it collided with the giant fist shadow formed by the fist force. The fist shadow was like a balloon that was pierced by the starlight arrow and shattered into pieces. The starlight arrow shot forward without slowing down. In less than half a blink of an eye, it collided with Peng Ju's fist. Bang! A blast of air instantly exploded in all directions, making a loud noise that shook the heavens and earth. In the midst of the explosion, Peng Ju's expression instantly turned into horror. He felt the power of the starlight arrow in front of his fist strike like a heavy hammer. In an instant, it had penetrated the black weapon glove. With his inner eye, he could see a layer of fluctuation rushing through Peng Ju's arm. In an instant, the skin and flesh on Peng Ju's arm ruptured and blood flowed out. When the layer of fluctuation rushed to Peng Ju's shoulder, Peng Ju let out a miserable groan. He completely lost his resistance and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. He had already vomited blood in the air. Although the starlight arrow did not penetrate the upper-grade black weapon glove, it hit the glove tightly. Peng Ju's body was pushed back dozens of miles before its power was exhausted and it disappeared. The spectating ancient martial art practitioners looked at Peng Ju's figure that was pushed back. They were all shocked. Some of the younger ancient martial art practitioners were even dumbfounded. The power of Yixing's arrow was actually so powerful that it exceeded the expectations of the ancient martial art practitioners. It was unbelievable. I admit defeat. Peng Ju fell to the ground and quickly admitted defeat. He did not dare to receive such an arrow a second time. Chapter 750. The entire arena was silent. Even though the Big Dipper sword sect martial artists had expected Yixing to win, they didn't think that Yixing would win so cleanly. The power of that arrow was too shocking. Even the 3 divine messengers in the black flying ship had changed their opinion of Yixing previously. The 3 divine messengers had only paid some attention to Yixing. Now, Yixing was like Feng Xiaoxiao in their eyes. They had a whole new level of respect for him. From Yixing's stunning arrow, they could tell that Yixing's strength had far surpassed that of a 1-star king. He had reached the level of a 2-star king. Moreover, even among 2-star kings, Yixing's strength was considered high. Peng Ju's strength was already at the peak of a 1-star king's. An ordinary 2-star king wouldn't be able to beat Peng Ju to such a sorry state in a head-on battle. Although Yixing had impressed the 3 divine messengers, in terms of importance, he wasn't as important as Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao had defeated a 1-star king when she was an 8-star supremacy. Unless Yixing could defeat a 2-star king, the 3 divine messengers would think that he was on the same level as Feng Xiaoxiao. In the third group, Yixing won 2 matches in a row. He was first in the group and entered the top 3. At this point, the top 3 had been decided. The first group was Feng Zhangtian, the second group was Flowing Star Sword, and the third group was Yixing. The rewards for the top 3 were 1 grade, while the second and third grades were another. Who would take first place would depend on the following matches. However, in the eyes of most martial artists, the first place belonged to Flowing Star Sword. After all, Flowing Star Sword had defeated a 2-star king more than once. His strength was at the peak of the 2-star king level. In the eyes of the martial artists, Yixing's strength wasn't low among the 2-star kings. He should be able to compete with Feng Zhangtian, but he was still lacking compared to Flowing Star Sword. Big Baldy, how do you feel now? Hand over the supreme grade mystic weapon, haha. When Yixing returned to the Big Dipper sword sex group, Feng Hanqiu looked at the great spirit sex Lu Jinghong and laughed. It was obvious that Feng Hanqiu was very happy. Although Lu Jinghong was displeased, he wasn't angry. He took out a pair of supreme-grade profound weapon gloves and threw them at Feng Hanxiu. Then, Lu Jinghong glanced at Yi Xing and sighed. Old geezer, your Big Dipper sword sect is really lucky to have picked up such a treasure. Why doesn't my Great Spirit sect have the same luck? Sigh. God really doesn't have eyes. Feng Hanxiu took the gloves and chuckled at Lu Jinghong. Then, he threw the gloves to Yi Xing and said, Yi Xing, these gloves are yours. Yi Xing accepted it and said, how can I accept this? Feng Hanxiu waved his hand and said, if you enter the top 3, our sect will get more than one supreme-grade mystic weapon as a reward. If you can get first place, we will only give you one supreme-grade mystic weapon. Don't decline. Yi Xing thought about it and agreed. He put away the gloves and nodded at Feng Hanxiu. He was determined to get first place for the Big Dipper sword sect. At this time, the other quasi-god of the Big Dipper sword sect, Feng Junue, asked, Yi Xing, I see that you are using a middle-grade mystic weapon. It seems that you don't have a supreme-grade mystic bow. Yi Xing nodded. No. Feng Junue raised his hand and a crimson bow appeared in his hand. He said, this bow is called Crimson Flame. It is a supreme-grade mystic weapon with the fire attribute. It is very compatible with you. If I give it to you, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. It will increase your chances of getting first place. As he spoke, Feng Junue handed the Crimson Flame bow to Yi Xing. Although the value of the Crimson Flame bow wasn't comparable to the pair of supreme-grade profound gloves, Yi Xing clearly liked the Crimson Flame bow more. A supreme-grade mystic weapon was too high-end for Yi Xing. It used up a lot of astral energy. Moreover, Yi Xing specialized in archery. His main weapon was the bow. Only the bow could increase his strength the most. If the Black Crow bow in his hand was replaced with the Crimson Flame bow, Yi Xing's strength would increase by a small level. It would be more secure for him to get first place. Thank you, Senior, for the bow. Yi Xing thanked Feng Junue. As for getting first place, Yi Xing did not say anything. He would let the truth speak for itself later. Feng Junue nodded with anticipation in his eyes. He said, quickly refine it. You will be able to use it in the next battle. Not long after a short treatment, Peng Ju and Xian Chuyue started the third battle of the third group. The result was naturally Peng Ju's victory. He was ranked second, and the sect would be able to get 4th to 6th place rewards. Feng Junue had already erased his spiritual imprint in the Crimson Flame bow, so it was easy for Yi Xing to refine it. When the battle between Peng Ju and Xian Chuyue ended, Yi Xing had already refined the Crimson Flame bow and made it his personal weapon. Until now, only the first place was left in this competition. Although most of the martial artists thought that Flowing Star Sword would get first place, they were still looking forward to the following battles. Fighting above one's level would always attract the interest of all the martial artists. The harder it was to fight above one's level, the more interested the martial artists would be. Yi Xing was only a 9-star supremacy. In the following battles, he would be fighting against 2 2-star kings. It was rare to see a battle above one's level in the Starry Crescent land in tens of thousands of years. It was a great fortune to be able to witness such a battle. The martial artists were naturally very interested in the battle between Yi Xing, Feng Tsangtian, and Flowing Star Sword. On the black spaceship, Zhong Litao had already arranged the order of the top 3. He said, the next battle will determine the first place. The first battle will be between Feng Tsangtian and Yi Xing. Many of the martial artists were excited. The first battle was between a 9-star supremacy and a 2-star king. Such a battle was very exciting. Little Tsang, do your best to kill Yi Xing. Feng Xiaoyuan, a quasi-god from Demon's Ceiling Valley, sent a voice transmission to Feng Tsangtian and gave the order. In the Big Dipper sword sect, Feng Xiaoxiao was already a big problem. Now, there was another Yi Xing. If both of them were to grow, the Big Dipper sword sect would immediately turn the tables and surpass Demon's Ceiling Valley and even Star Elephant Palace. They would become the top force in the Starry Crescent land. Now that Demon's Ceiling Valley and the Big Dipper sword sect were enemies, Feng Shaoyuan naturally did not want the Big Dipper sword sect to turn the tables. Some of the future threats should be eliminated as soon as possible. Yi Xing and Feng Sangtian entered the independent space in the middle of the arena at the same time. Whoosh! Once Feng Sangtian entered the arena, he used his astrology. It was an extreme water-type astrology. When the astrology appeared, Feng Sangtian shouted, "Demon's sealing print." Feng Sangtian's hands changed and he pushed towards Yi Xing. In an instant, a huge word seal appeared and pressed down on Yi Xing, "Explode at 6 tomorrow. There is still one more day to double the monthly votes. Do you have any more monthly votes?" Chapter 751. This word seal was very complicated and it was not written in the current era. It should be an ancient language. In a battle, attacks from weapons such as swords, sabers, fists and arrows were more common. It was rare to see someone using a word seal to attack. However, Yi Xing had seen the skills of the Demon's Sealing Valley's disciples in the extraterritorial Star Land. He had also fought with the Demon's Sealing Valley's disciples. Hence, he was familiar with the word seal. Yi Xing could feel the terrifying power contained in the word seal. This power was not sharp and did not have a strong attacking power. However, it had a strong restraining power. Once it landed on the body, it would be like an invisible shackle that would bind the person and greatly weaken the target's power. The high-grade dark bow, red flame bow, instantly appeared in his hands. Swoosh! Starlight shot up to the sky and Yi Xing immediately used the flame astral form. He pulled the bowstring and there was a loud sound. A red starlight ripple shot out and before the huge word seal could land, it was cut in half by the starlight ripple. It lost all its power and disappeared without a trace. What a strong power! A high-grade dark bow is indeed extraordinary. Yi Xing was overjoyed. Yi Xing's senses were very sensitive and he knew that the word seal was powerful. If he had used the dark bow, he might not have been able to break the word seal easily with just the starlight ripple. However, when he used the red flame bow, the starlight ripple easily cut the word seal into half. The red flame bow was made from fire-based materials and it was very compatible with Yi Xing's flame astral form and fire force. When he used it, it was naturally powerful. Shock filled Feng Sangtian's face. Evidently, he had not expected his demon's seal to be broken so easily. He had attacked as soon as he entered the arena. His goal was to attack quickly and not let Yi Xing have a chance to shoot. He wanted to kill Yi Xing quickly. With the speed of the word seal, Yi Xing did not have time to shoot an arrow. However, when he pulled the bowstring and shot out a starlight ripple, it was extremely fast. In Feng Sangtian's estimation, Yi Xing's starlight ripples wouldn't be able to break through his demon's sealing rune. Now that he had miscalculated, his quick attack naturally lost its effect. He was very frustrated. "Demon's Sealing 3 Mountain Seal!" shouted Feng Sangtian. His hand seals were constantly changing and in an instant, 3 ancient characters appeared in the air. These 3 ancient character seals were exactly the same. Although Yi Xing didn't know this ancient character, he could still recognize that these 3 characters were all the mountain characters. This was because the characters were like mountains. Moreover, each character seal had an illusory image of a mountain peak, which matched perfectly with the character seals. The 3 mountain characters were like 3 huge mountains falling down, forming a character that pressed down on Yi Xing. Yi Xing could feel how heavy these 3 mountains were. If he were to be pressed down by them, he would not be able to move for even one breath of time. And in a battle between king-level warriors, one breath of time was enough to determine the winner, or even life and death. Bang! 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 Yi Xing exploded with a terrifying flame aura. The crimson flame bow in his hand bloomed with crimson flames. As Yi Xing's figure moved, he continuously pulled the bowstring. 3 starlight ripples shot out in the blink of an eye. The 3 illusory mountain peaks were all sliced apart, and the 3 mountain characters were also cut in half. Feng Sangtian's demon's sealing rune was broken by Yi Xing once again. With the crimson flame bow in hand, Yi Xing dealt with Feng Sangtian's attacks with ease. Demon's Sealing 5 Elements Seal. The aura within Feng Zhangtian's body surged as his hand's seals changed, displaying an even more powerful demon's sealing rune. The demon's sealing 5 elements seal was already an extremely high-level secret technique of the demon's sealing rune. It wasn't easy for a low-level king to use it. Feng Zhangtian was using it forcefully, determined to seal Yixing. The martial artists of the demon's sealing valley didn't have high battle strength, and their martial arts weren't outstanding. Only the demon's sealing rune was feared. When they fought with their enemies, they would first use the demon's sealing rune to seal their targets before killing them easily. The martial artists of the demon's sealing valley were basically able to seal martial artists of the same strength as them. Therefore, when martial artists of the same strength fought, the demon's sealing valley's martial artists would usually win. If they encountered an opponent that the demon's sealing rune couldn't seal, then it was obvious that the opponent's strength was higher than theirs. Feng Zhangtian burned a portion of his astral energy to forcefully display the demon's sealing 5 elements seal. His eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He didn't believe that Yixing could even break the demon's sealing 5 elements seal. As long as Yixing was sealed by the demon's sealing 5 elements seal, he would have enough time to kill Yixing facing the attack of the 5 ancient rune seals. Yixing's eyes narrowed. He could feel the power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth from the 5 ancient rune seals. The power of the 5 elements combined was shocking. Wu Shixing used the 9 heavens god's wander technique and retreated quickly to increase the distance between them and buy time. At the same time, Yixing used the dark force and wind force. The crimson flame bow not only had fire energy gathered, but there was also a large amount of dark energy, causing the flames to turn black. The large amount of wind energy gathered helped the flames grow stronger, causing the black flames on the crimson flame bow to increase in power. Dark wind fire arrow technique. Yixing used the ultimate archery technique that he comprehended from the black tortoise jade wall. With the crimson flame bow in his hands, the power of the crimson flame bow multiplied. Boom 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 in an instant, Yixing drew the bow 3 times in a row and 3 layers of black flame ripples shot out. The first layer of black flame ripples hit the 5 ancient rune seals, causing the 5 ancient rune seals to tremble and stop their attack. The second layer of black flame ripples continued to rush forward and the 5 ancient rune seals were instantly reduced to ashes. The third layer of black flame ripples rushed forward like a hot knife through butter, attacking Feng Zhangtian. Feng Zhangtian's expression changed and he shouted, "Suppress!" An ancient rune seal appeared and covered Feng Zhangtian's body. The demon's sealing seal technique had both offensive and defensive runes. Feng Zhangtian's rune seal's defense was very strong. When the black flame ripples hit it, it only created a small ripple and Feng Zhangtian was unharmed. In the blink of an eye, the black flame ripples had exhausted its power and still could not break Feng Zhangtian's defense. However, Feng Zhangtian's heart suddenly tightened. In the distance, Yixing had already retreated dozens of miles away. He drew the crimson flame bow and condensed a flame arrow. Yixing dispersed the dark wind fire arrow technique and only used the power of the flames to perform this archery technique. Its power was equally shocking. Whoosh! The arrow left the bow instantly and shot out like a flash of light towards Feng Zhangtian's throat. Shield! Feng Zhangtian felt the terrifying power of the arrow and his heart trembled. He formed another seal and performed another defensive rune seal. Boom! The flaming arrow instantly hit the shield seal technique and made an explosive sound. Feng Zhangtian felt a terrifying force rushing towards him and his body retreated a few steps. A large number of cracks appeared on the shield seal outside his body. There were only 4 hours left to double the votes. Today, there must be a 6th watch for you, please double the monthly votes. Chapter 752. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. With 3 loud sounds, Yixing formed 3 flaming arrows at the same time and shot them at Feng Zhangtian. The 3 flaming arrows formed a line and shot out dozens of miles in an instant, hitting the shield seal outside Feng Zhangtian's body. The defense formed by the shield seal was instantly shattered. Following that, the defense of the suppress seal also cracked in an instant. Feng Zhangtian felt the 3 forces rushing at him. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backward as if he had suffered a heavy blow. At this moment, Yi Xing had already drawn the crimson flame bow and formed a flaming arrow. Swoosh, the arrow pierced through the air and shot toward Feng Tsangtian. This arrow was aimed at Feng Tsangtian's head and wanted to kill him in one shot. The martial artists from Demon's Ceiling Valley were shocked. The two quasi-gods instantly released a terrifying aura and shouted angrily, "How dare you! I admit defeat." At the same time, Feng Tsangtian also shouted, his voice filled with fear. Yi Xing did not care about the threat of the quasi-gods from Demon's Ceiling Valley. However, since Feng Tsangtian had admitted defeat, Yi Xing could not kill him just like that. With a thought, the flaming arrow that was as fast as lightning suddenly stopped in the void. At this moment, the flaming arrow was less than a meter away from Feng Tsangtian's head. Feng Tsangtian looked at the flaming arrow in front of him and his heart trembled with fear. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Feng Tsangtian was afraid that Yi Xing would control the arrow and continue to shoot at him, so he shouted again. With a thought from Yi Xing, the flaming arrow instantly dissipated. Feng Tsangtian finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he realized that he was already sweating profusely. On the black spaceship, Zhong Litao and the other two divine messengers looked at Yi Xing with sparkling eyes. Yi Xing's position in their hearts had risen again. He was now on the same level as Feng Xiaoxiao. Yi Xing and Feng Xiaoxiao had both defeated kings who were 2 levels higher than them. Such combat strength would continue after they became kings. If they could become quasi-gods in the future, they might even be able to fight against kings who were 2 levels higher than them. Their strength would be shocking. At that time, Yi Xing and Feng Xiaoxiao might be even stronger than Zhong Litao and the other 2 divine messengers. Of course, they would view Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao in a new light. Zhong Litao said, "The first battle is won by Yi Xing. After 15 minutes of rest, he will fight the second battle with Flowing Star Sword." Because the rewards for the second and third places were the same, there was no need to separate them. As long as the first place was determined, the winner of the second battle would be the first. When Yi Xing returned to the Big Dipper Sword Sect's group, the Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples were all overjoyed. The Big Dipper Sword Sect's results in the Dark Star Divine Palace's recruitment had been poor for many years. Now that Yi Xing had defeated a 2-star king, Feng Tsangtian, it was clear that he had the strength to compete with Star Sword for first place. The martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword Sect were naturally confident in Yi Xing. Feng Tsangtian returned to Demon's Ceiling Valley's team with his head lowered. He was a 2-star king, but he was defeated by a 9-star supremacy in front of everyone. At that moment of life and death, he didn't feel anything when he screamed at Yi Xing to admit defeat. Now that he had calmed down, he felt that he had lost all face. This little bastard is actually so strong. Demon's Ceiling Valley's quasi-god, Feng Xiaoyuan, snorted in his heart. He didn't feel good at all. Feng Xiaoyuan transmitted his voice to Xing Qingji, "Brother Xing, if we don't get rid of this kid, he will be as dangerous as Feng Xiaoxiao. Next, we'll have to rely on the performance of your Celestial Elephant Palace's disciple, Star Sword." Xing Qingji's expression was calm as he said to Feng Xiaoyuan telepathically, "It's not difficult to defeat him with the Flowing Star Sword, but it's not easy to kill him. If this kid is determined to stay alive, he'll have the chance to admit defeat no matter what. As for killing him, let's wait until he goes to the Dark Star Divine Palace. He's just entered the Dark Star Divine Palace and is only an outer sect disciple. There are still cultivators from our 3 sects left in the Dark Star Divine Palace." Feng Xiaoyuan thought about it and replied, "All right, let's wait until he goes to the Dark Star Temple to kill him." After Xing Qingji finished communicating with Feng Xiaoyuan, he transmitted his voice to Star Sword. "Star Sword, Yi Xing's forte is archery. If you let him shoot his arrows, it will be difficult for you to defeat him. However, as long as you can prevent him from shooting his arrows, with your strength, it will be more than enough to defeat him. You have to play to your strengths. As long as you are fast enough, he won't have any chance to fight back." 15 minutes passed quickly, and Yi Xing finished his rest. The last battle of the competition finally began. Yixing and Star Sword both entered the independent space in the center of the arena. All around them, all the martial artists were on high alert. Previously, the majority of martial artists had thought that there was no doubt that the first place belonged to the flowing Star Sword. However, after Yixing defeated the two-star king, Feng Zhangtian, many martial artists' confidence in the flowing Star Sword was shaken. Who would be the victor of this battle? Who would be the champion of this competition? Other than a few martial artists who still believed that it would be Star Sword, most of the martial artists were already confused. However, the more they couldn't guess, the more it aroused the martial artists' interest. They all stared at Yixing and Star Sword, afraid that they would miss a moment. After the two entered the arena, Star Sword originally planned to use Feng Zhangtian's method to attack Yixing quickly. However, Yixing raised his hand and stopped Star Sword's action. Yixing said, "Star Sword, do you dare to have a battle of life and death with me?" In the competition, Star Sword had killed the Big Dipper Sword sect's disciple, Feng Wanyan. At that time, Yixing already had the intention to kill Star Sword. If there was a chance, he would not let it go. However, even Feng Zhangtian had the chance to admit defeat in Yixing's hands. Yixing was very clear that defeating Star Sword might not be a problem, but there was probably no chance of killing him. No matter what, Star Sword would still have the chance to admit defeat. Therefore, Yixing was not in a hurry to fight with Star Sword. Instead, he wanted to make an agreement with Star Sword to have a battle of life and death. As long as Star Sword agreed, even if he admitted defeat, it would be useless. Yixing could still kill him legitimately. Yixing's gaze was sharp as he looked directly at Star Sword. He continued, "There is no victory or defeat in this battle of ours. There is only life and death. Star Sword, do you dare?" Yixing's words shocked all the martial artists. Clearly, they did not expect that Yixing would actually issue a battle of life and death with Star Sword. Even the martial artists of Celestial Elephant Palace did not expect it. However, after the initial shock, the martial artists of Celestial Elephant Palace revealed excited expressions. Xing Qingji thought to himself, "Boy, you are not taking the path to heaven but barging into hell with no door. You are seeking your own death." Xing Qingji thought that he had seen through Yixing's weakness, which was that his speed was not fast enough. Therefore, he was certain that Star Sword could rely on his speed to win against Yixing. In Xing Qingji's opinion, if Yixing and Star Sword were to have a battle of life and death, the person who would die would naturally be Yixing. Chapter 754. Bang! 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 At this moment, Yixing had already pulled the bowstring 3 times in a row. The speed of the flowing Star Sword was too fast. It was too late to condense the arrow and shoot it. However, shooting out the starlight ripples was only a matter of seconds. A slight gap was enough. 3 layers of black flame ripples rushed out from the Wushuan bow, one layer after another. This was the strongest attack that Yixing could achieve when shooting out the starlight ripples. The first layer of black flame ripples was instantly broken by the sword light, and then the second layer. When the flowing Star Sword broke the first layer of black flame ripples, its momentum had already been stopped. The speed of breaking the second layer immediately slowed down. Kill! The flowing Star Sword roared angrily. Starlight burst out and thunder rumbled. The treasured sword in his hands suddenly bloomed with light, and its power skyrocketed. Break! Break! The second and third layers of black flame ripples were broken in the blink of an eye. After breaking through the 3 layers of black flame ripples, the flowing Star Sword's sword power weakened from strong to weak, and then it became strong again. Although it didn't take much time, Yixing had already left his original position and appeared in a farther place. Bang bang bang, 3 powerful sounds were heard in one breath. In less than half a blink of an eye, another 3 layers of black flame ripples burst out and shot towards the flowing Star Sword from another direction. The flowing Star Sword's sword power locked onto Yixing's figure. Yixing's body moved. He naturally knew that and wanted to continue the chase. However, the 3 layers of black flame ripples burst out and forced the flowing Star Sword to block them. In this way, the flowing star sword's time was greatly delayed. When the flowing star sword broke through the second 3 layers of black flame ripples, Yixing changed his position again. He was already dozens of miles away from the flowing star sword. This time, Yixing didn't rush to shoot the black flame ripples. Instead, he pulled the red flame bow fiercely. Yixing bent his body and lowered his center of gravity. He exerted all his strength, but still couldn't pull the red flame bow into a full moon. However, Yixing could feel the terrifying power contained in the red flame bow. In the blink of an eye, a black flame arrow was formed on the crimson flame bow. Against the flowing star sword, other than the Black Hole constellation and Sagittarius constellation, Yixing's other abilities were naturally unleashed to the limit. He continued to use the Dark Wind Fire Arrow incantation to attack the flowing star sword with the strongest arrow. Thunder Flash. The Stellar Stream sword senses were very sensitive. He was a little shaken by the black flame arrow that appeared on the crimson flame bow. He immediately used one of the ultimate moves of the meteor lightning. Rumble. The sound of thunder exploded, and the thunder celestial manifestation poured down the surging power of thunder. The flowing star sword pierced out, bringing along a resplendent electric light, like a dancing electric snake. Its power was earth-shattering. Whoosh! Yixing's pupils constricted. The black flame arrow had already taken shape. Its might had reached the limit as it shot towards the flowing star sword. The black flame arrow and the electric sword aura were both as fast as lightning. In less than half a blink of an eye, they collided. The black aura surged in all directions, and the electric current was like a whip that splashed in all directions. A terrifying blast of air exploded outwards, drowning an area of 10 miles. Whether it was the black flame arrow or the electric sword aura, their power was too terrifying. This huge collision stunned all the martial artists. The blast of air billowed, making it impossible for people to see the scene inside. But what they could see was that Yixing had once again drawn the crimson flame bow. In the blink of an eye, another black flame arrow was formed. And in this blink of an eye, the flowing star sword didn't come out of the area where the blast of air billowed. It was obvious that the flowing star sword didn't have the upper hand in the collision just now. Whoosh! The condensed black flame arrow left the bowstring in an instant. The void in front of it was suddenly pierced through, and the surging power caused the blast of air to billow. Although the current situation of the flowing star sword couldn't be seen, the martial artists of the Big Dipper sword sect revealed looks of joy. But the martial artists of the Astral Elephant Palace frowned slightly. Yixing had already shot out his second arrow, but the flowing star sword didn't take the initiative to launch a second attack at Yixing. This was clearly a sign that the flowing star sword was at a disadvantage. Just as the second black flame arrow shot into the area where the blast of air billowed, a dazzling electric light suddenly danced out, and the figure of the flowing star sword appeared. The treasure sword in the flowing star sword's hand carried a dazzling electric light as it ruthlessly attacked the black flame arrow. There was another explosion. Astral light exploded, and the blast of air billowed out in all directions. The flowing star sword's body suddenly shook, and he retreated 100 meters in the air. And in the distance, Yixing's expression was as usual. He drew the crimson flame bow and condensed another black flame arrow. In this current situation, even the martial artists of the younger generation could see that Yixing had the advantage, and the situation wasn't looking good for the flowing star sword. Whoosh! The black flame arrow broke through the air, and with a terrifying power, it once again shot towards the flowing star sword. The flowing star sword was repelled 100 meters back, but his expression was still calm. The arrow shot by Yixing was indeed powerful, but his strength was not bad, and his speed was also fast. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could still resist. The treasure sword in the flowing star sword's hand bloomed with dazzling electric light. Just as he was about to swing his sword, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that after the black flame arrow was shot out, it suddenly changed direction. The flowing star sword's attention was immediately locked on the black flame arrow, and the treasure sword in his hand also moved according to the direction of the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the black flame arrow changed direction 9 times, and then from a tricky angle, it burst towards the flowing star sword's head. Break! the flowing star sword's reaction was extremely sensitive. The black flame arrow changed direction 9 times, but he still accurately judged the final attack trajectory, and slashed out with his sword. Boom! The terrifying power collided. The black flame arrow was cut in half by the flowing star sword, and turned into black flames that splashed in all directions. It's time to end this. In the distance, Yi Xing's cold shout came. This time, the flowing star sword's defense against the arrow attack of the 9 changes of the mind lasted the longest time. Yi Xing pulled the red flame bow and condensed 3 black flame arrows. Whoosh! 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 At the same time as Yi Xing's voice came, 3 black flame arrows came. The 3 black flame arrows changed direction in the void, and the flowing star sword's face suddenly turned pale. 1 black flame arrow could change direction 9 times and he could still accurately block it. 2 black flame arrows were already very difficult for him, let alone 3 black flame arrows. He had no hope of blocking them at all. It's over. The flowing star sword was greatly frightened. At this moment, the flowing star sword withdrew his sword momentum, and no longer paid attention to any of the black flame arrows. Instead, he performed a defensive sword technique, and his body was impenetrable from all directions. Every time the flowing star sword swung his sword, there was a surge of electric light, and the surging thunderbolt star force fell unceasingly. The flowing star sword condensed the thunderbolt star force into a thunderbolt star ball. Boom! 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 The 3 black flame arrows all hit the thunderbolt star ball, and 3 terrifying explosions sounded at the same time. Chapter 755. The defensive power of the thunder ball was indeed strong. Even a top 2-star king would find it hard to break through. However, the penetrative power of the black flame arrows was also extremely terrifying. The 3 black flame arrows shot into the astral lightning sphere, and then the power contained within them exploded, causing great damage to the astral lightning sphere. Amidst the explosion, the thunder ball was riddled with holes and flew backwards. The figure of flowing star sword was revealed and he was in a sorry state. However, the power of the 3 black flame arrows was blocked by the thunderbolt ball in the end, and the starstream sword was not injured. If it was a normal battle, flowing star sword would have admitted defeat and ended the battle. Unfortunately, this was a battle of life and death. There was no winner or loser. The battle would only end when one side died. Whoosh! Yi Xing shot out another arrow. The black flame arrow instantly shot a hole in the void and arrived in front of flowing star sword. Flowing star sword was hit by the previous 3 black flame arrows and his defense collapsed. How could he block the attack of this black flame arrow? The black flame arrow grew bigger and bigger in flowing star sword's eyes. Flowing star sword's expression turned into horror and he shouted, "I admit defeat." At the same time, he forcefully activated the star shield and retreated. After Feng Zhangtian admitted defeat, Yi Xing spared his life. Flowing star sword also admitted defeat now. However, the outcome was different. Yi Xing did not hesitate and the black flame arrow did not stop as it shot forward. Flowing star sword's star shield was destroyed as if it was in vain. The black flame arrow shot directly into flowing star sword's head. Boom! A terrifying power exploded and blew a fist-sized hole in flowing star sword's head. Flowing star sword let out a scream and died instantly. His body fell to the ground and blood and brain matter flowed out. This outcome was out of the expectations of many martial artists. They widened their eyes and looked at Flowing Star Sword's corpse in disbelief. Flowing Star Sword was known as the most powerful martial artist in Starry Crescent Land under the age of 35. However, he died in the hands of a master who was not even a martial king. Some martial artists naturally could not accept this outcome. The martial artists from Star Elephant Palace released a terrifying aura and looked furious. Before the battle began, they thought Yi Xing would definitely die. However, the truth was that Flowing Star Sword was killed by Yi Xing. He died right in front of their eyes. Yi Xing kept Flowing Star Sword's upper-grade dark weapon sword and storage ring, carrying Flowing Star Sword's corpse and left the standalone space. After that, Yixing flung Starflow Sword's corpse, throwing it towards the Celestial Elephant Palace martial artist. Flowing Star Sword's corpse fell in front of Star Elephant Palace's team. This action greatly infuriated the martial artists from Star Elephant Palace. They looked at Flowing Star Sword's corpse and then looked at Yixing. Their eyes were about to spit fire. Even in the face of the emperors, great emperors, and quasi-gods from Star Elephant Palace, Yixing did not show any weakness. His sharp gaze swept over them. Yixing said indifferently, "This is the end of arrogant people. One day, I will return to Starry Crescent Land. If Star Elephant Palace does not restrain themselves, Flowing Star Sword will be your example." Among the martial artists from Star Elephant Palace, there were quasi-gods, great emperors, and emperors. All of them were trembling with anger. They glared at Yixing viciously. They could not wait to tear Yixing into pieces. However, Yixing was already first in the competition. He was a genius disciple of the Dark Star Temple. With the 3 divine envoys watching, they would not dare to do anything to Yixing even if they were given 100 guts. After Yixing finished speaking, he returned to the Big Dipper Sword Sect's team. All the martial artists from the Big Dipper Sword Sect gave Yixing a thumbs up. They were very happy. On the black flying ship, Zhong Litao said, "Due to the death of someone, there is a change in the name of the competition this time. There is a vacancy in the top 3 and it will be replaced by the strongest of the 4th, 5th, and 6th places. Then, the strongest of the 7th to 9th places will replace the vacancy in the 4th, 5th, and 6th places. Among the eliminated martial artists, there will be an extra slot. When the total number of people is 10, they will become disciples of the Dark Star Temple." When Zhong Litao said this, the eyes of many martial artists from the younger generation lit up. The 4th, 5th, and 6th place martial artists would have a chance to fight for the top 3. The 7th, 8th, and 9th place martial artists would have a chance to fight for the top 6. The eliminated martial artists would have an extra slot to become disciples of the Dark Star Temple. Due to the death of the Flowing Star Sword, there were suddenly a few more opportunities. Of course, the younger martial artists' spirits were lifted. All of this had nothing to do with Yixing. He returned to the Big Dipper Sword Sect's team and started chatting with the quasi-gods Feng Hanxiu and Feng Junhua. Feng Hanxiu and Feng Junhua expressed their gratitude to Yixing. Yixing had won first place, so the Big Dipper Sword Sect would receive a generous reward from the Dark Star Temple. Yixing did not say much about this. Instead, he asked about the Dark Star Temple. He was about to set off for the Dark Star Continent and become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. However, Yixing was very unfamiliar with the Dark Star Continent and the Dark Star Temple. He only knew a little about it from the notes of the founder of the Dark Star Sect, Shuahongyuan. Feng Junhua had just returned from the Dark Star Temple. Regarding the Dark Star Temple, he explained everything to Yixing in detail. Feng Junhua said, "The Dark Star Temple is a top-notch 5-star power. Just like how the Big Dipper Sword Sect managed their territory and established the Big Dipper dynasty, the Dark Star Temple also established a political regime known as the Dark Star God Kingdom, ruling over the entire Dark Star continent. However, the difference is that the Big Dipper dynasty is only a vassal of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. On the Dark Star continent, the Dark Star God Kingdom is the dominant force. The Dark Star Temple is only a vassal of the Dark Star God Kingdom. The Dark Star Temple exists to strengthen the rule of the Dark Star God Kingdom. The Dark Star continent is a high-class continent with countless powerful martial artists. As the strongest sect on the Dark Star continent, the Dark Star Temple naturally has a large number of disciples. In the Dark Star Temple, anyone below 1,000 years old is a disciple. Above 1,000 years old, quasi-gods are deacons, and true gods are elders. Among the disciples, those below mid-level king level are outer sect disciples. 4-star king level and above are inner sect disciples. Quasi-gods and above are core disciples. Core disciples will be taken in by true gods as personal disciples. True gods, Yixing was excited. He asked, "Senior, you're a quasi-god. Are you also a personal disciple of a true god?" Feng Junhua nodded slightly and said, my master is the 7th elder of the Dark Star Temple, Mo Yuanshan. He's a powerful true god, but... Feng Junhua could tell that Yi Xing was interested in a true god expert. He continued, different personal disciples are different. Like me, I'm just a nominal disciple. My master only saw me once when he took me in as a disciple. After that, he never saw me again. Only very few personal disciples will be noticed by true gods and be specially trained. It's already 5 chapters. Do I still have monthly votes? Just a little more and I'll be in the top 100. Chapter 756. Yi Xing nodded and said, I see. It's not easy to meet a true god. Feng Junhua smiled and said, true gods are the pinnacle of the Dark Star Land. They are extremely powerful and rarely show themselves. Of course, it is not easy to meet them. These are too far away. You can enter the Dark Star Godly Palace and become an outer disciple first. Let me tell you more about the outer disciples. There are many disciples in the Dark Star Palace. The outer gate is divided into 10 peaks. There are not only local disciples in the Dark Star continent, but also disciples from other middle-ranked continents. Disciples from middle-ranked continents are recruited once every 100 years. Ordinary middle-ranked continents only take in 10 disciples each time. Powerful middle-ranked continents take in 20. There are more than 100 middle-ranked continents under the Dark Star Palace's jurisdiction. Therefore, just the number of disciples recruited from the middle continents is more than 1,000. These disciples are all from the 10th peak of the outer sect. The first 9 peaks are all local disciples from the Dark Star continent. They are recruited once every 50 years. Yi Xing asked, do the other 9 peaks have as many disciples as the 10th peak? Feng Junhua said, of course. High-ranked continents are too vast. There are many 4-star families. Quasi-gods are common. Most of these families send their disciples to the Dark Star Palace to cultivate. Although the other 9 peaks only recruited disciples once every 50 years, each time they recruited a large number of disciples, at least 2,000 or more. However, the inner gate disciples are the most numerous. After becoming a 4-star king warrior, they will be promoted to inner gate disciples. Every 50 years, there will be more inner gate disciples. In total, there are more than 100,000 inner gate disciples. Yi Xing was shocked. The Dark Star Holy Palace was indeed a 5-star force. It was so powerful that the 7 major forces in the Starry Crescent land were like a drop of water compared to it. Feng Junhua continued, the Dark Star Palace is full of powerful warriors and geniuses. Yi Xing, you have to keep a low profile when you get there. You can tell from the number that the disciples recruited from the middle-ranked continents are less than 1/10 of the total. Don't fight with the local warriors in the Dark Star Palace. They are not alone. Yi Xing nodded. He was not the type to cause trouble. Feng Junhua said, the first year as an outer disciple is the safest. There will be a quasi-god to guide you in your cultivation. After a year, you will have to rely on yourself. All the resources in the Dark Star Godly Palace can be exchanged with contribution points. Moreover, when you leave the Dark Star Godly Palace, you will need enough contribution points to exchange for them. For contribution points, you will have to venture out and serve the Dark Star Godly Kingdom. While Feng Junhua was explaining, there were other young warriors competing in the arena. Soon, everything was settled. Among the 4th to 6th places, the 3rd junior martial practitioner who had been substituted into the top 3 was Feng Xiaoxiao of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. This was beyond the expectations of the other martial practitioners. No one had expected him to defeat Peng Zhu of the Great Spirit Sect. Qiu Yan from the Moon-Splitting Sect was one of the substitutes to make it into the top 6. Among the eliminated cultivators, there were 2 substitutes who entered the top 10. Jin Guangxing was naturally one of them, and the other was Giant Spirit Sect's Lu Xiong. The 10 disciples that the Dark Star Divine Palace would recruit this time were confirmed. The first was Yi Xing, Feng Canyuan and Feng Xiaoxiao were ranked 2nd and 3rd. Peng Zhu, Zhao Yanling, and Qiu Yan were ranked 4th to 6th. Xing Liuyi, Xian Chuyue, Jin Guangxing, and Lu Xiong were ranked 7th to 10th. There was no doubt that the Big Dipper sword sect was the biggest winner. Not only did Yi Xing occupy the first place, but Feng Xiaoxiao also occupied the top 3 spots. Zhao Yanling was also ranked 4th to 6th. The 3 divine messengers quickly distributed the rewards to the quasi-gods of the 7 major sects according to their rankings. As the representative of the Big Dipper sword sect, Feng Hanqiu received the rewards. He was so happy that he could not stop smiling. Alright, junior brothers and sisters who have become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace, it's time for us to return. Come on up. Zhong Litao stood at the bow of the black spaceship and announced loudly after the rewards were distributed. Yi Xing, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Zhao Yanling bid farewell to the Big Dipper sword sect's martial practitioners. Yi Xing was not from the Starry Crescent Land. He was very happy that he had a chance to return to the Starry Crescent Land if he went to the Dark Star Divine Palace. As for Feng Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yanling, they were both happy and reluctant to leave their hometowns. They bid farewell to the people close to them. The 3 divine messengers also knew that the martial practitioners were sad about leaving home, so they did not rush them. After a while, the 10 of them boarded the black spaceship. Zhong Litao stood on the deck and looked at the 10 young martial practitioners. He said, on the path of martial arts, there should not be too many obstacles. You can only go further in the Dark Star Divine Palace if you can't let go. If you can't, you won't have the heart to cultivate at the Dark Star Divine Palace. You might as well not go now. I can let go. The young martial practitioners said. It was not easy for them to stand out among their peers and obtain the opportunity to become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. They were looking forward to it. How could they not go? Zhong Litao opened the cabin and said, "That's good. Let's go. The Void Crossing Divine ship will take some time to pass through the Void Passage between the Starry Crescent Land. Once we pass through the Void Passage, we will arrive at the Dark Star Divine Palace." Yi Xing and the others entered the cabin. Zhong Litao, Fan Wengang, and Situ Hai also entered, but they went to other rooms. The cabin quickly closed. There were transparent oars on both sides of the cabin that allowed them to see outside. They could see that the Void Crossing Divine ship had already started moving. The Void Crossing Divine ship's speed went from slow to fast. Soon, it reached the speed of breaking through the Void Passage. It traveled through the Void Passage. Every time it passed through a Void Passage, Yi Xing realized that the scenery outside was different. He did not know how far it had traveled. Not long after, the Void Crossing Divine ship was surrounded by Void Passage cracks. It was obvious that they had reached the depths of the chaotic desert. These Void Passage cracks were troublesome even for quasi-gods. The Void Crossing Divine ship did not slow down. It continued to barge through the Void Passage cracks. It could travel through the Void Passage, so it was not afraid of being damaged by the Void Passage cracks. After a short while, they could no longer see anything outside the cabin. There were only Void Passage cracks. It was obvious that the Void Crossing Divine ship had entered the Void Passage. Now, they had probably left the Starry Crescent Land. Feng Xiaoxiao sat beside Yi Xing. The 2 of them retracted their gazes from outside the cabin. They looked at each other and smiled. The 2 of them had once said that they would one day travel to a high-tier continent. They did not expect this wish to come true so quickly. Moreover, not only did they reach a high-tier continent, but they would also become disciples of the 5-star force, the Dark Star Divine Palace. Thinking about it made them feel excited. In the cabin, most of the ancient martial art practitioners looked curiously at the Void Passage outside. Xing Liui, the disciple of the Celestial Elephant Palace, glanced at Yi Xing and Feng Xiaoxiao from time to time. His eyes were filled with viciousness. 6:00. Double the last bit of time, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 759. Yi Xing took a few steps forward and asked, "Senior brother, what can I do for you?" The 2-star Peak King glanced at Yi Xing and saw that he was just a 9th-star venerable lord. He frowned and said, "Someone who can speak." Yi Xing said indifferently, "I can speak." There was clearly a 2-star king on the other side, but it seemed like this ninth-star venerable lord was the leader. The two-star Peak King was surprised. He sized up Yixing again and asked, "Which continent are you from?" Yixing asked, "We are from the Starry Crescent continent." "Which continent are you from?" The two-star Peak King raised his eyebrows and said, "This king is Lu Fengyun from the Starcloud continent. My elder brother is the #1 junior genius of the Starcloud continent, Lu Li." Starcloud continent, Yixing's heart moved. Among the hundreds of continents that the Dark Star Temple recruited disciples from, there were a few that were the strongest. The Starcloud continent was one of them, and they had a 6th-level Star Nirvana realm quasi-god expert. Lu Fengyun's gaze swept over Yixing and the others with a smug look. Among the hundreds of continents, the Starcloud continent was one of the top continents. They had a strong sense of superiority towards disciples from other continents. Lu Fengyun continued, "I believe you have heard of the Starcloud continent from your elders. Our Starcloud continent's disciples are mostly quasi-gods who were accepted as personal disciples by the temple's true god experts. From now on, your Starcloud continent's disciples will follow our Starcloud continent's disciples. My elder brother, Lu Li, will be one of the overlords of the outer court. You have to listen to his orders, understand?" Yixing and the others understood that the other party was here to recruit subordinates. Yixing chuckled and said, "Sorry, I only listened to the Dark Star Temple's orders." Lu Fengyun said, "Obeying the orders of the Dark Star Temple is a must. Apart from that, you must obey my brother Lu Li's orders. Otherwise, without the protection of my Starcloud continent, you will have a hard time in the outer gate, being bullied by others." Yixing shook his head and said, "Please go back. Other than the Dark Star Divine Palace, I will not listen to anyone else's orders." Lu Fengyun's expression turned furious as he shouted, "You dare to refuse? Do you know what the consequences are?" Yixing smiled faintly, too lazy to bother with him. Lu Fengyun's enraged gaze swept across the crowd as he said in a cold voice, "All of you, don't even put the disciples of my Starcloud continent in your eyes?" Feng Tsangtian, Xing Liuyi, and the others froze. They were all geniuses in the Starry Crescent land and had a bunch of followers. How could they be willing to be someone's follower? This was the Dark Star Divine Palace, not the Starry Crescent land. In the Starry Crescent land, they were geniuses, but here, they were just ordinary outer disciples. Every 100 years in the Starry Crescent land, there would be 10 martial artists who would become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Naturally, the situation of the outer sect would be passed down from generation to generation. The new disciples would know that there was a rule of forming cliques in the outer sect. The disciples of the 10th peak came from more than 100 middle continents. The competition between the disciples of different middle continents was fierce and no one was willing to submit to anyone. At this time, the one with the bigger fist would be the boss. Those who could stand at the top of the outer sect were the disciples of the most powerful middle continents. The disciples of the other middle continents would be ostracized by them and faced with two choices. The first choice was to become a follower of one of the strongest middle continents and listen to their orders. They would become their follower and become a force to compete with the other middle continent's disciples. The second choice was to refuse the other party's recruitment and be independent. However, they would be suppressed by the strongest middle continent's disciples and be controlled at every step in the outer sect. However, this was the Dark Star Divine Palace after all. The disciples could fight and quarrel, but they would not dare to be too obvious and kill anyone. Therefore, although it was difficult to be controlled at every step, they would not lose their lives because of it. The first choice was to live a more comfortable life and become someone's follower. The second choice was to live a more difficult life, but have their own freedom and personality. Yixing was obviously the second choice. He would not become anyone's follower. Everyone's thoughts were different. Yixing chose the second choice, but it did not mean that others would do the same. Furthermore, the others did not have Yixing's strength and naturally did not have Yixing's confidence. It was normal for them to waver. Under Lu Fengyun's cold gaze, Feng Tsangtian and Xing Liuyi took the lead and stepped forward. They cupped their fists and said, "We are willing to follow senior brother Lu Li." Star Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley and Dark Moon Palace, the three major sects were united. Xian Shuyu saw Feng Tsangtian and Xing Liuyi's attitude and also stepped forward. She said, I am willing to follow senior brother Lu Li. Lu Fengyun saw that a two-star king had been successfully recruited and was in a good mood. Xian Shuyu was as beautiful as a flower and also bowed her head to Star Cloud Continent. This made him even happier and a smile appeared on his face. However, his expression turned cold again. He looked at the others and said, have you all made your decision? I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, hee. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Feng Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yanling stood beside Yixing. Feng Xiaoxiao was a strong person and would not become someone's follower. Zhao Yanling naturally followed Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao's opinions. As for Qiu Yan, Jin Guangsheng, Peng Zhu and Lu Xiong, their expressions were ugly. They did not know how to choose. If they really wanted to, they would not want to become someone's follower. However, they were afraid that they could not bear the consequences of rejecting. After some hesitation, Jin Guangsheng walked over to Lu Fengyun and said, I am willing to follow senior brother Lu Li. After some thought, Jin Guangsheng still chose to bow his head to Star Cloud Continent. Senior brother Peng. Lu Xiong looked at Peng Zhu. Peng Zhu looked at Lu Fengyun and then looked at Yixing. He made a decision and said, I will only follow senior brother Yixing. Although he had lost to Yixing, he was extremely impressed with Yixing's strength. He believed that Yixing would achieve great things in the future. Furthermore, Yixing had Feng Xiaoxiao by his side. In Peng Zhu's opinion, it was better to follow Yixing than to follow the geniuses of other continents. I am also willing to follow senior brother Yixing. Lu Xiong saw the situation and naturally joined Peng Zhu. I am also willing to follow senior brother Yixing. Qiu Yan also made a decision. Being a follower of a genius from another continent did not have any status. It was better to follow Yixing. Lu Fengyun's eyes narrowed and emitted a cold light. He swept his gaze across everyone and finally locked onto Yixing. Lu Fengyun said coldly, fine. I will let you know the consequences of rejecting the Star Cloud Continent. Yixing's eyes also sharpened as he said, we will mind our own business. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I will pay you back double. Chapter 760. Lu Fengyun's face darkened as he released a terrifying aura. He stared at Yixing fiercely as though he would attack Yixing at any moment. Yixing looked indifferent and did not take Lu Fengyun's aura seriously. Today was the registration day, the first day of the new disciples. Even if Lu Fengyun was given 1,000 guts, he would not dare to attack him here. Even though the elders of the Dark Star Divine Palace had always turned a blind eye to the fights between the disciples, it was still intolerable that a fight broke out on the first day of a new disciple's recruitment. Moreover, even if Lu Fengyun really attacked, Yixing was not afraid at all. Facing Lu Fengyun's anger, he was naturally calm. Seeing that Yixing was not frightened, Lu Fengyun retracted his aura and laughed coldly. You are Yixing, right? I will remember you. Be careful in the future, hee. With that, Lu Fengyun flung his robes and left. Yixing did not say his name. Lu Fengyun knew his name because one of Feng Tsangtian, Xing Liuyi, Xian Shuyu, and Jin Guangsheng had secretly sent a message to Lu Fengyun. Yixing's gaze swept across Feng Tsangtian and the other three. The four of them looked unnatural as they hurriedly turned around and entered their own rooms. Senior brother Yixing, what should we do? Zhao Yanling looked at Yixing and her voice was a little nervous. Yixing's strength was not the best among the outer disciples, but his speed was definitely the best. Even if he could not win, he could still run away. He was not worried that the disciples of Star Cloud Continent would bully him. However, Feng Xiaoxiao and the others were not as strong as him and were not as fast as him. This was a troublesome matter. Since they all saw Yixing as their backbone, Yixing naturally had to consider them. Yixing thought for a while and said, in the future, all of you should stay in your rooms and cultivate. Try not to go out. The star yuan qi here is very abundant and suitable for cultivation. When I become one of the overlords of the outer sect, all of you will be able to roam freely in the outer sect. Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. The next day, early in the morning, the speed communication beads of all the outer disciples on Ming Peak lit up. The Peak Master's order: all outer sect disciples are to gather at the square at the foot of the mountain. On the 10th summit, all the outer sect disciples walked out of their rooms and left the courtyard. They rose into the air and landed on the square at the foot of the mountain. Yi Xing looked around and realized that the number of outer disciples on Dark Peak was not far from 2,000. Among them, 90% were low-level Astral Sea Realm Kings, and 10% were high-level Astral Star Realm Supremacy Lords. In terms of cultivation base, apart from Feng Xiaoxiao who was an 8th star supremacy, Yi Xing who was a 9th star supremacy was at the bottom. High Lords and Kings were simply too fast. In just a few dozen breaths of time, all of the disciples had already arrived at the square. Moreover, under the guidance of the deacon, they had already lined up. All the disciples were wearing the sect uniform that they had received yesterday. They looked neat and uniform. 3 middle-aged men arrived in the air and stood in front of all the disciples. Yi Xing could not sense any fluctuations of astral power from them. It was obvious that their cultivation base was far inferior. The 3 of them were all-star Nirvana quasi-gods. An outer sect deacon immediately shouted, "Greetings, Peak Master Mo Qingyang, Elder Wu Mingtong, and Elder Zhao Yuan." The 10th summit of the outer sect had 3 quasi-gods. Peak Master Mo Qingyang was a 5th Nirvana quasi-god, outer sect Elder Wu Mingtong was a 4th Nirvana quasi-god, and outer sect Elder Zhao Yuan was a 3rd Nirvana quasi-god. The outer sect disciples immediately showed respect on their faces. They cupped their fists and bowed in unison. In the Dark Star Divine Palace, quasi-gods below 1,000 years old were core disciples. After 1,000 years old, they would still maintain a master-disciple relationship with true God experts. However, their status would be higher and they would become elders. Among them, first Nirvana and second Nirvana quasi-gods would become inner sect deacons. Third Nirvana and fourth Nirvana quasi-gods would become outer sect elders. Fifth Nirvana and sixth Nirvana quasi-gods would become outer sect peak masters or rank 1 divine officials of the divine nation. As for quasi-god experts above 7th Nirvana, they were no different from true god experts. They would become inner sect elders of the Dark Star Divine Palace. In the sky, Missouri Qingyang, the peak master of the 10th summit of the outer sect, waved his hand. An invisible force was transmitted. The 1,000 or so disciples felt it at the same time and involuntarily stood up straight. Mo Qingyang said, "Juniors, welcome to the Dark Star Divine Palace." The Dark Star Divine Palace is a top 5-star force and one of the 3 strongest forces of the flowing light boundary. Martial artists from intermediate continents only have the opportunity to become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace once in 100 years. It is your fortune, your honor, and your opportunity to become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. I hope that you will seize this opportunity and cultivate diligently in the Dark Star Divine Palace. Mo Qingyang gave a long opening speech. In the martial pavilion of this summit, there are black-level medium-grade and upper-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. You can choose any one of them to cultivate. You are limited to 1. On the first day of every month, Elder Zhao Yuan will explain the cultivation techniques to you. On the second day, Elder Wu Mingtong will explain the cultivation techniques to you. If you have any questions, you can ask them. In your rooms, there's an energy gathering array. The astral yuan qi here is much denser compared to the outside world, and is suitable for cultivation. Secondly, at the peak of this mountain, there's also a cultivation pagoda with a total of 3 levels. In the cultivation pagoda, the speed of cultivation is faster, and the higher the level, the denser the astral yuan qi would be. The disciples immediately became spirited. This was related to the speed of their cultivation. This was what they were most interested in. Mo Qingyang continued, "There are many of you, and the space in the cultivation pagoda is limited. Therefore, only the most outstanding disciples can cultivate in the cultivation pagoda. This god will divide the outstanding disciples into 3 levels. The first level can cultivate in the 3rd floor of the cultivation pagoda. The second level can cultivate in the 2nd floor of the cultivation pagoda. The third level can cultivate in the first floor of the cultivation pagoda. In the first level, there are 8 disciples with peak 3-star king battle strength. They are Tu Qianzhang, Zheng Haoyu, Sun Gang, Lu Li, Yu Feifei, Gao Jian, and Zhen Zihan. Yi Xing, Feng Xiaoxiao, and the others' hearts tightened when they heard Mo Qingyang's words. They had heard Lu Li's name. Yesterday, Lu Fengyun, who had come to the 71st courtyard, had said that his brother, Lu Li, was the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Starcloud continent. It seemed like he wasn't bragging. He was not even 35 years old and already had the strength of a peak 3-star king. It was very likely that he was that peak 3-star king. He was not simple. Mo Qingyang's voice continued. In the second level, there are 26 disciples with the strength of an ordinary 3-star king. They are Ming Qiudia, Zhen Dongyue, Mo Tianhao. In the third level, there are 87 disciples with the strength of a peak 2-star king. They are Tu Wansheng, Lu Fengyun, Yi Xing. Yi Xing heard his name in the list of the third level. Chapter 761. Cultivating in the cultivation pagoda was obviously much faster than cultivating in a room. Yi Xing had obtained the qualification to cultivate in the cultivation tower in the third level, so he was in a very good mood. There were close to 2,000 disciples in the 10th peak, but only a little more than 100 could enter the cultivation tower, which was less than 10%. The disciples in the third level were all very happy, while the rest of the disciples were only envious. After reading the list, Mo Qingyang continued, among the 10 peaks, there is a enlightenment peak. There, you can comprehend martial arts and the power of heaven and earth with half the effort. Every peak's disciple has a chance to comprehend the Tao there. According to the sect rules, the cultivation methods and martial arts in the martial pavilion, as well as cultivating in the cultivation pagoda and comprehending the Tao at enlightenment peak, all require sect contribution points to exchange for them. However, for new disciples in their first year, they will be available to you for free. I hope you will manage your time appropriately and use the resources reasonably. Enlightenment peak? Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat. In the outer sect of the Dark Star Godly Palace, Yi Xing was looking forward to the enlightenment peak the most. His one with arrow had already reached the third level, and the next step was to comprehend the arrow intent. However, comprehending any kind of martial intent was extremely difficult. Even though Yi Xing's perception was extremely high, it was still extremely difficult. However, if he were to comprehend it in the enlightenment peak, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. Yi Xing was confident that he could comprehend the arrow intent within a year. I'll go to the enlightenment peak first. After comprehending the arrow intent, I'll go to the cultivation tower. Yi Xing instantly made a decision. The contribution points required to enter the enlightenment peak were much higher than the cultivation tower. Moreover, Yi Xing was confident that he could comprehend the arrow intent within a year in the enlightenment peak. However, in the cultivation tower, even at the highest level, Yi Xing wasn't confident that he could break through the Star Sea realm and become a King Realm warrior within a year. After weighing the two options, Yi Xing naturally had to do what he was confident of. As long as he could comprehend the arrow intent, his strength would increase greatly. However, no matter how hard he tried to consolidate his cultivation base at the 9th level of the astral reaching realm, it would be hard for him to make any progress without breaking through to the King Realm. 1 year after a new disciple entered the sect, each peak would hold a competition, and this competition would determine whether or not Yi Xing could return to the Star Continent. To him, increasing his strength was extremely important. Mo Qingyang continued, your seniors have all entered the Dark Star Divine Palace before. I'm sure they've already told you about the new disciples after they join the sect. Every peak will have a competition once a year after the new disciples join the sect. The top 10 will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Bao Continent. As long as you explore the Heavenly Bao Continent, you'll be rewarded with contribution points regardless of what you gain. Yi Xing took a deep breath. The Heavenly Bao Continent was the key to his return to the Star Mainland. 2,000 years ago, Zhuo Hongyuan was also an outer court disciple of the Dark Star God Palace. However, he was a martial artist from the Dark Star Mainland, a disciple of the 7th peak. Although he was only a 2-star King Realm martial artist, he had the battle prowess of a 4-star King Realm martial artist. In the competition held a year after the new disciples had joined the Dark Star mainland, he had entered the top 10 of the 7th peak and entered the Heavenly Bow mainland to explore. In the end, Zhuangyuan fell into a space crack in the Heavenly Bow mainland and accidentally arrived at the Star mainland. In the notes that Zhuangyuan left behind in the Dark Star sect, it recorded the process of him arriving at the Star mainland in detail. As long as Yixing arrived at the Heavenly Bow mainland, he would be able to follow the route that Zhuangyuan had taken and head to the Star mainland. Mo Qingyang said, "The Heavenly Bow mainland is the burial ground of Luo Tiangong, a true god expert from 20,000 years ago." Luo Tiangong was a rogue martial artist who specialized in archery. When he was alive, he was extremely powerful. He was the king of rogue martial artists in the flowing light boundary. After the Heavenly Bow true god passed away, he buried himself in an extraterritorial starland and laid down layers of formations. Martial artists who were beginner king realm martial artists and above couldn't enter. Even a true god was no exception. If a true god attacked forcefully, the formations would collapse, and the entire Heavenly Bow mainland would be destroyed. Therefore, in order to obtain the treasures left behind by the Heavenly Bow true god, only beginner king realm martial artists could enter the Heavenly Bow mainland to explore. You can imagine the treasures in the burial ground of a true god expert. Supreme grade dark weapons are all trash in there. If you have the opportunity, it won't be difficult to find a divine weapon. Gasps could be heard from below. The hearts of the disciples started to beat faster, and their breaths became heavier. Divine weapon, to a king realm martial artist, a divine weapon was a priceless treasure. Although a king realm martial artist couldn't wield the power of a divine weapon, he would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of contribution points if he handed the divine weapon to the Dark Star Temple. When the time came, they would be able to compete for treasures that were suitable for them. Naturally, they would be able to exchange for whatever they wanted. Even though Yixing had a strong mental state, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. A true god expert who cultivated archery would definitely have an inheritance of archery. If he could obtain it, it would naturally be an immeasurable gain for Yixing. It would be crucial for his future. Mo Qingyang paused for a moment. Looking at the expectant expressions of the disciples below, he revealed a satisfied expression. He smiled and continued, "Only those who enter the top 10 in the competition 1 year later will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Bow mainland. This year, it will depend on your hard work." Top 10. Most of the disciples revealed expressions of despair. It was too difficult to enter the top 10 among nearly 2,000 disciples. Aside from the 8 people in the first tier, no one dared to guarantee that they would be able to enter the top 10. Aside from Yixing, only the disciples in the second tier were excited. There were only 8 people in the first tier, and there were still 2 spots in the top 10. This was their hope. Furthermore, there was still 1 year before the competition. Although it was difficult to make any progress in the King realm in 1 year, and it was difficult for one's strength to increase significantly, as long as one cultivated diligently, there was still hope for one's strength to increase greatly if one made a breakthrough in one's cultivation or one's comprehension of the martial Tao or the power of the world. Hence, many of the disciples in the second tier were filled with fighting spirit for the competition 1 year later. After Mo Qingyang finished speaking, the 2 quasi-god elders, Wu Mingtong and Zhao Yuan, also spoke, saying some encouraging words for the new disciples. Then, Mo Qingyang ordered the outer sect deacon to set up a stone stele at the edge of the plaza and engrave the names of the cultivators in the 3 tiers on it. At this point, the peak master's summons ended. The 3 quasi-gods left, and the remaining time was up to the disciples. Some of the disciples returned to their houses, while others could not wait to head to the cultivation pagoda. Most of the disciples gathered around the stone stele at the edge of the plaza, discussing the names of the disciples who had left their names on the stone stele. Feng Xiaoxiao, Zhao Yanling, and the others returned to their houses. Yixing left some instructions for them and left the 10th peak, heading for Enlightenment Peak. Most of the cultivators in the 3 tiers went to the cultivation pagoda to cultivate first. Yixing was an exception. Yixing had just left the 10th peak when he was stopped by someone. He. Lu Fangyan was in front, looking at Yixing and laughing. I'm sorry, but I've been having a memory lapse recently. Coincidentally, I returned to my hometown and could not integrate into the world of books. This is the first time I've been off for such a long time. However, every day, there are still brothers voting for me. This makes me feel ashamed. Thank you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I will definitely make up for the updates in these few days. Chapter 763. The moment the arrow was shot out, the void shattered and a hole was formed. The flaming snake sword aura was completely penetrated by the black flame arrow. In less than half a blink of an eye, the arrow had already arrived before Lu Fangyan. Lu Fangyun's heart shook. What a terrifying arrow. It actually made him instinctively feel fear. As a 2-star peak king, although the arrow was fast, it didn't exceed his reaction time. The upper-grade mystic weapon sword glowed brightly and instantly flashed. Bang! The sword collided with the arrow and let out a loud explosion. The black flame arrow was cut in half, but the power contained within the arrow caused Lu Fangyan's hands to tremble. The upper-grade mystic weapon sword buzzed. And Lu Fangyan's body was pushed back by the force of the arrow. In the distance, Yi Xing's figure retreated again and pulled back the crimson flame bow. He circulated the dark wind fire arrow incantation and the black flame arrow continued to form. When Lu Fangyan dissipated the power in his body and stabilized his body, he no longer retreated. With a loud explosion, the black flame arrow left the bowstring and shot towards him. Lu Fangyan's eyes narrowed as he witnessed the power of the black flame arrow. His expression was extremely grim as he concentrated his mental energy like never before. He circulated the astral energy in his body to the limit and was about to explode with a powerful attack to block this arrow. When the arrow left the bowstring, Lu Fangyan had already determined its trajectory. The upper-grade mystic weapon sword in his hand bloomed with resplendent flames as he prepared to shatter the black flame arrow with a single slash. However, the instant Lu Fangyan made his decision, the black flame arrow suddenly changed its direction. Whoosh! 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 The black flame arrow flickered like a stream of light and changed direction 9 times in an instant. Although the attack was fast, Lu Fangyan could still react in time. However, when it changed direction 9 times in an instant, Lu Fangyan's reaction couldn't keep up with the changes. The instant the black flame arrow was in front of him, Lu Fangyan's heart tightened. He slashed down with the sword in his hand, but it was too slow. Bang! The black flame arrow hit Lu Fangyan's body and let out a loud bang. Lu Fangyan let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was like a cannonball and was sent flying 1,000 meters away. He had a black-grade upper-level inner armor to protect his body, so the black flame arrows did not penetrate it. However, the sharp arrows penetrated the inner armor and entered his body, causing considerable damage to Lu Fangyan's internal organs. Puff! Lu Fangyan's body retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Lu Fangyan landed on a small hill a few miles away. Yi Xing took a step forward and executed the art of the 9 heavens astral travel. His body was like a stream of light as he flew into the sky. Yi Xing's wind yuan qi circled around his feet as he stood in the air. He looked down at Lu Fangyan and said, "Now it seems that the stupid one is you." Yi Xing withdrew his gaze and flashed across the sky, continuing to Enlightenment Mountain. On the ground, Lu Fangyan stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the direction where Yi Xing disappeared, he clenched his fists and his eyes were full of resentment. "Yi Xing! You wait for me." Lu Fangyan gnashed his teeth, his voice jumping out from between his teeth. Yi Xing soon arrived at Enlightenment Mountain. Yi Xing registered his identity card with the deacon guarding Enlightenment Mountain and ascended the mountain. Enlightenment Mountain was an important place in the outer sect. Fighting was prohibited inside. Comprehending arrow essence was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Yi Xing was prepared to stay at Enlightenment Mountain for a long time. He didn't care if Lu Fangyan would seek revenge from his brother. Moreover, even if he wasn't at Enlightenment Mountain, Yi Xing wasn't afraid of Lu Li. His speed was unparalleled. Among the outer sect disciples, there were very few who could do anything to him. As for Feng Xiaoxiao and the others, they had been cultivating in their rooms for the past few days. Even if Lu Fengyan wanted to cause trouble for them, he could not do anything about it. Yi Xing naturally had nothing to worry about. He could throw everything to the back of his mind and focus on comprehending the way of archery at Enlightenment Mountain. Enlightenment Mountain was the first peak of the outer sect. It was taller than the 10 main peaks of the outer sect. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high and stretched for dozens of miles. In the mountain, there were smooth stone walls. The stone walls contained all kinds of great Tao of heaven and earth. Sword Tao, knife Tao, spear Tao, arrow Tao, all kinds of martial arts. Wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, wood, all kinds of great Tao of heaven and earth could be found on Enlightenment Mountain. So many great Tao gathered on a mountain peak. Of course, it wasn't formed naturally. Enlightenment Mountain was majestic and beautiful. Being in the mountain could calm one's mind. It was indeed helpful in comprehending Tao. However, the many traces of great Tao on Enlightenment Mountain were left behind by generations of experts from the Dark Star Divine Palace. To be able to leave behind traces of great Tao for others to comprehend, one had to at least have a true meaning of the Tao or martial will that had reached perfection. Such a powerhouse, even among true God powerhouses, was an extremely powerful existence, standing at the pinnacle. As a 5-star sect, the Dark Star Divine Palace had very few true God experts. However, the Dark Star Divine Palace had a long history. After countless years of accumulation, there were naturally many experts. The lifespan of a true divinity powerhouse was 30,000 years. As time passed, generation after generation of true divinity powerhouses had already turned to dust. But they had still managed to imprint their comprehensions onto the stone walls of Enlightenment Peak for future generations to comprehend. Therefore, Enlightenment Mountain wasn't just for outer sect disciples to comprehend. Even inner sect disciples could benefit from Enlightenment Mountain. On the mountain path, there were stone tablets to guide the way. They pointed out the places that were suitable for comprehending Tao. Yi Xing chose the path for comprehending arrow essence. After walking for dozens of miles, he arrived at the mountainside of Enlightenment Mountain. A smooth stone wall about 100 meters wide appeared in front of Yi Xing's eyes. In front of the stone wall, there were already a few disciples comprehending. Yi Xing observed for a while and then observed the terrain before leaving. On the opposite side of the stone wall, there was a side peak a few miles away. It didn't take long for him to arrive at this side peak. Arrow essence required a certain distance to unleash its full power. Yi Xing stood at the foot of the stone wall and knew that it was not the best place to meditate because it was too close to the stone wall. The side peak a few miles away was the most suitable place to face the stone wall from afar. Yi Xing wasn't the only one with such foresight. There was already someone on this side peak. It was a black-robed youth who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. The black-robed youth's aura was concealed, but Yi Xing's super brain scanned him and easily found out his cultivation base. He was a 2-star king. Obviously, he was an outer sect disciple who had just entered the sect. Yi Xing had a feeling that this wasn't a disciple of the 10th peak, but a local of the Dark Star continent. He was a disciple of one of the other 9 peaks. Seeing someone approaching, the black-robed youth turned to look at Yi Xing. When he saw that Yi Xing was just a 9th-star venerable lord, he was slightly surprised. Chapter 765. Among the 10 peaks, the first peak had always been the strongest. Xuezi's strength was probably extremely powerful even among 4-star kings since she was ranked first among the first peak's disciples. Yi Xing opened his eyes. Just now, he had heard the words first peak, first layer, and Xuezi from the surrounding disciples' whispers. He knew that this purple-robed youth was an extremely powerful figure among the outer disciples. However, this was Enlightenment Mountain, where fighting was forbidden. Strength was useless here. Yi Xing's gaze indifferently swept over Xuezi and said, "Where did this bastard come from?" Scram! The disciples who knew Xuezi's identity immediately opened their eyes wide in shock. This was Xuezi. His strength was at the peak among the outer disciples. Among the 10,000 outer disciples, less than 1 in 100 could contend against him. Knowing Shuizi's identity, who would dare to not give her face? A mere 9th star venerable lord actually dared to call him a bastard in front of him and tell him to scram? This was out of the disciples' expectations, so they were naturally shocked. Shuizi's expression froze. His strength was enough to sweep through the majority of 4-star kings. A 9th star venerable lord was indeed no different from an ant in his eyes. When he told a 9th star venerable lord to scram, no one had ever dared to refuse. Who would have thought that he would run into a snag in front of Yixing? He definitely doesn't know who I am, Shuizi thought. Even so, Shuizi was still furious. He coldly snorted and said, a 9th astral reaching realm cultivation base can become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. You must be an ant from a middle continent who hasn't seen the world. Do you know who I am? Shuizi raised his head, and his arrogance became even more obvious as he continued, I am Shuizi. I come from the 5-star family Shui family. My family's ancestor is an inner elder of the Divine Palace, a true god expert. My strength is also outstanding among the disciples of the first peak. Few can contend against me. You, a mere 9th star venerable lord, an ant-like thing, dares to speak like this in front of me, Shuizi? How dare you? Get out of my way. Yixing frowned slightly. The other party's background was really quite big. However, what made Yixing apprehensive wasn't how powerful Shuizi was, but his family background. A 5-star family with a true god expert was too powerful. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Yixing's mind. Then, he smiled and the fear in his heart disappeared without a trace. A 5-star family was indeed powerful, and Yixing had absolutely no way of contending against them. However, it was precisely because of the size of a 5-star family that Yixing concluded that Shuizi was just an insignificant figure in the Shui family. Perhaps his talent was somewhat outstanding and he could become a quasi-god in the future. However, the number of quasi-god realm disciples from 5-star clans was definitely not small. Shuizi was just a junior. It would be difficult for her to utilize the power of a 5-star family. As for a true god expert, it was impossible for them to interfere because of some conflicts between juniors. Otherwise, which of the Shui family's disciples wouldn't be able to do anything else for the rest of their lives if a true god expert was in charge of them? If he killed Shuizi, there would definitely be big trouble. However, if he only had a conflict with Shuizi, their conflict would be limited to the two of them and would not involve the Shui family. In that case, Yixing had nothing to fear. Yixing only planned to stay in the outer sect of the Dark Star Temple for a year. After a year, he would head to the Heavenly Bow continent and return to the Star continent. When he returned to the Dark Star continent from the Star continent to the Starry Crescent land, he would at least be a second Nirvana quasi-god. At that time, a mere Shuizi would be nothing. Yixing shouted, bastard, get out of my way. Shuizi's eyes widened. He didn't expect that even after he reported his name and origin, he still couldn't suppress this 9th star venerable lord. This king. Shuizi had just opened his mouth when Yixing interrupted him coldly, say no more. I know you're Shuizi and you're a genius disciple of the first peak. However, what does that have to do with me? Do you think that you can make the temple master change the rules of Enlightenment Peak? Do you think that you can snatch other people's positions in Enlightenment Peak? If you think you can, go ahead and tell the temple master. If you don't have the ability, then get out of my way. Don't embarrass yourself here. Shuizi's chest heaved up and down. He had nowhere to vent his anger. He glared fiercely at Yixing and shouted, fine. You win, but this king warns you, you'd better stay in Enlightenment Peak. Don't fall into my hands in the future. Yixing smiled and said, are you done? If you're done, then get out of my way. Don't disturb my enlightenment. Shuizi snorted and glanced at the surrounding disciples. He felt his face burning. He clenched his teeth and walked away. After 100 meters, he suddenly stopped. You'll pay for what you did today. You definitely will. Shuizi left behind these words before her figure flashed and quickly vanished from everyone's field of vision. Even though he had come here to comprehend the Tao of archery, he was too ashamed to stay here for the time being after such a thing had happened. After Shuizi left, Zhuo Fifan gave Yi Xing a thumbs up and said, "Junior brother Yi, you're so magnanimous." Yi Xing smiled and said, "I've gotten myself into big trouble." Zhuo Fifan nodded and said, "In the first year, he can't go to the 10th peak to deal with you. Moreover, after a year, as long as you're in the Dark Star Divine Palace, he won't dare to do anything to you. The key is that when you leave the Divine Palace, you must be careful to hide your whereabouts. Don't let him know." Yi Xing said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Zhuo." After the incident with Shuizi, Yi Xing didn't encounter anyone else who wanted to take his place. He had been meditating quietly. Yi Xing studied the Jade Arms Tao of archery, and gained some enlightenment. Then, he closed his eyes and meditated, transforming it into his own. He repeated this process repeatedly, and his understanding of the Tao of archery continued to rise. Time flew by, month after month. After more than half a year, Yi Xing's understanding of archery had already reached the limit of one with the arrow. On this day, he finally had a breakthrough. On the bluestone, Yi Xing's chi suddenly became violent and incomparably sharp. The astral energy in Yi Xing's body was changing. It changed from strands to the shape of arrows. The astral energy in his body seemed to be made up of countless tiny arrows, and had the terrifying penetrating power of arrows. Although Yi Xing's cultivation was still at the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and the strength of his astral energy hadn't changed, the penetrating power of his astral energy had increased by more than 10 times. There was only one reason for the change of his astral energy, and that was the arrow intent. Once the arrow intent was formed, Yi Xing's understanding of archery had reached a new level. There were hundreds of places around his body that he couldn't shoot. Chapter 766. Yi Xing was overjoyed when he sensed that the power of arrow Tao in his body was soaring. He felt that the void around him had become weak. He could easily break the void if he ran the power of arrow Tao in his body. Just by revealing a trace of the power of arrow Tao, the void around Yi Xing began to vibrate. As long as Yi Xing was willing, his entire body could shatter the void like an arrow and appear dozens or hundreds of miles away in an instant. This kind of speed was simply teleportation. Teleportation could only be done by a king who had comprehended the true meaning of space Tao. Yi Xing smiled. Even a 3-star king would not be able to resist such a fast speed and such a sharp aura. If he used his astrology, his strength would reach a higher level. Yi Xing would not be afraid even if he was a 4-star king. Yi Xing was confident that his strength would be in the first level of any peak in the outer sect. In the 10th peak, he would be the absolute overlord. Whoosh, Yi Xing let out a long breath and withdrew his aura. All the sharpness disappeared and returned to normal. However, the disciples who were comprehending arrow Tao here felt the sharp aura that Yi Xing had just revealed. They all looked at Yi Xing. Zhuo Fifan widened his eyes in surprise. "You have comprehended arrow intent?" Zhuo Fifan was also an expert in arrow Tao. He had already reached the 3rd level of one with the arrow. He came to Enlightenment Mountain to comprehend arrow intent. If he succeeded, his strength would increase greatly. Right now, his battle prowess was only comparable to a 4-star king. Once he comprehended the arrow intent, he would be able to defeat all 4-star kings and be almost invincible. At that time, he would not only be in the first tier of the 7th peak, but he would also be one of the strongest disciples in the entire 10 peaks. However, even though he had benefited a lot from the Enlightenment Peak, he was still far from comprehending the arrow intent. On the other hand, Yi Xing was only a 9th-star Highness Lord, yet he had already comprehended the arrow intent from becoming one with the arrow in just over half a year. To comprehend a martial intent before becoming a king, in the lower continents and middle continents, that was a legendary existence. Even in the Dark Star continent, such a person was extremely rare. Usually, only one would appear every few hundred years. The Dark Star Divine Palace had already had several generations of disciples, but such a person had never appeared. Looking at Yi Xing, Zhuo Fifan was astonished and shocked. Yixing nodded to Zhuo Fifan. He stood up and said, "Senior Martial Brother Zhuo, I have achieved my goal. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye." Looking at Yixing's back, Zhuo Fifan thought to himself, Junior Brother Yi is from a middle continent, and his bloodline is at most at the level of quasi-god, which is not outstanding. I wonder what level his destiny has reached. If it is good enough, he will definitely soar to the sky in the Divine Palace, and become the top disciple in recent years. After Yixing left Enlightenment Mountain, he used the arrow intent and the star gang in his body. His entire body erupted with an extremely sharp aura, shattering the void around him. Hu Yixing took a step forward, moving at an extremely fast speed in the shattered void. In half a blink of an eye, he had shuttled through a long void hole in the void. The space of the starry sky continent was very stable. Although Yixing had shattered the void, the essence of the space was not damaged. In the blink of an eye, the void hole was filled with air and returned to normal. Yixing appeared in the distant sky and estimated the distance. He had just shot out like an arrow. In half a blink of an eye, he had shattered the void and shuttled through hundreds of miles. This speed, it was one thing to think, but it was another thing to actually do it. Yixing's heart beat fiercely, but he was very happy. Yixing shuttled through the void as if he had teleported. Soon, he returned to the 10th peak and arrived at the 71st courtyard. He used the speed communication pearl to send a message to Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao replied that she had already entered Enlightenment Mountain to comprehend the sword principle. Feng Xiaoxiao's attainments in the sword principle were also very high. She had already reached the 3rd level of one with the sword and was only a step away from comprehending sword intent. Currently, Feng Xiaoxiao was only an 8th star High Lord. There was an extremely high chance that she would be like Yixing and comprehend a martial intent before becoming a king. Yixing also sent a message to Zhao Yanling, Peng Zhu, Lu Xiong, and Qiu Yan. The 3 of them were cultivating in their rooms and immediately left. Senior Apprentice Brother Yixing. As the 4 of them saw Yixing, their faces lit up with joy. Yixing asked, "Did anything happen in the past half year?" To enter Enlightenment Mountain, one needed to calm their mind. Moreover, new disciples only had one chance to enter Enlightenment Mountain in their first year. Yixing didn't want to be disturbed once he entered Enlightenment Mountain and waste this opportunity. Therefore, when Yixing went to Enlightenment Mountain, he had already told them not to disturb him before he returned from Enlightenment Mountain. He knew nothing about what had happened in the past half year. Zhao Yanling and the others naturally knew what Yixing wanted to know. Zhao Yanling said, "In the past half year, we spent most of our time cultivating in our rooms. We only went to the plaza at the foot of the mountain when Elder Zhao Yuan and Elder Wu Mingtong were explaining cultivation. However, every time we went to the plaza at the foot of the mountain, the disciples of Starcloud Continent would make things difficult for us. Especially Lu Fengyun and Lin Chao. Once, they injured Junior Apprentice Brother Feng and Senior Apprentice Brother Peng Zhu and almost captured Junior Apprentice Sister Qiu Yan. Fortunately, Senior Apprentice Brother Gao Jian of Starfield Continent intervened and resolved our calamity." Gao Jian, this name flashed through Yixing's mind. This was one of the 8 people ranked in the 1st level of the 10th peak. He was a 3rd level Astral Sea Realm swordsman. Yixing's gaze fell on Peng Zhu and said, "How are Junior Apprentice Brother Peng and Junior Apprentice Brother Feng's injuries? Are you all right now?" Peng Zhu patted his chest and said, "My injuries were not serious. I have already recovered." Junior Apprentice Brother Feng's injuries were a bit serious, but he has already recovered. He only went to Enlightenment Mountain after he recovered. Yixing's eyes seemed to have flames of anger as he said, "Who injured Junior Apprentice Brother Feng? Was it Lu Fengyun or Lin Chao?" The disciples of Starcloud Continent had gone too far. Yixing was very unhappy in his heart. Now, Yixing's strength was the absolute overlord of the 10th peak. Even if Starcloud Continent had a 1st level expert like Lu Li, Yixing still planned to find Starcloud Continent's disciples to establish his might. An eye for an eye. It was Lin Chao. The 4 said at the same time. Then, Zhao Yanling saw that Yixing still didn't know who Lin Chao was and said, senior apprentice brother Yi, Lin Chao is a 3-star king. He is much stronger than Lu Fengyun. It doesn't matter how much stronger he is than Lu Fengyun. He has to pay the price for injuring my Star Cloud Continent's disciples. Yi Xing said. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already left the courtyard and was heading towards the 72nd courtyard. Zhao Yanling, Peng Zhu, Lu Xiong, and Qiu Yan saw this and quickly followed. Courtyard 72nd. Yi Xing strode in and shouted, Lin Chao, Lu Fengyun, get out here. Chapter 767. Because of Lu Li, who was ranked first, the disciples of Star Cloud Continent had always been arrogant and domineering among the disciples of the 10th peak. With the exception of a few Starry Sky continents that also had first-tier powerhouses, the rest of the Starry Sky continent's disciples did not pay any attention to them. Lin Chao was a 3-star king, second only to Lu Li among the disciples of Star Cloud Continent. Lu Fengyun was Lu Li's younger brother. Both of them had high statuses among the disciples of Star Cloud Continent. Now that they heard someone shouting for Lin Chao and Lu Fengyun to come out, the disciples of Star Cloud Continent were enraged and rushed out of their rooms. Lin Chao and Lu Fengyun were not in the courtyard. The former was ranked second and the latter was third. They were both cultivating in the cultivation tower. In the 72nd courtyard, there were only some 1-star and 2-star king-level disciples. Even so, each of them had a domineering aura and ferocious eyes. Seeing that the person who came was only a disciple of the 71st courtyard, their eyes were filled with contempt. The 71st courtyard was occupied by the disciples of Star Cloud Continent. Star Cloud Continent was the weakest of the mid-sized continents, while Star Cloud Continent was one of the strongest. The two could not be compared. Lu Fengyun was defeated by Yi Xing, so naturally, he would not spread the news. Therefore, when the disciples of Star Cloud Continent saw that Yi Xing was only a 9-star venerable lord, they were even more disdainful and did not put Yi Xing in their eyes. When Yi Xing's voice faded away, Zhao Yanling and the other 4 finally caught up. The disciples of Star Cloud Continent looked at Yi Xing's group of 5 with sneers on their faces. A 2-star king stepped forward and coldly said, Ants of Star Cloud Continent, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of the disciples of Star Cloud Continent? Another 2-star king shouted, Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have senior brother Gao Jian's support. You dare to pick a fight? Even senior brother Gao Jian can't save you. You are courting death. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Yi Xing's gaze swept across the crowd. The 2-star kings were far inferior to Lu Fengyun. Lin Chao was a 3-star king, but the two of them were not among them. Yi Xing said, Where are Lin Chao and Lu Fengyun? Tell them that I, Yi Xing, am looking for them. Tell them to get their asses over here. How dare you challenge senior brother Lin Chao and senior brother Lu Fengyun? I, Huang Kunlong, will teach you a lesson first. Among the Star Cloud Continent's disciples, a 1-star king roared in anger. Huang Kunlong was at the peak of the first level of the Star Sea realm. Among the 1-star king realm disciples of the Star Cloud Continent, his strength was at the peak. Wouldn't it be easy for a peak 1-star king to deal with a 9th-star venerable lord? Towards Huang Kunlong's actions, none of the Star Cloud Continent's disciples stopped him. Instead, a disdainful sneer appeared on their lips. As soon as Huang Kunlong finished speaking, he leaped up and punched out. This punch came down from above, bringing with it the power to destroy mountains. A huge fist force blasted towards Yi Xing. Boom. A loud explosion rang out, like a thunderclap descending from the heavens. The airflow in the void shook, and layers upon layers of air waves rose. Huang Kunlong had used 80 to 90% of his strength. Even a 1-star king of the same realm would find it hard to resist. Using such a punch against a 9th-star venerable lord, it was obvious that Huang Kunlong wanted to heavily injure Yi Xing to the point where he couldn't even crawl up. Zhao Yanling, Peng Zhu, and the others were all 1-star kings. They could feel the terror of Huang Kunlong's punch, but they didn't panic. They were very clear about Yi Xing's strength. Even a peak 2-star king wasn't a match for Yi Xing. Huang Kunlong was merely a 1-star king. Facing this punch, Yixing felt as if he was facing a spring breeze. His expression was normal, and he didn't move at all. Seeing that the huge fist force was about to land on Yixing's head, Yixing suddenly made his move. Yixing suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed out. His fingertip shone with resplendent starlight, and astral energy condensed into an arrowhead. The astral energy that contained the intent of the arrow erupted with a terrifying penetrating power, and the gathering of fire yuan qi filled this finger with a berserk power. The power of this finger was berserk, and its penetrating power was terrifying. Huang Kunlong's astral energy was like a balloon that had been pierced by a needle, and it instantly exploded. As for Yixing's finger force, it continued forward like an arrow piercing through the void, and it instantly collided with Huang Kunlong's fist. Even though Huang Kunlong's fist was protected by a high-grade profound-grade glove, when it collided with the arrowhead-like astral energy, he still felt a sharp energy penetrate his fist, and it was as painful as being pierced by a needle. Huang Kunlong let out a miserable groan as he retracted his fist like a bolt of lightning, and his body shot back explosively. Bang! Huang Kunlong flew back dozens of meters, and he crashed into the wall of the house with a loud bang. The material of the house was sturdy, and it was strengthened by a formation, so it didn't collapse. However, Huang Kunlong's eyes were blurred, and they were filled with stars. The qi and blood in his body were surging. Under the destruction of the sharp energy that had invaded his body, his internal organs were instantly injured, and he spat out blood. With a light finger, he had injured a one-star king. Yixing's strength was far beyond the expectations of the Starcloud Continent's disciples. The sneers on their faces instantly froze, and then they disappeared. The first two-star king to speak suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Senior brother Wei Zhong, he actually dared to injure a disciple of our Starcloud Continent. Kill him. Senior brother Wei Zhong, show him who's boss. The other disciples of the Starcloud Continent all shouted loudly. Huang Kunlong, who had fallen far away, also shouted, Senior brother Wei Zhong, take revenge for me. Beat him until he vomits blood, beat him until he can't stand up. Whoosh! A ray of starlight soared into the sky. The two-star king, Wei Zhong, had used his astrology. Among the two-star kings, Wei Zhong was the strongest. Although he wasn't as strong as Lu Fangyun, he wasn't far off. Although Yixing was only a 9th-star sovereign lord, his ability to defeat Huang Kunlong with a single finger was truly shocking. Even Wei Zhong, as one of the strongest two-star kings, didn't dare to underestimate him. Therefore, he used his astrology from the start. Yixing's expression remained the same. Wei Zhong's astrology wasn't enough to make him look at him in a different light. In Yixing's eyes, Wei Zhong and Huang Kunlong weren't much different. Feeling Yixing's disdain, Wei Zhong furrowed his brows, and his heart was filled with anger. Humph. Wei Zhong coldly snorted and shouted, I want to see how strong you, a 9th-star sovereign lord, are. Golden Bell Shield of Firm Essence. As his voice fell, the astral energy within Wei Zhong's body revolved, instantly forming a shield that could be seen with the naked eye, protecting his entire body. The Golden Bell Shield of Firm Essence was both offensive and defensive, but its defensive aspect was even more outstanding. When using this technique, Wei Zhong could fight against any two-star king. Even someone as strong as Lu Fangyun, a peak two-star king, wouldn't be able to break through his Golden Bell Shield in a short time. As for the Golden Bell Shield's offensive aspect, although it wasn't as outstanding as its defensive aspect, it was still quite powerful. With Wei Zhong's strength, ordinary two-star kings wouldn't be able to block it. Chapter 768. Yixing looked at the golden shield around Wei Zhong. His eyes were still calm and unperturbed. Break! Yixing bellowed as he took a step forward. His body shot out like an arrow, piercing through the void and appearing in front of Wei Zhong. Then, he pointed a finger at Wei Zhong. The tip of his finger shone brightly like an arrow, and the void in front of him crumbled. In the blink of an eye, the fingertip, which carried a resplendent light, pointed at the golden barrier. Wei Zhong was very confident in his defense. Seeing Yixing taking the initiative to attack, he laughed loudly and shouted, "Good timing." As he spoke, Wei Zhong circulated his astral energy to the limit. While defending himself, he was also prepared to attack. When Yixing's finger collided with Wei Zhong's golden energy shield and was affected by the rebound, it would be the best time for Wei Zhong to attack. At that time, Yixing would definitely be unable to dodge or block his punch. One punch would be enough to severely injure Yixing. In the blink of an eye, Yixing's finger landed outside Wei Zhong's golden energy shield. Just as Wei Zhong was about to launch a counterattack against Yixing, a crisp sound rang out, causing Wei Zhong's expression to change drastically. He saw the golden energy shield shatter under Yixing's finger. The finger shone brightly as it continued to move forward. Unstoppable, it pierced through everything and landed on Wei Zhong's body. Bang! This finger did not penetrate Wei Zhong's black grade high rank inner armor, but the huge impact caused an explosion, and Wei Zhong was immediately sent flying backwards. Just like Huang Kunlong, Wei Zhong crashed into the wall behind him and spat out a mouthful of blood. As a two-star king, Wei Zhong was also defeated by Yixing with a single finger. Hiss! The disciples present sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhao Yanling, Peng Zhu, and the other disciples from Star Crescent Continent were shocked. Yixing was able to defeat Wei Zhong with a single finger. This meant that Yixing's strength had greatly improved since he first arrived at Dark Star Continent. As for the disciples of Star Cloud Continent, they didn't look at Yixing with the slightest bit of contempt. Their eyes were filled with fear. Was this still a 9th star venerable? They had never seen a 9th star sovereign injuring a 2-star sovereign with a single finger. Thud, 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 looking at Yixing, the disciples of Star Cloud Continent involuntarily took a step back. You. What do you want? A 2-star king asked. His attitude was completely different from before. Yixing said, what do I want? Didn't I say just now that Lin Chao and Lu Fengyun had to get their asses over here? How could the Star Cloud Continent's disciples dare to disobey? One after another, they transmitted the message. Lin Chao and Lu Fengyun were both cultivating in the cultivation pagoda. When they received the news, they were both shocked and furious. The two of them left the cultivation room and quickly returned to the 72nd courtyard from the cultivation pagoda. Yixing, how dare you! Lu Fengyun had just arrived outside the mansion when a furious voice could be heard. Then, Lu Fengyun and Lin Chao both entered the mansion. Yixing looked over. He had known Lu Fengyun for a long time. In fact, he had also met Lin Chao on the first day of entering the sect. It was only now that he carefully sized up Lin Chao. In terms of appearance, Lin Chao was much more refined than Lu Fengyun. He was also more delicate and handsome. Wearing a blue robe, he had a valiant aura. However, Lin Chao's gaze always had a sinister feeling, which greatly damaged his valiant aura. Instead, it seemed a little evil. While Yixing was sizing up Lin Chao's gaze also looked over at Yixing. As a 3rd-star sovereign, a second-tier existence, no matter how heaven-defying Yixing's battle record was, whether he had defeated Wei Zhong or Lu Fengyun, Lin Chao didn't treat Yixing as an opponent on the same level as him. The gaze he used to size up Yixing was filled with contempt. Lin Chao said coldly, his voice chilling. You, are Yixing? Yixing's voice also chilled people. You, are Lin Chao? The corners of Lin Chao's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a cold smile. That's right, I'm Lin Chao. A mere 9th-star sovereign lord who defeated 2 2-star sovereigns. You think your battle strength is heaven-defying, yet you dare to provoke me, Lin Chao? I have to say that your guts are not small. Yixing smiled indifferently. Lin Chao continued to sneer. It seems like you don't know the difference between 2-star sovereigns and 3rd-star sovereigns. Yixing said, it doesn't matter how big the difference is. What's important is that regardless of whether you're a 2-star sovereign or a 3rd-star sovereign, anyone who dares to bully my friends won't have a good ending. Lin Chao, today, I'll return double the damage you've done to junior brother Feng. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chao laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke. It seems like I'll have to give you an even more severe lesson today. Only then will you know how stupid you are. As his voice fell, Lin Chao raised his hand, and a black treasured spear appeared in his hand. Including Lu Fengyun, the Star Cloud Continent's disciples retreated in all directions. With a third star sovereign taking action, they didn't dare to get too close. Yi Xing waved his hand, indicating for Zhao Yanling and the others to retreat further away. The black treasured spear in Lin Chao's hand was pointed at Yi Xing as he laughed. Yi Xing, I heard that you're proficient in archery. Archery cultivators need a large space to display their full strength. The space in the courtyard is too small. Do you want to change seats? Ha ha ha. Lin Chao's laughter was filled with mockery. His meaning was to find a bigger space. Yi Xing wasn't his opponent either. Yi Xing's expression was calm as he said, no need. No matter where we are, it's more than enough to defeat you. Lin Chao's eyes narrowed. Yi Xing's reply infuriated him greatly. Arrogant. Lin Chao roared. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved, thrusting out his spear. The black treasured spear was like a dancing dragon, arriving in front of Yi Xing in an instant. Even Zhao Yanling and the others, who were standing far behind Yi Xing, felt a gust of wind blowing against their faces at this moment. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. One could imagine how powerful this spear was. Yi Xing was the target of this spear. One could imagine that his feelings would be 100 times stronger. However, Yi Xing didn't feel any fear, nor did he panic. Yi Xing's expression was as calm as before, but his aura rose explosively. A third star sovereign was indeed incomparable to a two-star sovereign. Although Yi Xing was confident, he didn't underestimate his opponent. In an instant, the astral energy within Yi Xing's body revolved. Fire yuan qi gathered from all directions, causing his aura to rise explosively. He was like a raging flame god of war. Just as Lin Chao's spear was about to pierce Yi Xing's body swayed. In an instant, he disappeared as if he had teleported, leaving behind a hole in the void. The astral spear missed. Yi Xing instantly appeared behind Lin Chao and pointed his finger at him. Astral energy gathered at the tip of his finger to form an arrow. The arrow intent condensed at one point, and its penetrative power was terrifying. At the same time, the raging fire yuan qi gathered, increasing the arrow's power. Whoosh! The astral energy was like an arrow, shooting behind Lin Chao in an instant. Chapter 769. Lin Chao's face was filled with shock. Yi Xing's speed had exceeded Lin Chao's expectations. He had never expected that Yi Xing would be able to dodge his spear at such a short distance and counterattack so quickly. Yi Xing's finger was like an arrow. It was too fast, and Lin Chao had no time to block it. He could only roar as the astral energy in his body exploded. Whoosh! A ball of energy, with Lin Chao's body as the center, instantly spread out in all directions. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions, creating a shockwave. As a three-star king, the energy produced by Lin Chao's astral energy was extremely terrifying. Any two-star martial artist would not be able to get close to him at this moment. They would be blown away by this energy. However, the power of Yi Xing's finger attack was not only at the two-star king level, but it also had a terrifying penetrative power. It could penetrate through everything and was unstoppable. The energy attack was penetrated by the astral energy like an arrow and instantly shattered. The astral energy arrow was unstoppable. It shot forward and shattered the energy attack layer by layer. Finally, it hit Lin Chao's back. Although the energy attack from the astral energy was penetrated, it still weakened the astral energy arrow by a lot. Lin Chao had a high-grade mystic-grade inner armor on his body. Although the astral energy arrow's penetrative power was terrifying, it could not penetrate the high-grade mystic-grade inner armor. This attack only pushed Lin Chao a few steps forward. It was not a big deal. However, Lin Chao was almost knocked to the ground by Yi Xing's finger in front of everyone's eyes. He almost fell flat on his face, which made him extremely furious. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Yi Xing attacked with another finger attack. The astral energy contained arrow intent. Once Yi Xing attacked, it was like an arrow. Its speed was extremely fast and sharp. At this moment, Lin Chao had already retracted his black treasured spear. He instantly swept it and attacked behind him. Although Lin Chao's speed was not as fast as Yi Xing's, the speed of his attack in a small area was as fast as teleportation. The black treasured spear instantly hit the astral energy arrow. Boom! With a loud explosion, the astral energy arrow was shattered by the spear. Lin Chao also felt an attack coming from the black treasured spear. His arm shook, and he could not help but take a step back. What a powerful force! Lin Chao's heart trembled. The power of this astral finger arrow was actually not much inferior to the power of his spear. However, Yi Xing's astral finger attack was clearly much more flexible than his spear attack. No matter how one became one with the spear, it was impossible to change the length of the spear. How could a spear be as flexible as fingers? The difference in attack power was not big, but the difference in agility was huge. Lin Chao was shocked. He instantly determined that he was not his opponent. Yi Xing didn't give him any time to think. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's body shifted and appeared in another location as if he had teleported. His finger shot out like an arrow and attacked Lin Chao. It took a long time to describe, but in an instant, an astral finger arrow shot out. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Yi Xing's movement and attack speed were both extremely fast. Within a breath, he had already shot out several astral finger arrows, attacking Lin Chao from different directions. Lin Chao waved his black treasured spear like a dancing dragon. His spear skills were displayed to the extreme, and it was almost impossible for anything to pass through. However, under the attack of the astral finger arrows, he still couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Such a fast attack only lasted for 3 breaths of time. Lin Chao was starting to lose his strength, and he was starting to panic. Stop! Lin Chao saw that he couldn't hold on any longer, and he hurriedly shouted, "Let's talk nicely." Now you want to talk things over nicely? It was too late. Yi Xing's speed did not slow down at all. The astral finger arrows were endless, and they were as fast as lightning. The kings present could only see a series of afterimages. They couldn't even see Yi Xing's attack clearly. Lin Chao was the strongest 2-star king present, but he could barely see Yi Xing's attack. In his panic, he quickly showed signs of defeat. Whoosh! A astral finger arrow brushed past the black treasured spear and shot into Lin Chao's wrist. The wrist was the joint between the glove and the inner armor. There was a gap that could be found, and it was the weakest point of the defense. The astral finger arrow was blocked, but the terrifying penetrating power found a gap and entered Lin Chao's wrist. A sharp pain came, and Lin Chao cried out in pain. The black treasured spear flew out of his hand. Whoosh! Yi Xing's figure was like an arrow. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Chao and grabbed out. Yi Xing's palm was as fast as an arrow. Lin Chao instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. His injured wrist was caught by Yi Xing. The astral finger that contained the arrow intent shot out from Lin Chao's palm. It was like a small arrow, and it attacked Lin Chao's wrist through the gap. The astral arrow intent penetrated Lin Chao's body like an arrow. Everywhere it passed, his blood and meridians were damaged. It first rushed from his wrist to his arm, and then from his arm to his body. Ah! The sharp pain that came from his meridians and bone marrow caused Lin Chao to cry out in pain. The disciples of Starcloud Continent were all shocked. They didn't expect Lin Chao to be defeated so quickly and so miserably. Stop! Lu Fangyan shouted, "Yi Xing, don't be too presumptuous. You have gone too far today. When my brother comes back, you will have to bear the consequences." The astral energy in Lin Chao's body, under the attack of Yi Xing's astral arrow intent, was completely defeated. The intense pain made him kneel on the ground, losing the strength to fight back. Yi Xing grabbed Lin Chao's wrist and looked at Lu Fangyan, saying, "Presumptuous? Too much. I want to be presumptuous today. I want to go too far. If you don't like it, go find Lu Li." With that, Yi Xing stepped out and kicked Lin Chao away. He continued, Lu Fengyun, you still have the face to speak. Do you think I can leave you out today? Lu Fengyun's face changed. He was like a cat with its hair standing on end. He shouted, what do you want to do? Whoosh, as soon as Lu Fengyun finished speaking, Yixing had already appeared in front of him. He stretched out his two palms and grabbed at Lu Fengyun. Lu Fengyun's face changed. Even Lin Chao, a 3-star king, was not a match for Yixing. He was only a 2-star king. Naturally, his strength was far from Yixing's. In an instant, Lu Fengyun used his astrology. At the same time, he took out an upper-grade Xian weapon and retreated quickly. In terms of speed, how could Lu Fengyun compare to Yixing? Even though Lu Fengyun had used all his strength to retreat, Yixing's hand still grabbed at him quickly. He was getting closer to Lu Fengyun's body quickly. Whoosh! In a hurry, Lu Fengyun swung his sword and chopped at Yixing's wrists. Yixing pressed down with his right hand. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at the sword. Clang! With a crisp sound, the upper-grade Xian weapon shook violently and almost flew out of Lu Fengyun's hand. Yixing's left hand continued to move forward and grabbed Lu Fengyun's neck. Astral arrow intent shot out. Chapter 770. The astral arrow intent was like tiny arrows, extremely sharp as they collided within Lu Fengyun's body. Even Lin Chao, a 3-star king, could not block the attack of the astral arrow intent. Lu Fengyun was naturally inferior. Under the attack of the astral arrow intent, the astral energy within Lu Fengyun's body was utterly destroyed. Without the protection of the astral energy, Lu Fengyun's flesh and blood were instantly pierced by the astral arrow intent, causing him to be severely injured. Puff! Lu Fengyun spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yixing was standing in front of Lu Fengyun. When the blood that Lu Fengyun spat out was still an inch away from Yixing's body, it was blocked by an invisible force and shot away. Yixing did not even touch a single drop. With the tyrannical power of the astral arrow intent, Yixing could completely destroy Lu Fengyun's flesh and blood, killing him completely. However, when disciples fought, it was fine to be injured, but it would be troublesome if someone died. When Lu Fengyun spat out blood, Yixing swung his hand and flung Lu Fengyun away like a dead dog. Thud 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 thud, the disciples of Starcloud Continent retreated one after another, looking at Yixing with eyes full of fear and dread. Even the 3-star king Lin Chao was defeated by Yixing. Among the disciples of Starcloud Continent, besides Lu Li who was ranked first, no one else was a match for Yixing. However, Lu Li had already entered Enlightenment Peak. In the first year, new disciples only had one chance to enter Enlightenment Peak. Once they entered, they would not easily come out. Therefore, currently, no one in Starcloud Continent could compete with Yixing. With such a big matter happening, someone naturally sent a message to Lu Li. Soon, Yixing received a message from a stranger in his communication bead. The message came from number 7131, and the content was, "You dare to hurt my disciples of Starcloud Continent. I, Lu Li, will pay you back tenfold in the future." The person who sent the message was Lu Li, the strongest disciple of Starcloud Continent. He was ranked first among the disciples of the 10th peak. Yixing replied to number 7131, "Bring it on." Somewhere in Enlightenment Mountain. Lu Li, in his red robe, looked gloomy. He looked at the message sent by Yixing and snorted in anger. "Yixing, you will regret this." Lu Li sent another message to Yixing and then cut off the communication bead. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and continued to meditate. There was only one chance to enter the Enlightenment Mountain every year. Lu Li would not leave since he had not reached enlightenment yet. What was more, he was clear about his priorities. In the Enlightenment Mountain, the most important thing was to calm his mind and focus on learning martial arts. In the number 72 mansion, Yixing read the message from Lu Li and smiled. Clearly, Lu Li would not come out from the Enlightenment Mountain anytime soon. What was more, Yixing was full of confidence. Even if he had to fight Lu Li face to face, he was not afraid at all. He was not afraid of Lu Li coming back. Yixing's gaze swept across the disciples of the Starcloud Continent and said, Today's matter ends here. Remember this lesson in your hearts. If you dare to make things difficult for the disciples of the Starcloud continent in the future, it will not be as simple as today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xing led Zhao Yanling and the others away. Number 71 mansion was adjacent to the mansion where the disciples of Starcloud continent lived. Basically, only the disciples of Starcloud continent bullied them. Now, Yi Xing had solved the problem of the disciples of Starcloud continent. As long as Lu Li did not come back from Enlightenment Mountain, the disciples of Starcloud continent would not dare to act rashly in front of the disciples of Starcloud continent. Now that Yi Xing had nothing to worry about, he naturally went to the cultivation tower to cultivate. He was only at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. The amount of astral power he needed to consolidate his cultivation was much less than that of King Realm warriors. The cultivation speed inside the cultivation tower was much faster than outside. There was still half a year before the 1 year was up, which was enough time for Yi Xing to consolidate his cultivation to a very deep level. At the top of the 10th peak, inside the cultivation tower, Yi Xing directly went to the 3rd floor. There were 4 cultivation rooms on the 3rd floor. The doors were closed, and there were identity plates hanging outside. Clearly, there were people cultivating inside. The 4 identity plates had the names of Zheng Haoyu, Sun Gang, Gao Jian, and Zhen Zihan. They were all disciples of the 1st level. Yi Xing's strength was no weaker than the disciples of the 1st level of the 10th peak. He originally wanted to find a cultivation room on the 3rd level of the cultivation pagoda, but when he saw that there were people occupying it, he retreated to the 2nd level. There were a total of 12 cultivation rooms on the 2nd floor. There were only a few cultivation rooms in the cultivation tower, but there were a lot of disciples in the top 3 levels. If the rooms were divided equally, there would be 2 to 3 people cultivating in each room. The competition would be fierce. Now that the new disciples had been in the sect for half a year, whether they wanted to comprehend martial arts in the Enlightenment Mountain or consolidate their cultivation in the cultivation tower, the disciples had already made their decision. Every single cultivation room was occupied by someone. It was the same on the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, and the 1st floor. However, Yi Xing found an empty cultivation room on the 2nd floor. This was originally the cultivation room that Lin Chao had occupied. Lin Chao had been badly injured by Yi Xing in the 72nd courtyard, and was still recovering. He hadn't returned to the cultivation tower yet. Since there was an empty room, Yi Xing naturally wouldn't be polite. He hung his identity plate outside the door and entered the 8th cultivation room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered the cultivation room, Yi Xing immediately sensed the rich astral energy in the surroundings. Yi Xing's super brain calculated and soon understood that cultivating here would be 2 times faster than cultivating in his room. In other words, cultivating here for a month would be more effective than cultivating in his room for 3 months. This is really a good place. Feeling the astral energy in the surroundings, Yi Xing's mood was very good. He thought to himself, there are still 4 more months before the 1 year end. If I cultivate here for 4 months, the effects will be better than cultivating in my room for a year. It should be enough for me to consolidate my cultivation to the peak of the 9th level. Yi Xing quickly circulated the high-grade mystic class meteor fall incantation. At the same time, he also used the black hole constellation. The black hole constellation in his body and the black hole constellation above him revolved at the same time, madly absorbing the astral energy in the surroundings to consolidate his cultivation. A day later, Lin Chao returned to the cultivation room. Seeing that someone was cultivating in the room he had previously occupied, he was instantly enraged. However, when he saw that the identity plate outside the door belonged to Yi Xing, although Lin Chao's anger didn't diminish, it was replaced by fear. Without saying anything, Lin Chao left the cultivation pagoda. He didn't dare to ask Yi Xing for the cultivation room back. Firstly, the cultivation room didn't belong to him, and secondly, he couldn't take it back from Yi Xing. Yi Xing cultivated in the 8th cultivation room on the 2nd floor, day after day. A huge amount of astral energy was absorbed by Yi Xing's body, and the strength of his astral energy increased by 1,000 miles every day. The peaceful days of cultivation lasted for more than 3 months, until one day. Boom! A loud explosion woke Yi Xing from his cultivation state. Chapter 771. The sound came from the door of the cultivation room. The door of the cultivation room was made of ores and was extremely sturdy. Moreover, it was reinforced by a formation. Even a high-level king would have a hard time destroying it. Although the door of the cultivation room was difficult to destroy, sound could still be transmitted in. That explosion just now was obviously someone attacking the door of the cultivation room. Kong. After 2 breaths of time, another explosion sounded. Yixing even felt the door of the cultivation room shake. Yixing raised his eyebrows and his eyes burned with anger. The most taboo thing to do during cultivation was to disturb someone. Attacking the door of the cultivation room while someone was cultivating was an extremely disrespectful act. Clearly, someone was deliberately looking for trouble. Could it be Lu Li has returned from Enlightenment Mountain? Yixing thought to himself. Among the disciples of the 10th peak, Yixing only had conflicts with the disciples of the Star Cloud continent. However, other than Lu Li, the disciples of the Star Cloud continent wouldn't come looking for trouble with Yixing. Yixing appeared behind the door of the cultivation room in a single step. Before the other party could attack again, he opened the door and walked out. On the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower, the explosion just now had obviously affected the other disciples. Many people came out of the cultivation tower. Those who were able to cultivate in the cultivation tower were all 3-star kings. 3-star kings were the elites of the elites in the 10th peak. Attacking the door of the cultivation room would affect everyone who was cultivating and would definitely be hated by everyone. However, when these 3-star kings came out of the cultivation rooms and saw the disciple who attacked the door of the cultivation room, they didn't get angry. Instead, they all looked at the door of the 8th cultivation room. Yixing also saw this person. On the first day of entering the Dark Star Temple, the disciples of the Starcloud continent and Starcloud continent had met face to face. Yixing was very sure that this person in front of him wasn't Lu Li. Although there were less than 2,000 disciples on the 10th peak, there were still 1,700 of them. Yixing wasn't familiar with many of them, so he didn't recognize this person. Yixing did not know this person, nor did he have any interactions with him, yet he was attacking his cultivation room. This was simply starting a grudge for no reason at all. Yixing truly did not understand this person's intentions. Yixing asked, "Who are you?" This person's stature was very majestic. Hearing this, he smiled and raised his head. "Who am I?" "Haha. Kid, you don't even recognize me, and you still dare to come to the 2nd level?" Without waiting for Yixing to speak, the man slapped his chest forcefully and shouted, "I'll slaughter 10,000 cities." Although Yixing did not recognize the other party, he knew the name, Tu Wanqing. Tu Wanqing was a disciple ranked in the 2nd tier, and came from a powerful mid-tier continent, the Star Blood continent, which was stronger than the Star Cloud continent. Tu Wanqing could only be considered as the number 2 disciple of the Star Blood continent. The number 1 disciple was called Tu Qianzhong, who was ranked 1st. On the 10th peak, Tu Qianzhong was definitely famous. On the 2nd day after Yixing returned from Enlightenment Mountain, he entered the cultivation tower to cultivate. However, he had also heard of Tu Qianzhong's deeds. In the first half of the year, there were 3 fights between disciples of the 1st tier, and 2 of them were related to Tu Qianzhong. Tu Qianzhong had fought against Sun Gang and Zhen Zihan of the 1st tier, and won both of them. It was obvious that he was one of the strongest among the disciples of the 1st tier, so of course his name was known throughout the 10th peak. Because of Tu Qianzhong's existence, the disciples of the Star Blood continent on the 10th peak were naturally arrogant. Even the arrogant disciples of the Starcloud continent had to back down when they met him. Although Tu Wanqing was not as famous as Tu Qianzhong, he was still one of the best among the disciples of the 2nd tier. With Tu Qianzhong as his support, Tu Wanqing could do whatever he wanted on the 10th peak. He might not even give face to some of the disciples of the 1st tier. Tu Wanqing started cultivating in the cultivation pagoda, occupying a cultivation room. 3 months ago, he went to Enlightenment Peak to comprehend the Tao. His perception was not very high, and after comprehending for 3 months, he did not gain anything. He felt that it would be better for him to consolidate his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd layer of the astral sea realm in the cultivation room, which would allow him to enter the ranks of the first-level disciples. Thus, Tu Wanqing returned to the cultivation tower. On the second floor of the cultivation tower, there were no more cultivation rooms available. At this time, Tu Wanqing saw Yi Xing's identity card. Yi Xing was a 9th-star Venerable Lord, but he was ranked in the 3rd tier, and had the qualifications to cultivate in the cultivation tower. On the 10th peak, he was considered a special person. Many people knew about him, and Tu Wanqing was one of them. A 9th-star Venerable Lord had the strength of a peak 2-star king. No matter which starry sky continent, this was an extremely heaven-defying battle strength. Many of the elite disciples were skeptical of Yi Xing's strength. Tu Wanqing did not believe that Yi Xing had the qualifications to enter the 3rd tier. Today, when he saw Yi Xing cultivating on the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower, he was instantly enraged. A 9th-star Venerable Lord had the qualifications to cultivate on the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower? Absolutely not, Tu Wanqing concluded in his heart. Thus, Tu Wanqing ignored the taboo and attacked the door of the cultivation room. The main reason why he ignored the taboo was that he did not put Yi Xing, a 9th-star Venerable Lord, in his eyes. Yi Xing looked at Tu Wanqing and said, "Do you know the consequences of attacking the door of the cultivation room when others are cultivating?" Tu Wanqing grinned and said, "Consequences? The consequences are for you to come out and go to the 1st tier that belongs to you. Otherwise." Tu Wanqing clenched his fists and twisted his body. All the bones in his body crackled. "Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson." Yi Xing said, "Lin Chao has already been defeated by me. According to the sect rules, I belong to the 2nd tier and have the qualifications to cultivate on the 2nd floor. You attacked the door of the cultivation room and disturbed my cultivation. How are you going to compensate me?" Yi Xing defeating Lin Chao was not a secret. Starcloud Continent's disciples cared about their reputation and would not speak of it, but Star Crescent Continent's disciples did not care about their reputation. The news had already spread. Some disciples had already heard of this battle. The disciples of the 2nd tier were all 3-star kings, and they did not believe it. Therefore, the disciples on the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower were looking at Tu Wanqing and Yi Xing with great interest. If the two fought, they would be able to verify whether Yi Xing had really defeated Lin Chao. Tu Wanqing had just returned from the Enlightenment Mountain. In order to focus on comprehending the Tao, he had turned off the communication bead, so he did not know that Yi Xing had defeated Lin Chao. Tu Wanqing's cultivation was at the late 3rd level of the Astral Sea Realm, only a step away from the peak 3rd level. His strength was strong, and among the disciples of the 2nd tier, he was one of the strongest. Even Lin Chao, who was also an outstanding disciple of the 2nd tier, was somewhat inferior in front of Tu Wanqing. However, Tu Wanqing also knew that even if he was stronger than Lin Chao, the gap between them was not that big. If Lin Chao was defeated by Yi Xing, wouldn't it mean that he, Tu Wanqing, was also not Yi Xing's opponent? This was something Tu Wanqing would never believe. Chapter 772. Hee hee. Tu Wanqing stared at Yi Xing and laughed. "You still want compensation? Fine, I'll compensate you and reward you with a few slaps on the face." As his voice fell, Tu Wanqing's aura soared. A surge of terrifying power erupted from his body, causing the void to tremble. Bang, Tu Wanqing punched out. Like a thunderclap, the void in front of him shattered as he punched towards Yi Xing's face. On the 2nd floor of the cultivation pagoda, there were cultivation rooms on all sides. In the middle was a large hall that was only 10 meters long and wide. For a king, a distance of 10 miles could be covered in an instant. Now that there was less than 10 meters between them, it was simply a close combat battle. Tu Wanqing's punch didn't even take a tenth of an instant to hit Yi Xing. However, in terms of speed, Yi Xing wasn't inferior to any low-step king. Yi Xing's figure instantly disappeared, and Tu Wanqing's lightning-fast punch missed. The space was small, and Tu Wanqing's fist aura was contained within his fist. Although the momentum didn't seem vast, its power wasn't small at all. Where Yi Xing stood, the space was instantly shattered by the fist aura. When his punch missed, Tu Wanqing heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. His reaction speed was extremely fast, and his senses were extremely sharp. Without even turning his head, he punched out. Bang! Fist and finger collided, and a loud explosion rang out. Tu Wanqing felt as if his fist had been shot by an arrow, and there was a piercing pain. His body couldn't help but take a few steps back. As for Yixing, he had neutralized Tu Wanqing's fist aura without even taking half a step back. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. In just the first round, the spectating disciples were certain that Yixing's victory over Lin Chao was not a lie. A 9th-star venerable lord had defeated a 3-star king. This was simply unbelievable. When the spectating disciples confirmed this result, they were incomparably shocked. The one who was the most shocked was Tu Wanqing. The fist aura was fierce, and the finger aura was sharp. When his fist clashed with Yixing's finger, he felt a piercing pain, but he was still pushed back. This meant that his strength was inferior, and the gap between them wasn't small. Whoosh, the void shattered. Yixing stabbed out with another finger, like an arrow piercing through the air. The speed at which the two exchanged blows was too fast. Only a tenth of a breath of time had passed after exchanging blows. Only king-level existences could see it clearly. Those below the king level probably couldn't see anything. Tu Wanqing immediately used his astrology, and a bright starlight soared into the sky. It was an extreme earth element astrology. Using astrology, Tu Wanqing's strength soared. His body was covered in a yellow glow. Regardless of whether it was his attack or defense, both had increased by several folds. Yixing's astral finger arrow was shattered by Tu Wanqing's punch. Yixing felt the pain coming from his fingertips and immediately retreated. The situation was instantly reversed. Tu Wanqing's strength was indeed higher than Lin Chao's by a notch. Yixing actually had an irresistible pressure when he did not use his astrology. Tu Wanqing's punch repelled Yixing, but there was no joy on his face because Yixing had yet to use his astrology. Kill! Tu Wanqing shouted. His astral energy exploded to the limit, and his speed increased to the limit. He unleashed his strongest punch, attacking Yixing with extreme speed. Yixing used his arrow intent and his body as an arrow. He instantly shattered the void and dodged to the side as if he had teleported. Tu Wanqing's punch missed. Boom! Tu Wanqing's punches were as fast as lightning. After his first punch missed, his second punch was already flying towards Yixing. The space of over 10 meters was too narrow. Tu Wanqing's fist force had enveloped the entire space. No matter where Yixing tried to hide, Tu Wanqing would know in an instant, and his attack would arrive in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Tu Wanqing threw out 10 punches. Yixing's body was like an arrow, and he dodged 10 times in a row. Even the 3-star kings who were spectating the battle were dazzled by the speed of the battle. Dodge? Let's see how many times you can dodge my attacks. Tu Wanqing shouted. As a late 3-star king, his astral energy was extremely dense. Although such fast attacks consumed a lot of his astral energy, he could still hold on for 2 hours without any problem. It was a long story, but the battle between the two had only lasted a little more than a breath's time. Every move and style had reached their limits, and a breath's time was enough for them to exchange 10 blows. Xiao! Suddenly, a fiery red starlight soared into the sky. The illusory image of a blazing star appeared in the sky. Yixing had used an extreme-grade flame star. Tu Wanqing's cultivation was profound, his speed was also very fast, and his defense was also very strong. Even if it was a first-grade disciple, it would not be easy to defeat him. Yixing did not intend to waste time with him, so he used his astrology. The flame star image poured down a surging flame star power, and Yixing was like a flame god. His whole body was red, and there were flames burning in the void. The power of the extreme fire star aspect combined with the perfect fire grand momentum caused Yixing's power to increase exponentially. In an instant, the power of Yixing's attack had increased by a large margin. Lose for me! Yixing shouted, and his finger shot out like an arrow. It pierced through the void and shot towards Tu Wanqing. This time, the astral finger arrow was covered in a layer of scarlet flames, and its might was more than 10 times stronger than before. Just the terrifying might it revealed made every single 3-star king present feel a sense of suffocation. Tu Wanqing's expression changed. From Yi Xing's finger, he felt like he was facing Tu Qianzhang. It was an absolute pressure, and it made his heart tremble instinctively. Although he was afraid, deep in his heart, Tu Wanqing was more angry. He was a 3-star king, a genius of the Star Blood continent. He could not tolerate being defeated by a 9-star venerable lord. Roar! Tu Wanqing's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he roared like a mad lion. He unleashed all his power. Under such a crazy state, he had almost surpassed his limit, and he unleashed 120% of his power. Terrifying power condensed in his fists, and they bloomed with a bright yellow light. It was as if they had turned golden. In an instant, the golden fist collided with the scarlet flame arrow-like astral finger. There was no explosion as expected, and there was no violent explosion. At the moment when the fist and finger collided, the airflow in all directions surged towards the point of collision, as if there was a strong suction force. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped, and there was only silence. This process only lasted half a blink of an eye. Puff! Tu Wanqing spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying. A terrifying airwave was instantly generated, and it covered the entire hall. The airwave was so strong that the 3-star king disciples could not open their eyes, and they quickly retreated into the cultivation room. Bang! Tu Wanqing crashed into the wall, and he was stuck on the wall for a breath's time before he fell to the ground.